Okay, I want to go to the washroom first and then come back because I'll have to sit here today. Just give me 1 second. I need to end this session.
I'm just giving this to you.
Okay, so there's different things?
No, one is main stage, one is venture stage.
I thought we already had Jeff.
Well, he didn't, like, talk, we didn't add him.
No, I mean, I thought we already added him to the speakers thing. Because I remember that being specific.
No idea.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so Benedict, you mean is moderator, right?
Yes, Benedict's the moderator, but Benedict will be coming in.
Okay. Okay, so Amandine, did I say that right? No. I can. No, I'm just trying my best. 1 second. We have to check something. Josephine, can you join the founders Zoom for a quick second? Yeah. I have to test the setting. Nicole, who's Nicole? And Jonathan? Who's Jonathan? Will Ford, Will Ford wants to join.
Yes, let's rope this again. Hey guys, life and
Karina, you need to make sure you do not sign in as KB.
Oh, in Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, shit. Okay, I'll do that straight away then now.
Who's Jonathan Lewin? Lulin. Oh, okay. Anything else? You can do Karina at WHub. Are we adding Will now? Yes, admit Will. We don't have anyone on staff to admit him though. I just wanted to confirm I can make co-host. You can exit now. Because the other one, the workshop one, I can't make co-host. I have to change the account settings. Huh? Did I have breakfast? I had a bun. Yes, I'm okay. I don't want that. No. Yeah. I'm good though. But thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Okay. Hello, Will. Who's handling the venture stage? I want you logged in. Hurry up. We are fantastic on day 2. It is going to be beautiful, and it is going to be fun, exciting, because we have awesome people like you will make it happen. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. We're going to go through a visual and audio test, so don't worry. So when you get set up, you tell me, and we will go through that process. We're going to have my colleagues be calling in as well. They're going to take over and help you as soon as they're situated as well. And how are you doing today? I'll be nice. I'll turn on my camera as well. But my background. Oh, I have to do that. There we go. My stuff. So I have like 4 different computers right now. So. Okay. So you're good to go. Do you have the virtual background? Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, do you have the virtual background and everything? Because we have, I believe we sent it over. Yes, can you hear me okay? No? Okay, let's see here. So check your audio levels because my mic's coming through. Can you hear me at all yet? Test, test, test. Oh, fantastic. You sound great. Just have to, yeah, I was going to say move your camera up a little bit. Fantastic. Okay, so we have my colleague here, Juno. He's going to help do your test. He's going to get you sorted. He's going to explain to you the process and make sure everything is sorted and good. If you do have the virtual background, please enable that and put that on. Fantastic question. Juno, do you have the link? The virtual background link. Okay, let me get it for you, and then I will send it over via the chat, okay? Graham. Yeah. Hello, Alan.
Yeah, in terms of the video.
Hi, Aaron.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Hi.
I'm Nicole, so thank you for coming today. And
Okay, Amandine? Mandine? Okay, so I'm going to have to stop the Zoom and then start it again, okay? So fix that one.
You want to stop the Zoom?
I'm going to stop the workshop Zoom and then I'm going to start it again.
Does it start at 9:05?
Pardon?
It starts at 9.
Yeah, but I have to change it so that I can make you a co-host so you can move people around. Okay? Okay.
I'll actually see the start video. Yeah, but don't click it. You can see the arrow. Click the arrow. And choose virtual background.
Josephine, can you send Juno the virtual backgrounds?
You can see there's choose virtual background.
Good morning. Okay. Okay, let me start up the meeting again. Amandine? Okay. Amandine, you can join again. Please and thank you. Same link. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so if you want to bring your laptop over here real quick, I can give you a quick rundown of how it's going to work, okay? Okay. All right, so be aware it's all going to be live streamed, okay? Okay. So the way this is going to work is that we have these breakout rooms, okay? When somebody joins, you're going to see a pop-up here, or you're going to see a pop-up over here, okay? And then what's going to happen is we have to reassign them to the prep room, because if there's currently a live stream going on, then we don't want that to advance, okay? So here you can see how that person just says 1K Ying, he's been in. So now, because we know he's a staff member, we can admit him. Now, in this scenario here, this would be when I can now move them over. So we have this breakout room option. So at the bottom here, it says breakout rooms.
Which name?
You can see that? Oh, I have to make you a co-host. Sorry. Make you a co-host. Excellent. Well, right now it's full screen. So just press this. Nobody opened the session? Okay. What, isn't that you guys doing that yesterday? Yeah, for both, right? Are they on the power story right now? Power storytelling? Good. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to sort out some stuff. Okay, sorry. Just a little bit of confusion in the morning.
Take your time. It's starting at 9, so we have to make sure.
I know, but I want to make sure those are going smoothly as well.
So
Okay, so what we want to do here, so there's going to be two things with the workshop. You have to handle two different things. So either you can chill out here with me, and you can tell me, hey, Graham, we're going to start a new session, and I can help you. Or you can learn to do it yourself, and you can do it the whole thing. So I think doing the whole thing can be a little bit tough, because as you can see here, you'll have to talk to the speaker, get them all sorted, make sure everything's fine. Good, not there. Just making sure I'm not. Okay. The live session's myself, so it keeps recording. Okay, great. Do the video test. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not too high. Okay, I gotta be closer. Whatever else. Do the virtual test. So they have virtual backgrounds. So just they can pick. They should be given one already, but if they don't have one,
Do you have the link to the virtual?
yeah, I'll get you the link for the virtual.
They ask me.
Exactly. So then we'll have that sorted, and then you'll go through that process of just kind of checking those 3 areas. We do have a script. I can see if I can get you the link for that as well.
A script to welcome the.
Just kind of say like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage. I'm Amandine. I'm going to help you walk you through it. Here's what we're going to do. And now your session's going to start at such and such time. Okay? Yes. Okay. And then so once all that's done, we go back to the breakout room and say, okay, well, our session's just about to, the session's just ending, so I'm going to invite you in a second, okay? Then you're going to come back and you're going to not do this, don't close this, okay? Don't close all rooms, but you're going to say leave room.
Okay.
Not
that's
the red
a good
one.
Tip.
Don't click any red buttons.
Okay.
That's the simple one. Don't click any red buttons. Okay, so click leave
Good to
room. So
remember that.
I can click leave break room. It's going to go back to the main session. So say there's a session going on right now. Okay. Then I can continue listening, watching, putting in the chat, stuff like that. Okay.
And I can do that several times.
Yeah.
During
No
the live
interruptions.
session.
Just turn off your video whenever you do it. Or turn off your mic whenever you're switching to the main session, so it doesn't accidentally switch the video. Okay. So that's how that process would be, and then you can quickly, and then once the next person's ready, then you go in here and say, okay, we're ready to put that person back. You move them over.
Okay. What are from your experience yesterday? What are the hot stuff? What usually happens that messes everything up? Nothing.
Too many
nothing.
things at one time. So for the workshops, actually, it should be the least of the problems because they're not so many. But when we have 15-minute intervals and you got welcome speakers and stuff like that.
Okay, so 1 hour is okay. I'll have time to do.
Yeah.
Anything strange happened yesterday?
Yes, we had a couple system issues, but not Zoom issues. No stream issues. So from your point of view, nothing bad happened.
Nothing. So hopefully nothing bad happened.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can chill out with them if you want, or you can find another seat or whatever else you want to do. I'm going to be here, and I will keep running her through everything and making sure everything's going as smooth as possible.
The venture, the main stage of the workshop, and the CEO launch.
Yeah. I'm running all of them.
Okay.
So if I need to do anything, if I need to help, I can easily jump in between and make sure everything's solid.
Okay, I'll try not to bother you too much, but I'll get around. So I settle here.
If you want, yeah. Or, I mean, it might be a little bit noisy beside everybody.
Here?
Yeah. So that's why we tried, yesterday we separated them out. So founder stage is only in that room. We had venture stage over there.
Still our venture stage?
Yeah. And then we had main stage here. And then we had, that was it. We just had the three.
The workshop is?
No, yesterday. Just today.
Okay, so maybe best if I sit here?
Sure, by all means. No problem, no problem.
Not at all. I'm just wondering where I put my stuff.
Okay. Just fine. Which stage are you doing today? The founder stage? Founder stage is in that room. Karen?
Awesome.
Okay. We had a little bit of mix up, but everything was okay. I think it was just I think it was a minute behind on the starting the session.
Can I need to plug somebody to mine?
A plug? You mean
No,
over
not a
there?
plug.
Your laptop plug should be here, is it?
Yeah, somebody took it yesterday and I got it back, so I just need to find the plug for my Mac. I'll find something.
I have to consume on mine.
I know.
They were sitting. I did say someone can sit there yesterday.
I'll find something.
Okay. Okay. Do you have the links?
In WhatsApp, right?
In WhatsApp.
Yes.
Those are the stream links.
Alright.
I want the Zoom links. Those are the no. Why did you send them twice? Okay. It's all good, all good, all good. I have all these links already. We are solid as a cucumber. No, I do not want that one. Volunteer group. Okay, I want to send you all the Zoom links. Volunteer. Okay, those are the Zoom links. I want you to join right now, and let's get it sorted.
Do we have the YouTube streaming as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything's all done. We've been streaming since like 7:30 or something. Yeah. Just follow the show URLs, not the YouTube links.
All this?
Just one. Founders. You can relax. Don't worry. Calm down. You're solid. I am making sure everything is as smooth as a cucumber.
Okay, maybe I should head back.
Join the Zoom now, right beside me.
What are the short link? Is it the one you posted yesterday? Or is
I
it
posted it in a WhatsApp group right now.
Oh, yeah, right now you did?
Yeah, like earlier this morning, like 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Sorry,
10
I
minutes.
didn't see. Thank you.
You're not. You're on founder stage. Click on the founder stage one. Chodaya, relax. Moment time. Everything is fine. You are golden. Don't worry. That's your computer. Good. I was like, if my computer's making sound, I'm gonna be not happy.
Oh, I thought it's mine.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm glad it's yours. Sit down. Sit down. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Do all volunteers have to enter?
Chan Hoi San man.
All volunteers have to enter?
Not all, just whoever's in charge. I just sent it to the thing. Okay, now you are a co-host. Let us go back into the room. Okay. Nope, no need no join. Just stay there. Let us go. That way. Okay. Sorted. Mute. Okay, we don't need me on that one. Mute. We're solid. Go like that. Solid. Okay, ladies, you guys are all good in your channels, right? We have 5 minutes to live.
Yes. All good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, can you unmute yourself? I want to make sure that the video is actually working properly.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Just trying to make sure that the stream is properly working.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, okay, good. Everything's good.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Now.
Yes. Okay.
你係轉到嗰個 Gram 而家冇聽緊我講嘢㗎。我以為佢同我講緊嘢，點知佢同其他人講嘢。可以啦。係咩？但係我 refresh 未睇到過。Make sense？ OK。咁我開波㗎咯。Welcome back, everyone who is joining us around the world. to SIS 2021, the Scale Up Impact Summit. We are here now in the founder track, which gathers more than hundreds of founders and CEO all over the world, brought to you all by Google Maps platform, our gold sponsor. I'm Jojo, the investment analyst from Angel Hub and W Hub, the organizers of today's event. I'm very honored to be here today to be your moderator. Also have the privilege to listen to all the successful stories from the founder themselves. For the founder track, it is a 2-day-long ongoing pitching conference starting from yesterday. Every scale up will have around 10 minutes to pitch, followed with a 5-minute Q&A. We will start the Q&A section right away after the pitches. So please feel free to shoot the questions you want to ask during the pitch. Find the Pine2 Q&A box. We will deliver the questions, your questions to the CEO directly in real time. Without further ado, let me invite the founders of the first Scale Up to join our main floor for the pitch. The first company joining our founder track today is a Hong Kong-based cybersecurity company named IPification. IPification is building the backbone for mobile authentications of today and tomorrow by verifying the device, SIM and phone number via IP address. Patent technology developed by their own team is enabling mobile users for prevention solutions. So we are so happy today to have the founder and president, Henry Zheng, to join our floor today. Hello, Henry.
Hello, good day. How are you?
Very well, very well. So if you are ready for your pitch, please feel free to share your screen and the floor will be all yours.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just about to show you, what's all about, with IPification, a solution that we have been developed, in the last 4.5, 5 years, and it's now coming into life, and which I will show you and explain, how, we go about in the next few minutes. Okay, I tried to share screen, and now the share screen seems like not coming out. Oh, okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the presentation I'm going to show you in about IPification. So we call it the next generation mobile authentication. Why do we do that? Because it is something very unique, and it's not in this, market at the present moment until, we have, just entered last year. So there's no one else in this market except IPification. So that's why I said that it's very unique. And what we are doing with that is we are trying to eliminate all the credentials, during login, right? We take away the username, we take away the password, so that you don't have to remember your password anymore or username anymore. You just have to click, just one click and you're in. So, and also one very important point is we are taking away the SMS OTP, right? I guess all of you know about OTP. It's really sometimes it pain, because sometimes you have to wait for the OTP to arrive, and it never arrives. And then when it arrives, it may be typed out, that kind of thing. So, and the most important of all is OTP is hackable, right? It can be intercepted during, the deliver from the merchant to the user. And we have start, going into the market since 2020, and it was very slow. We pick up almost $2.5 million, and we are looking at somewhere around 30 million this year, and then until 2023, I think we will have over 100 million plus, right? So this is our forecast for the time being. And from this page, you can see that we have already, covering 30 telcos in the world, and it's over 33 exactly. And we have already 550 million users using our technology at the moment. So we are actually covering most of the continent, and it will take a little bit more time to have the world, a big part of the world covered. Okay. So I think this is, one very important point, because we started in the first 2-3 years in trying to find a partner, and it's really, really hard, because most of the big guys, they don't understand what we're doing, and took it a long time to explain to them and show them what we can do. So now we are very fortunate. We have, signed up with Microsoft, Singh, Baku, GPG, and Epitherapeutics. So through them, we have all the customers below this, right, which you can see. Now, the solution is pretty simple. We're using the phone number to verify the SIM and device, and then through the IP address. So we pick up 3 elements from your device, right? Your device, your phone number, and then your SIM number, so that we can create a GMID through that. And then we use the telco network to authenticate every code that come into the traffic, to the telcos. Now, I have talked too much about this already, and I want to show you one live example of how people actually log in through IPification. Now here you go, you just have to put in your phone number. We don't want to show the phone number because we don't want to show someone a phone number. And then you press verify and success. And then you press OK, and you are into the app already. So this is how we do it. And really nothing much to show it because it's so easy. And it's just one click and you are in. And of course, there will be a lot of questions. Oh, is that secure? Is that really, unhackable or whatever? Because it seems like it's very, very simple. But I can tell you this is the most secure way of authentication. And I'm sure this is going to be, for a long while in the future. Okay, I have done this, finished this already, and I will leave some time for any question that you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Henry. This is really thorough. I guess the audience have the brief understanding of your company already. But still, we received some of the questions from the floor. If you don't mind, I can shoot it right away.
Go ahead.
Yes. The first question is, can you talk a bit more about your main competitor?
Well, actually, this is a good question. A lot of people ask me, about competitor. In fact, we don't have any competitor because we're very unique. At the moment or in the future, I don't see there will be any competitor. Of course, there are so many identity company, KYC provider, verification, or payment platform. They all thought that we will become their competitor. But I'm able to, to change this feeling into, rather than competitor, into partnership. So I just show you from those slides, one of those slides that you can see, we have Microsoft, Singh, Baku, and all these, verification and payment platform. They thought we were their competitor in the beginning, but now we are all partners because they don't have to dig into our solution. We can virtually give our solution to them. They can use it, whenever they like, put it wherever they want, and then we just share some income. So we are making all these potential competitor into all partner at the moment. So I don't see any competitor for our business.
Another question from the floor is that, can you share a little bit more about your defensibility?
My what, sorry?
Defensibility, like your competitive advantages when compared to other players or potential partner in the build.
Now, you can see we are passwordless solution. which is seamless. And then, I mean, for the user-friendly part, I think we are number one, right? Because from as soon as you use IPification, you don't have to use, you don't have to use the password or waiting for OTP or even try to remember your username or your email address, nothing else. All you have to do is just click log in and you're in. So I'm sure this is the best user experience. And as far as security is concerned, because we are using HTTPS and we are in a very secure mode, and also our solution, it work with telcos network, okay? And we install our solution behind the firewall of each telcos. So as you know, telco is very hard to hack because they have so many fall over, and if you have one, they fall into another one. So we are right behind the firewall inside each telco. So also they become very hard to hack. Okay, and then our solution is very private. As soon as there's any entry, any call, we will hash all the data. Okay, and even ourselves, we don't know who that person is, which device coming in, because as soon as they come in, we hash it, okay? And then when they go out back to the merchant, we also hash it. So the whole lot of data there is all hashes. So it's so private, no one knows who actually been into any platform, okay? So that's why I think we have that kind of reach that we have in the marketplace. And again, as I said before, I have made most of the potential competitor become our partner. And the trend is coming very, very strong because, I have actually dozens of them now queuing up, waiting for it, to negotiate into a contract. Okay, so it's really coming to that trend at the moment. And I cannot see really a company to spend another few years with many man hours, into this solution. And most important of all is we have to implement the solution into each telcos, right? Without any telco, we are nothing. I can be honest with you. We are using telco network to actually verify each call into the system, okay? So telco play a very major role because telco know the users more than anyone else, because I would say even they know the user more than the police because they have all your information. They have your phone number, your home address, and also, your birthday and everything. I mean, all the things you have really, and even your credit card, a lot of. Okay, so I would say this is IPification will become one of the very important factor for current, many multiple factor. No matter what, I mean, I believe all this, authentication at the moment in the market, they are good. They're all good, but just they don't reach the level of user friendly that we provide. They don't reach, the level of security we provide. They don't reach the privacy that we provide in our solution. Okay, so then I think adding IPification into any existing solution will become a bulletproof solution. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for your thorough answers. I think this is the end of our Q&A sections already, but there's a few more questions coming in from the Q&A chat box. Maybe for the audience side, you can reach out to Henry directly through our Pine2 platform through the requesting meeting or chat box functions. So please feel free to utilize the platform and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay.
Thank you, Henry, for your time today.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So for the next company joining our floor today, we're having a Singaporean SaaS company named Perx Technology. Perx Technology is a provider of a mobile customer engagement and loyalty platform designed to drive revenue for big brands through customer loyalty. The company's platform helps businesses to improve their customer lifecycle management problem by helping them to acquire, engage, and reward the consumer offline and online with predictive insight, enabling brands to boost revenue through mobile-first customer engagement. So we are so happy today to have the CEO and founders of Perx Technology, Anna, to join our floor today. Hello, Anna.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Very well, very well. So if you are ready, please feel free to share your screen and ready to pitch.
Great, thank you. Just give me one second. Hold on a second. Let me just move the screen up. Okay, great. Thank you so much for inviting me to pitch. So Perx is a lifestyle marketing platform focusing on monetizing on the customer actions in the digital economy. And when we look at, how we're differentiating, it's really about, what is the evolution of the market. Mobile first fintechs and super apps have created a very competitive gray landscape. And so you can see this this map that everyone wants to get a wallet share of the 2.7 billion population in Asia. And when we see the trend, majority of the marketing spend, unfortunately, has been in CAC and in acquisition. And most companies have reacted to standing up loyalty or rewards programs, but unfortunately, 70% of these programs fail within the first 2 years because it's too static. And then at the very end, all the wasted investments in acquiring customers and maintaining them has churned, and also engagement has been only at the last resort. So when we look at this whole chain, we wanted to reverse the whole leaky pipe. And when you look at brands, they're primarily viewed as transient and transactional businesses. And what we're trying to do now is evolve those brands into more of a meaning relationship with their consumers, merchants, and partners. And when you look at what the loyalty solutions in the old days, it's run like an ERP system, very archaic, but in the back end by finance and operations, it's no better than a glorified ledger, right? Crunching numbers of earn and burning points. But the economy has completely shifted. And now I won't go into too many of the decades, but today it's focusing on mostly lifestyle super apps and marketplaces. Everyone wants to innovate outside of core and mobile first. And how do we monetize on our entire ecosystem of users, as well as merchants and partners and corporate clients? And when you look at, how are we actually monetizing our consumers, but direct B2C is still not enough. What Perx has been doing is creating net new revenue models around the ecosystem, allowing traditional brands as well as digital native brands to stand up creative business models, including ad tech and subscription models around their ecosystem. And this is something that is completely missed because most companies have actually been focusing on B2C business models. We've been powering some of the most engaging apps, transforming very, very boring old, I would say archaic brands, traditional brands into more highly engaging brands by gamifying the user experience and making it interactive and social and viral. And making it very delightful to engage with the brands. And this is how we drive instant ROI rather than focusing on vanity metrics of click-throughs and so forth. And you can see that it ranges from digital native brands all the way to traditional brands like telcos and banking as well. So what is Perx and who are we? We've been focusing primarily on large enterprises with millions of end users already, and they have also a sustainable ecosystem. And we've been funded by some well-known investors in Asia as well as the West. And so these are some of the primary partners and customers that we've been focusing on. And just a quick snapshot, we have over 30 enterprise clients. We've been literally working around 200 million consumers in our portfolio. And we saved these corporate clients 2 million hours of operational efficiency and campaign execution. Unfortunately, today, it takes most brands, traditional brands, still about 12 weeks to execute an ad hoc campaign. Your customers don't even have 8 seconds attention span. So when you take that long to execute an ad hoc campaign, your habits and your consumers' habits and behaviors are changing so fast. You have to execute within minutes or an hour. And so we've been driving also, as I said, we're shifting away from a lot of vanity metrics everything that you execute on the platform is quantifying into top line revenue. Everything has to be instantly, rewarding to the P&L as well. So what does that look like? We contributed $400 million of top line growth. Where are we today? We are, born and headquartered out of Singapore, and a lot of companies. I'm from San Francisco, and there's why would you not start the company out of San Francisco? Because of the mobile first ecosystem, the fintechs and all the super apps, completely evolving and rapidly changing in Asia. A lot of the users want, some broader lifestyle ecosystem, and we're actually changing the landscape of this. And there's a lot more opportunities out here, and also most of the population is actually in Asia. So we're in 8 markets today, and we're looking to expand to 4 to 5 more markets towards the end of this year. And what are we really solving? We're solving, these are some examples of business problem statements that we're embarking on with some of our clients. When you see banks and fintechs, telcos, and large retailers, as well as insurtech companies. Primary driver is how do we actually drive top line, but at the same time, really change the landscape of operational efficiency. We're automating everything. But what 3 things that we've been focusing on is giving them the creative mechanism to execute all types of engagements or campaigns that drives top line revenue. And so top line may or may not be, the first, I would say, business problem statements during the COVID period. But some banks are even saying, I want to actually drive more of a CSR or a positive impact. And so many of the companies actually have been looking at how to actually increase savings. How do I actually, do it a very sustainable way and more impactful way of helping clients to pay back on time and look at debt collection, or maybe move them into recurring billing. How do you move the needle around consumer behavior? And that's something that is missed in the ecosystem, because most companies have been focusing on marketing, cloud solutions, notifications, SMS, emails, and so forth. But it stops at notification click-through. And so how do you follow the behavior of your consumers and monetize on that? And this is where Perx focuses on. So all of these are just different problem statements that the most widely asked about, but there's so many more, probably hundreds more, that we've been focusing on. So what are we doing, and how do we arrive at this whole lifestyle ecosystem? Everything is about instantly, rewarding customers and delighting them and creating also instant ROI. One of the value propositions for our company is we're helping companies stand up, drag and drop an entire lifestyle ecosystem of rewards that could supplement or complement their existing rewards program or loyalty program. But we're trying to help companies to focus and repurpose some of their valuable resources and actually look at how to, add value and complement their existing business development team, where they should be focusing on high value partnerships rather than the low value. Let us take care of all of that. And then you can drag and drop all different types of rewards that you can quickly monetize and also engage your customers on. And this is just one of the value propositions. We are trying to also get away from this whole, vanity metrics economy, where a lot of ad tech platforms have created. And also, when you look at data at rest, that's not really enough, to manage customers' historical data and analyze historical data. What we're working on is data in motion. And so when we're driving customer engagements, it has to be front and center about the real-time engagements and real-time activity. And how do we monetize on that real-time activity? So this is the platform that we've been executing. And as you can see, we have loyalty management system as well. We built a very sophisticated rule-based engine, whether you want to exercise gamification campaigns, chain 5 different behaviors and actions into one singular campaign, couple that with multi-loyalty programs, a complex loyalty, advanced loyalty framework. That's what we're looking at. It's actually companies that have the creativity to actually execute a much more broader and complex ecosystem. And so most of our clients have been focusing on on these primary drivers. They have their legacy loyalty management system, and they said, okay, maybe over time we can replace it. But first execution point is, how do we work with you to drive real-time ROI as also value? We want to delight our customers at the same time, monetize on their actions. And so we've been working with them on gamifying the whole experience. And so how do we differentiate, and what's that whole, architecture last mile standpoint? we don't really care what kind of backend system that you have, whether you have CRMs already in place, CDPs, customer data platforms, loyalty or rewards programs, your core banking or OSS BSS network. And then there's a very crowded MarTech stack in the ecosystem. And we complement, supplement, and actually bring relevance to these guys, because a lot of times they're only working with data at rest, historical data, or maybe just click through. They only have visibility to click through, but after click through, they don't know how to follow through the user action. And this is where we come in. This is what's been missing in the market, driving user behavior and actually following through, chaining consumer behavior around, gamifying and leveling up, doing a lot of milestones and quests and rewarding them. So we're different from games marketplace and esports marketplace. We're not here to give you a marketplace of games, but we have a sophisticated gamification platform that moves the needle around consumer partners and corporate behavior. And so we can reward them and delight them instantly based on milestones achieved, online or offline. And then you can see the real-time data around those campaign analytics and outcomes. And so that's how we are measuring instant ROI on every single user action. So it's really allowing all of your different digital marketing or product owners to exercise all of their creative, KPIs or maybe use cases on a singular platform. Think of it as if we were giving you an Instagram-like platform, how would you influence your consumers? And we're giving you various ways and tools to do that. And so when we look at the whole landscape of what engagement 2.0 looks like, we are actually advising our clients to move away from loyalty and rewards programs alone. You have to focus on real-time engagement and delighting your customers. Focus on real-time data and not data at rest, and because your consumers are not waiting for you, they need to be delighted. And the whole instant gratification, the whole framework is now dominating the consumer strategy. How do you innovate outside of core? Being a super app is not, everyone can build a super app, but if your ecosystem is 90% still, your core, and you're not really cross-selling and upselling effectively. And so when you do innovate outside of core, what does that look like? And how are you monetizing it with your base of end users? And, looking at how we're gamifying the interactions and making it very social and creating virality through that whole entire interaction. And then at the very end, hyper-personalized. Unfortunately, most companies in the last few years have been focusing on hyper-personalization without knowing what to do and actually learning about their consumer behavior. And at the end of the day, you can now go into hyper-personalization. I give the example like Amazon.com. Back then they were selling books and they created a very critical mass of ecosystem. They learned their customer and merchant behavior, and then they started building a very, very robust AI engine to hyper-personalize. It's not the other way around. And so you have to consider, are you building critical mass around your real-time data points around your consumer behavior? So at the end of the day, we created lifestyle marketing because we don't belong in data at rest in the CRM world. We don't belong in the notification marketing cloud solution because we go beyond click-through rates and vanity metrics. So we had to create our own category. And so we call it lifestyle marketing, which is what every brand wants to actually evolve into. So thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much for the clear presentation. I think we have a little bit more time for the maybe one or two short questions from the floor. So if you don't mind, I can shoot it right away. Yeah. So for the first question is, one of the audience is wondering about your go-to-market strategy. How do you acquire all those big brands in your company?
The big brands. So this is where, do you have the right experience in mind? I've been selling to the global 2000s for the last 20 years. And so I understand the behavior of all these different verticals, from the banking, insurance, telcos, manufacturing companies. If you understand their whole cycle of transformation, and also they're urgently transforming and they're disrupted so much right now by different brands and digital natives. So we work with them to craft a roadmap around our solutions, and looking at the MVP, what is the quick wins and the immediate wins that we can actually work with. And so if you work with them on a pilot initially, it would automatically convert to a subscription model immediately based on the success criteria or validation of that pilot.
Thank you so much for your explanations, but unfortunately, we're running out of time for these sections. So if the audience do have any further questions for Anna, please feel free to reach out to her on Pine Tool through the requesting meeting functions or the chat box functions. So thank you so much for your time, Anna.
Thank you very much.
I will see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So for the next company joining on our floor today is a US-based IoT company named LodeStar Works. LodeStar Works is a manufacturer of a personalized gun intended to be operated by only its verified user and his or her designated associate. The company used several technology, for example, biometric, RFID, Bluetooth activations using smartphone applications, and a pin pad embedded in the grip, providing the firearm users to have safe access to the firearm they can count on to protect those who count on them. So we are so happy today to have the CEO of LodeStar Works, Gareth, to join our floor today. Hello, Gareth.
Hello, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. So if you are ready, please feel free to share your screen and the floor will be all yours.
I am. Let me share my screen. It looks like you've shared it for me. Hang on a second now. All right. All right.
No problem.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. All right. Here we go. Now let's do the proper. And let's go to the beginning. All right. All right. So,
sorry, Gareth, I think we are still waiting for the share screen function to show on Zoom. Is it working on your end?
Yes, is that right now? Is it good?
Not yet. Can you try to reshare again?
All right. See what I'll do. Okay. I'm starting it all over again. Okay, let's see if this works.
Yes, it looks good on my end.
It's better?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to hide the present. Can you see the presenter view or not?
Yeah, I can see the presenter view.
All right. All right, how's this?
Yes, it looks all good.
Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties, and we are a technology company. But it's been a long day here in Pennsylvania. Well, thank you all for joining me. As you heard, I'm the CEO of LodeStar, and we are bringing firearms into the digital age with technology. After 20 years of evolution, we finally have the team, the technology, and the right timing to capture $1 billion business opportunity that's going to make guns safer and potentially save as many as 10,000 American lives every year. Because you may not know it, but over 300 Americans are shot every day. Over 100 die. There are 22 children and teens shot every day and 5 die. So how can we reduce this? You may have heard about lawsuits against firearms manufacturers, lobbying for gun control measures. In the United States, that's never going to happen. Nothing has worked. Technology is the answer. And before I go, let me just quickly mention that we are raising capital. We're in our seed capital round. We're in a partnership now with engineering firm to design our prototype. We're already well along the way. We've secured IP, our own patents, and we have acquired licenses. And we're going to be ready to go within the next 6 to 12 months. So let's take a look. Most of you may be a little young to remember airbags in cars, or should I say before there were airbags in cars. What you might not know is that in the 1970s, General Motors introduced a fleet of cars with airbags. You may not have heard of it because they were discontinued almost immediately. And it wasn't until over 20 years later that they were finally adopted by the industry. In the interim, what happened? The government tried to mandate it. The technology wasn't good enough yet. There were injuries. The industry rebelled. They fought it, and it failed. It wasn't until finally the government said, okay, we will change the laws. We won't push it so hard. The industry adopted it, and now we have it. Firearms are following the identical path. It's been 20 years since people have started looking at these smart guns. They call them smart guns, by the way. You may have heard of that. 20 years. But we're not there yet. For the first time, the laws that got in the way of smart guns have been repealed. The technology has evolved, and we are within earshot now of having our product on the market. Let's go to the technology. And I've got some, you are in my, let me get rid of this. What just happened? All right, bear with me. We're going to jump ahead because I want to show you, most of you may not know how a firearm, that is a semi-automatic pistol, works. I have a short video to show you.
As the trigger is pulled, the trigger bar pulls the firing pin back. The connector guides the trigger bar downward, releasing the firing pin and allowing it to strike the bullet primer. The expanding gases from the powder charge propel the bullet out of the barrel. The recoil forces the slide back, unlocking the barrel as it tilts downward and allows the extractor to remove the spent.
All right, so the firing pin is the key. We've got to secure that. In this image here, you'll see the firing pin is shown in red. Right now, in firearms, there's a mechanical block that unblocks as soon as you pull the trigger. Our system will lock that firing pin, and it can only be unlocked using authentication technology you're all familiar with: fingerprint, security pad, or Bluetooth from your smartphone. For example, here's our integrated security pad. It's in the grip, and you'll be able to feel those depressions where the pad is, and you can enter your PIN code. Fingerprint scanner will be along the side, allow up to 4 authentication, in other words, 4 different users. Internal Bluetooth and NFC chips will allow the user authentication via smartphone. And we think that our customers will love this. Everybody uses smartphones these days. You'll be able to lock and unlock your firearm remotely using your smartphone. Also, because the electronics in the firearm are fully connected, if that firearm is moved, even if it's locked, you'll get an alert that your firearm has moved. And even though you've locked it, wouldn't you want to know if your 3-year-old at home has taken it out of the kitchen drawer and playing with it? Or if someone has stolen it out of the glove compartment in your car? A light bar indicates whether the gun is locked or unlocked. What enables all this? Well, we can't show you some of our protected technology, but suffice to say that circuit boards no longer have to be stiff. And whether there's limited space in a firearm grip, we now have internal flexible PCBs, which integrate the batteries, all the security features, and can provide electric current to the front of the firearm to run accessories such as lights or other things you might want to add to your firearm. Let's go back and take a look. Who would be our early adopters? Meet Kyle. He's a male, he's 40s, married, 2 kids at home, college educated. He's employed full time. He is buying a firearm to protect his family and for self-defense. He's not a hobbyist or a sports shooter. He's comfortable with technology. Look at him, he's using his smartphone. Everything in his house has technology. His coffee pot has more technology in it than his firearm. Most of all, he wants the safety and personal control it gives him, so his children can't play with it at home, or his teenager cannot take that firearm to school. LodeStar has a competitive advantage. This is a typical chart. We're in the upper right quadrant, which is where you want to be. Technology and security both. We have a first mover advantage because, as I mentioned earlier, if I did, the traditional brands have no interest yet in putting this technology into their firearms. They don't need to. They're selling more than they can make. It's a first mover advantage. And we have the highest technology readiness and all of our technology lined up. We've met these milestones. I don't want to be repetitive. We're licensed, State Department, federal firearms license, and we're acquiring our funds. For those of you who are interested in financials, we have 5-year projections. We'll sell 131,000 units by year 5. Our revenues ought to be 78 million plus in the same time frame. EBITDA, 22.8 million. And you don't realize it, but this is with less than 3% market share. This is a big market. And if you think about the return on a possible investment here, it really is outsized. Here we are. That's me at the top talking. My co-founder and chief tech officer is Ginger Chandler. She served as a firearms executive for over 15 years as a senior VP of new products at Remington, as well as Smith & Wesson. Not only that, but if you saw that airbag chart earlier, Ginger was involved, actually worked for the fellow who invented the sensor for airbags. When she had just gotten out of university and had her mechanical engineering degree, she worked on airbags. So we have an actual connection to this type of technological situation. That is all I have. So now I'd like to take questions. I'm not sure what, because of the technical difficulties, I don't think I've run over, but I'll take some questions now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gareth. I think we still have a little bit more time for a few questions. So if you don't mind, I can shoot it right away.
Yeah, please. I'll stop sharing.
So
this.
For the first question from the floor, the audience is wondering, your business is a purely B2C business or actually is a B2B one? So is your client including the firearm company, traditional firearm company itself?
That's a very good question. We think that at the outset, we are going to be like the Tesla of the firearm industry. It's going to be a B2C business. Because as I said, the industry right now has no desire to be involved in this technology. However, we'll see if down the road, it may make more sense for us to partner with one of these brands when they become aware that we've actually created a market, or at least proved the market for these firearms. So then it may be a B2C or a partnership with a major brand.
Thank you so much. For the next question coming from the floor, can I know a little bit more about your go-to-market strategy? Is advertising, selling a firearm is allowed all over the world?
Right now, we are concentrating on the US market because, for good or ill, the US has more guns in civilian hands than any country in the world by far. In fact, more than half of the world's firearms that are civilian owned are in the United States, probably close to 400 million. And that's where we can make the most impact. Remember, this is a security feature. I do think, however, that the international market may be receptive. Certainly certain countries, I was thinking in Asia, Thailand specifically, and also the Philippines have quite a lot of guns in private hands, even though the laws are fairly strict. They're a holdover from other times, and it can be a problem.
Thank you so much. I think we still have a little bit time for the last questions. So the last question is, how much exactly is a smart gun cost? Is that way more expensive for with the traditional one?
Good question. So the average pistol, semi-automatic pistol, costs around $500 to $600. At the low end, maybe $300 to $350. At the high end, you can spend $1,200, $1,500 on a regular pistol. Our product is going to be able to be sold at $795. So we're a little more expensive than a traditional firearm on average. However, I think a customer will appreciate the value that comes with our product.
Thank you so much for your thorough explanation, Gareth. I think we are running out of time for these sections, but there are a few questions coming in from the Q&A chat box as well. So if the audience still want to get to know more about Gareth's business, please feel free to reach out to him via Pine too.
Okay, so, what I'll do is I'm supposed to sign off the meeting now, right? And then if I see something in the chat, I will do that. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you on the Pine
Thank you, Jojo. Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
For the next company joining on our floor today, we are having the Hong Kong-based blockchain company named the Diginex Solution. Diginex Solutions is an operator of a data infrastructure company focused on creating immediacy and granularity of ESG reporting through blockchain-enabled data infrastructure. The company operates multiple blockchain-based platforms, enables company asset management and governments to collect, surveys, and share data amongst a complex ecosystem of stakeholders in a more direct and impactful way. So we are so lucky to have the CEO of Diginex Solution to join our floor today. Hello, Mark. Sorry, I think you're still on mute.
Hi, Jojo. Thanks for the introduction.
Thank you so much for joining us. So if you're ready, please feel free to share your screen and the floor will be all yours.
Okay, thank you, Jojo, and thank you everyone who's listening today. We only have 10 minutes for the presentation, so I'll move fairly quickly and go through these slides. Diginex Solutions, we're a disruptive impact tech business, helping organizations address the world's most pressing ESG and sustainability issues. At the heart of what we do, we leverage blockchain technology to help lead change and increase transparency. We've been in operation since 2017. Part of our core strategy was in order to help validate the work that we were doing and the technology itself, that we wanted to partner with some of the world's most conservative and credible organizations. So we have active projects and engagements with folks like the US State Department, US Department of Labor, the British government on the governmental side, and on the company side, we work with companies like Microsoft, Coca-Cola, Mars, and Hafnia. And on the technology side, we partner a lot with blockchain protocol Tezos. For us, what's critical is empowering organizations who want to do better with the tools they need to do so. We have three main tools: Diginex ESG, Diginex Lumen, which looks at transparency in supply chains, and Diginex Climate, which is about understanding and managing your carbon footprint. Today, we're going to talk about Diginex ESG. And again, for us, the mission is around how do we put tools in the hands of companies that to date haven't been able to afford this type of reporting capacity or haven't been able to understand the complexities of it. How do we democratize and scale sustainability? Because for sustainability to scale, it can't just be the top 10% rich companies who are doing it, but it needs to flow all the way through to small and mid caps. So what we found, if you go back 10, 15 years ago, you got BlackRock and Fidelity putting pressure on General Motors and Philip Morris to improve their sustainability reporting. And to a large extent, they've done this. And they've done this by hiring large in-house teams of sustainability consultants and getting large billboards at airports with watering cans and green shoots coming out of the ground and so on and so forth. And the industry that then sprung up to support that tended to be sustainability consultants selling expensive sustainability consultancy services to in-house sustainability consultants. And then if you fast forward to the last 3 or 4 years, you now have companies of all sizes are being asked to start their ESG reporting journey, but they often find that the reporting solutions are too technically complicated or require too much resources. So because of dynamics of the current industry, it is assumed when you start this process that you know what you're talking about and that you're willing to spend 6 months of your company's time and $50,000 or $100,000 on producing a report. And that puts off many of those small and medium-sized enterprises who don't have dedicated in-house teams, who are just coming to this for the first time or really just starting and don't have the resources to be able to engage with a budget that large. So our platform is designed for those folks who are, let's say, in year 0 to year 5 of their ESG reporting journey. And it's going to help assess, define, report, and validate, and ultimately generate a report on the impact of your company on sustainability and ESG metrics. And I'll walk you through these 5 stages in the next few slides. typically one of the barriers to entry for small mid-cap enterprises is it's just getting started. Often to get started, you'll get quoted something like $20,000 and take 2 months to understand what are the topics that are important to you as a company. And rather, we've used technology to help do much of that heavy lifting and our own data analytics and machine learning to map 77 different industries and get 80% of the way there in 5 minutes. And that's really important for us. How do we help companies get a lot of the way towards that first step? So there is no large obstacle there to getting started. And we tailor the journey as to whether you're a first timer. So I'm brand new. I don't know the difference between, I don't know, SASB and GRI. I don't know what carbon emissions are. How do I get started? There's somebody who's really experienced and knows what they're doing. So this allows people to get started straight away. Much like 5 years ago, if you'd asked me to create a website, I would have said, look, I'm not a website developer. I have no idea how to get started and do that. And in the last few years, you've had these companies like Wix.com who have come along. And now I myself, I built a website in the last couple of months, and we want to empower people that don't typically have that skill set or that knowledge to be able to get started in their journeys on reporting. And then into the report generator itself, we've aligned to the world's major frameworks. We are the world's first and only currently blockchain-enabled GRI certified company. GRI is the most comprehensive and prevalent ESG reporting framework. And within the report building platform itself, we break everything down into bite sizes. And we allow people to go step by step with guidance, with best practice, with explainers, and make it visually appealing, much as you would have in something like a Monday.com, to allow you to go through that journey. In the summer of 2020, we did a survey of FTSE listed companies. And what we heard loud and clear was that the person writing the report and the sustainability report in the company was often the least popular person in the company, because he or she often spent their time just chasing other people to get back to them. And that person also was incredibly frustrated because people were either not getting back to them or were sending it in little bits and pieces. So in Excel or in Word or in a PowerPoint or in Slack, or it was all over the place. There was no auditability or governance of the data that was being collected. So we created a lot of workflow management tools. How can you assign people within your organization to specific tasks to complete your sustainability report? One company we were working with, and I think they're pretty symptomatic of a lot of small mid-cap enterprises, we're using an Excel spreadsheet with 20 different tabs that they sent around 40 different people, both inside and outside their company, to complete their sustainability report. And of course, that's a complete mess. It gives little auditability of data and allows you to drive little robustness and transparency in data collection as you progress year on year. Another important part of the journey, and I'll touch a little bit on the blockchain part here, throughout the report building process, every step that we take, we event log and create a record of that action and put it on a blockchain. This is important for us, and something we learned a lot in our supply chain businesses, when people know that there's accountability to the information that they're entering, and that they may be asked as to why certain data fields were entered at certain times, why you went out to ask external parties, why certain documents were uploaded at certain times, and so on and so forth. The more they know that they may be held accountable to that information governance process, the less likely they are to put in erroneous information. So as my colleagues well know, I like analogies. If you're driving a car and you get into a car crash, the chances are you may get hurt. But if you utilize the seatbelt, the brakes, and the airbag, and you put those checks and balances all together, and you have a much stronger likelihood of walking away unharmed. We take the same approach with data collection. So using things like multi-party verification, blockchain-enabled auditability, standard deviation alerts, we're able to create a much stronger robustness around our data collection process. And that then can be shared with external parties through this approval process that you see here that allows for sign-off from the board or from investors or whomever it is. And so that when they get their sustainability report and they say, well, I see that you've entered 400 for your electricity consumption. How do I know where that number came from? Small companies can then provide much more transparency on that process. Something that this goes back to Wix.com. When we did our soft launch in Q4 last year, the initial version was a pretty plain vanilla PDF, a white PDF that you just put your logo on top. And what we heard loud and clear from particularly small mid-cap enterprises is they wanted better. They wanted their report to look like it had been produced by an expensive marketing agency. So we worked very hard over Christmas. We produced this report generator that has a comprehensive library of images and layouts and designs, so that a small company can, with a few clicks, I think it's 5 clicks, can go from the report generation phase to producing a report that they would feel proud to put on their website and would stand up against any report generated by an external consultancy. Alternatively, if you want to download this in Excel and Word and send it off to your in-house marketing team, that's totally fine too, and that's doable. But we want to give people that optionality. And I often have discussions with my product team as to what this product is. Is the product the report generation platform, which is what a lot of the technology bill goes into, or is the product this beautiful report that people can put on their website and send to investors? Certainly we have differing views from on that. And all of this. It was really important for us that we didn't charge $20,000, $50,000, $100,000, because again, that's a barrier to entry. We start at $99 per user per month. The more users you add, the cheaper it gets. And this allows us to get scalability in the products that we're launching. Going back to that tidal wave of requirements for small and mid-cap enterprises. I mean, for example, here in Hong Kong, if you're listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, no matter your size, you have to report on your ESG output. And a lot of companies have been sitting on the fence. And for somebody, a CFO or a general counsel or a CEO that maybe 5 or 6 years ago thought that ESG was a new hire in marketing, now realize that this is something they have to do. And a lot of our focus is for those guys sitting on the fence who, when they get confronted with a $50,000 bill for a report, may think, you know what, I'll do it next year. Let's put it off 1 year. How can we nudge them all over the edge to start this year? And by making everything approachable, accessible, and affordable, and able to be done themselves, we think that we've come a long way to achieving that. So I think that's my 10 minutes. So I'll pass over back to Jojo.
Thank you so much for the detailed presentation. I think we still have a little bit more time for 1 or 2 questions. If you don't mind, can shoot it right away.
Please go.
The first one is, the first question is, many ESG reporting platforms are quite costly and still required a rather large team to continually manage the process. So how does Diginex ESG address these 2 roadblocks?
Yeah, I mean, the costly side you see right in front of you here. We set out to remove this obstacle to participation, and that people can, much like you would with something like Monday.com, you'd go online with your credit card, you get started straight away, and it's as little as $99 per user per month. And the complexity is, how do we use technology to achieve much of the heavy lifting that would normally be done by an in-house team. Another analogy that I would use, and this would be more relevant to any Americans who are listening. If I ask non-Americans, they don't tend to get this, but folks in the US will be familiar with a company called TurboTax. Now, I think everybody through movies and TV shows have seen how US tax reporting is really difficult, and it takes a long time, and it's inefficient, and it's generally an unpleasant process. And then TurboTax came along around 5 years ago and made it simple and easy and really guided you through the process. And so everybody and their grandmothers could go online, get their tax reporting done in a really simplified manner and submit it directly to the tax department. And that was a lot of inspiration for us as to how do you create a platform where we do all that heavy lifting for you. And we've spent an immense amount of work building that data analytics in the background to enable us to do that.
Thank you so much. I think we have a little bit more time for the last question. So the last question is, how can Diginex ESG assist in conversation with investor, regulators, and customer?
I think what you're seeing at the moment, and I mean, it comes a lot out of Europe, but it's spreading quickly around the world, is pressure from all sides on all companies to increase their ESG reporting or the sustainability reporting and to present a stronger external face on non-financial indicators. If you go back to the early 1980s, you had this standardization of financial indicators, which helped with things like standardized accounting and so on and so forth. When you look at things like sustainability, it's still in the early foothills of standardization. So if you look at a company like Tesla gets an A for reducing carbon emissions because they use electric vehicles. It gets a C because the batteries used in electric vehicles are difficult to recycle. And it gets an F because allegedly children are used in the mining of cobalt in mines in Congo. So depending on how you look at a company, it's highly open to interpretation. We believe that the more data you can provide in standardized format that have a high degree of auditability to them, the more that investors can choose more accurately how to allocate capital, because they'll have more visibility on both financial indicators through your typical reporting processes, but also through your non-financial indicators. We see that regulators more and more are asking for enhanced disclosures. I mentioned the Hong Kong Stock Exchange here locally, but around the world, you have more and more regulators and governments asking for more information on non-financial indicators. And of course, consumers are increasingly aware of a company's impact on society at large, and they're choosing with their feet in their wallets. The one last audience I would put in there is the companies themselves. I think we see a lot of, I call it the legacy concern. You have C-level executives at companies realizing 5-10 years, they may not be there anymore, but they want to leave their company in a much better place than it was previously. And part of that is engaging externally on not just financial standardized indicators, but what is that company's impact on society at large? And how does it contribute to a better future? And I think that's a really important and powerful lever.
Thank you so much for your time today, Mark. I think this is the end of our sections already. But for the audience side, if you still have any questions for Diginex or Mark himself, please feel free to reach out to him, find time to on requesting meeting with him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jojo, and thank you to everybody for listening.
Yeah, see you, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So for the next company joining our floor today, we're having another Singaporean fintech company named Hoolah. Hoolah is a provider of payment services intended to permit consumer to buy now and pay later. The company services permit buying a product for a total amount into 3 interest-free installment and the other 2 in equal automated installment deduction, enabling consumer to buy products on interest-free installment. So we are so happy to have the COO and co-founders of Hoolah joining our floor today. Hello, Arvin.
Hi, Jojo.
Nice to see you on our founder track. So
Great
if you're
to be
ready, please share your screen and the floor will be all yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can see the slides okay. As Jojo mentioned, my name is Arvin Singh. I'm co-founder and COO of Hoolah. We are Asia's leading omni-channel buy now, pay later ecosystem. We've got a vision to create mutual value through responsible affordability. It's a motto of ours that's focused on responsible spending, led by technology and education. I'll get into that a little bit more a bit later. First, I just wanted to introduce this concept of what is buy now, pay later. We give consumers a flexible solution to pay a fraction of the price upfront, with the remaining sum spread out over 3 months. It's 0 interest, no processing, no hidden fees, nothing like that. And for merchants, channel conversion solution. We help them drive their key metrics of better loyalty, conversion, and increasing basket size through the seamless BNPL option. We'll go out a bit more macro level in terms of what does the buy now, pay later market look like globally? Well, as a segment, buy now, pay later is rapidly growing, and APAC is looking to be the fastest growing region because of the sheer number of mobile internet users in the region. From a global perspective, buy now, pay later already accounts for 10% of all e-commerce transactions in Australia. And in the UK, purchases on BNPL, the usage is now growing at a rate of 39% year over year. These stats show a bit of what the potential for buy now, pay later in Asia could be. Now in Asia, the prediction here is that there is going to be massive growth over the next 5 years, and we're really at the starting point of that right now. The growth that we're seeing is actually significantly higher than the 64% that's being projected. So at Hoolah, we're certainly seeing a lot more than that on a year-over-year basis. So we do expect that markets like Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, and of course Hong Kong are really going to ramp up the usage of buy now, pay later over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. Now that brings us back to Hoolah and what we're about. Well, this is who we are. We at Hoolah, we take a nuanced approach on how we deliver buy now, pay later. Our role in the BNPL world is to be Asia's leading buy now, pay later ecosystem, and that's for our customers, our merchants, consumers, partners, anyone who works with us. We define that leading position as one that's being driven by an exceptional experience, an amazing culture, and hiring great people to grow our business. And I'd like to give a quick snapshot of our highlights over the last few years. So we launched Hoolah in 2018 and are active in Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. We're soon launching in Thailand, Korea, and the Philippines, with further expansion across Southeast Asia and North Asia planned. And in 2020, Hoolah saw tremendous growth. Our total transaction volume grew over 1,500%, with top-line sales of over 800% growth. Across the region, we work with over 3,000 online and in-store merchants, with the largest coverage of lifestyle blue-chip brands. Companies like Nike, Puma, Decathlon, and Samsung, just to name a few who work with us. The problem that we're solving for merchants is multifold, and the 4 areas that we like to focus on are around these areas, whether it's conversion, which is getting more customers through that checkout flow, the basket size and helping customers buy the optimal basket of goods, traffic, stimulating demand without resorting to high discount activities, and likewise in loyalty, getting that repeat customer through the merchant site, again, without having to do that heavy marketing spend or discounting type of push. Merchants now have a solution that solves all of these challenges at a fraction of the cost. So how does it work? Well, here's a snapshot of the e-commerce checkout that we have. It's fully integrated into the merchant's existing flows, seamless, easy to use, and of course promotes conversion. For in-store, slightly different. Customers use the Hoolah app, scan the merchant QR code when they check out, something that of course they're very familiar with today. And both online and in-store orders are accessible through the app, giving merchants and customers an omni-channel solution. So you can log into the app, make an early repayment, see your upcoming payments, just really manage everything in your Hoolah ecosystem through the app. In terms of integration, we have pre-built plugins to the major shopping carts while also offering a direct API integration. It's really seamless to get started, whether it's online or in-store. And we're continuously investing in making our APIs as robust to use as possible and making sure that our documentation is at the highest standard. Now, while we deliver this exceptional experience through our customer and merchant-facing products, the true magic lies in our dynamic backend technology. There's 2 key areas of competitive advantage. One is the flexible and dynamic nature allows us to scale into new markets really rapidly and easily. So we can really get started in a new country in a short period of time. And our proprietary risk decision engine helps us optimize our acceptance rates while managing any downside nefarious behavior, all without relying on any third-party data inputs. Now, what have we delivered with our solution? Well, as you can see, there's proven results at scale across multiple verticals: fashion, beauty, home furnishing. Our merchants have all reported an average increase of 20 to 40% in their GMV. We've also helped merchants tap into certain segments of consumers that they previously were unable to reach, such as the younger demographic in the case of Sennheiser. I'm fortunate to have been a part of this amazing journey. Growth has been incredible, and as shared earlier, we've used this momentum to scale our technology, our team, and operations in preparation for the next level of growth. It's going to be through focused, data-driven, customer-obsessed deliverables. Here's a quick snapshot of what 2021 looks like for us. We've focused on these 5 areas to help grow the business to the next stage. Breadth just allows us to reach more customers in Asia and have a greater exposure for the Hoolah brand. Localization is a focus area for us to given the diversity of Asia, we want to be hyper-localized in every market that we launch. The model, the payment, the people, everything to really engage customers on a deeper level and boost that loyalty aspect. In optimization, we're enhancing the intrinsic value of BNPL to deliver against those 4 key pillar values for our merchants. And personalization is one of those key components in the strategy that's going to deliver a truly personalized experience that meets consumers' expectations and create that sense of intimacy and trust to ensure there's a long-term relationship. Finally, there's utilization, and we want to become that market necessity while pursuing new revenue streams for the business. I hope this gives you a snapshot into Hoolah, where we've come from, what we've delivered, and where we're headed over the next few years. And happy to take any questions on the business.
Thank you so much for the thorough presentation, Arvin. So if you don't mind, I will present the questions from the floor to you, and then feel free to answer on your end. So for the first one is, how did you get this business idea? How did Hoolah get started from the beginning?
It's a great question. Hoolah really started, I mean, it was started in a coffee shop, but the real purpose behind it was because we recognized that the merchants' challenges of cart abandonment, really that key problem that they were trying to solve for, there weren't many good value solutions out there that impacted their business. And we saw this gap even more so in Asia. So we started Hoolah with the intent to bring BNPL across Asia to solve this major problem. Of course, we've discovered other challenges that merchants have over the years that we've tried to focus on as well. Things like that source of traffic, loyalty, those other elements. But we wanted initially to solve that problem on cart abandonment and really conversion, which is what it comes down to the retailers that we were working with in the early days. But yeah, that's really where we focused on. And we wanted to build this kind of sustainable solution that could operate seamlessly across all of the markets in Asia.
Thank you so much. The second question from the floor is, can you share with us a successful story Hoolah have achieved with the merchants?
I think in the slides earlier, I'd referenced the Sennheiser example. You know, they're a merchant that we've been working with for a long time. Our teams are really closely collaborating with them on a regular basis to ensure that their business needs are being met. And, you know, they're a brand that's accustomed to dealing with customers across different generations. They're 70 years old. They've been around for a long time, but reaching out to a younger demographic was really key for them. They wanted to understand that the new group of consumers, how to attract them and how to engage with them. So they use our BNPL solution for their online store to help younger demographic users afford their really high quality products. And in 5 months, I think it was a 30% increase in sales made via Hoolah. They have more customers completing the basket, so getting through the conversion funnel. They've seen an increase of web traffic from our store directory to their website. And I think it's something like an 80% in GMV in a 5-month period that they've seen.
Thank you. I think we still have a little bit more time for 1 or 2 more questions. So for the third one is, in a rapidly growing space, what set Hoolah buy now, pay later solution apart from the others?
Oh yeah, that's great. I'm sure I could spend a really long time talking about all of our advantages, but just to tick them off a little bit, because I think it's really important that I go through a few. We were the first to bring buy now, pay later across the Asia region. And I think being that first mover gives us a really deep level of customer insight. As an example, our checkout flow from 2018 is nowhere near what it is today, right? We've refined it, we've evolved it, we've adjusted it multiple times over the course of the last few years based on feedback from consumers, from merchants, real behavior from our users, and lots of data. We've got a strong in-house team with really, really deep payments experience. It's not a group of folks that came from other industries and started something different. It was payments professionals that wanted to build something that was deep technology in payments. And that deep technology is in-house. We've built a lot of those capabilities internally. Our risk engine is all internally built. And we built the scalable yet localized approach. So there's like this balance of let's grow into more markets as quickly as possible, but allow ourselves to go deep into that market at the same time. And of course, I can't talk about advantage without talking about the people and our vision. We talk about responsible affordability a lot. It's everywhere. It's in our vision statement, and it means something deep to us and our business. And we bring on board hooligans that kind of share that vision of delivering buy now, pay later in a responsible manner. So it's not just good enough that we're delivering a great solution. We have to do so responsibly.
Thank you so much. Talking about your team, can you share a little bit more about your team background and how big is your team right now?
So we are approximately 150 total. We've got a group team that is based in Singapore. Technology team is fairly dispersed globally, just to get the best talent on board. And as mentioned, the founding team is largely payments professionals. So myself, Stuart, we used to work together at WorldPay. I spent time at Visa. I spent quite a bit of time in Hong Kong with the Visa team there. Our CIO comes from MasterCard and formerly in banking. And our CTO was part of Afterpay Touch and had built multiple risk engines in his previous experience. So there's a ton of deep technical payments knowledge across that leadership team as well.
Thank you so much for giving us all the background. I think this is the end of our sections already. But for the audience side, if you still have any further questions or want to have a deeper conversation with Arvin, please feel free to reach out to him on Pine 2 and enjoy our main conference today. Thank you so much, Arvin. See you. So for the next company joining our floor today, we are having a Singapore prop tech company named 99.co. 99.co is an operator of an online property listing platform designed to list homes and properties for sales and rent. The company's platform offers a powerful map-based property search engine that's used smart algorithm, enabling users to find homes and apartments for sales and rental purpose. So we are so lucky today to have the CEO of 99.co, Darius, to joining our floor. So hello, Darius.
Hey, Jojo. Good morning.
Good morning to you as well. So if you are ready, please feel free to share your screen and then the floor will be all yours.
All right, let's do it. Okay. Here we go. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Darius. I'm the Group CEO of 99 Group. We are the fastest growing property platform in Southeast Asia and very glad to be here. Thank you for the invite from the SIS team. So let me just introduce you to what we're trying to solve. 25 years into the internet journey, the world's largest asset class, property, buying a property is still one of the most opaque and difficult to transact transactions. And we are here to change that. It is very difficult to find real information, to get data in terms of what price you should buy at and what price you should sell at. Most of the classified portals in the world, essentially, you go online, you find the listings, and off you go. 90% of the journey is offline, and there's no really much digital assistance or digital transformation into that. And this revolution is actually happening across the world. Whether it is in the US, where Zillow and Opendoor has transformed from a marketplace to transactions and built some tremendous amount of in China, where Baker and Anjuka has also done a huge amount of transformation. And even as in tiny little markets like Brazil and Pakistan, where Loft and Zamin respectively have built tremendous businesses in a very, very short time. Let me take one step back and tell you a little bit more about 99. We are already the fastest growing platform in Southeast Asia with over 17 million monthly active users and 45,000 active agents. We are across marketplace, data, software, and transactions. Our focus is Southeast Asia's 170 billion residential property market. It is the mother of all markets. It's 10% of the GDP. It goes without saying that Southeast Asia, with 600 million population, transacts about 170 billion residential property a year. The two markets we currently operate in, Singapore and Indonesia, has a combined 70 billion of that 170 billion, but roughly about 40% of the total market size. Excuse me. And this translates into about $6 billion total addressable market for us, which is, of course, a very, very large number. And this is not only a large market, but it is also embedded with structural growth. Over the next 5 years, we expect Southeast Asia to grow another 28 million in population and 38% in GDP. That would bring about another $66 billion in GTV growth, and thus our TAM growth, for another about 40%. And this is only the quantitative side of it. The qualitative side of it is that more and more people are getting into the middle class, and they are able to afford property, whereby they are previously was just simply not able to afford to buy a home at all. So that is another growth curve that is even harder to predict, but is tremendous. Let me walk you through on where we are today. So we've actually grown 4x in the last 8 quarters, from Q1 2019 to Q1 21. We have actually quadrupled our size to 17 million today. We've managed to keep that 95% organic, which is very, very healthy. And that averages to about 18% quarter-on-quarter growth in terms of our monthly active users. Not just audience as well. We've also been growing our sales. Our sales bookings has actually grown another 4x from 2019 to where it is today, split between Singapore and Indonesia. And at the same time, our contribution margin remains have also grown significantly to operate at current 50% contribution margin. How have we succeeded so far? We've succeeded in the last 6 years building a trusted marketplace. Naturally, if you go back 20 years, finding a property is a print experience. You go to a newspaper, you find the listings, it is offline, it's not searchable. Naturally, that gets replaced by online classifieds that enables you to do online search, but essentially it is a digital version of the print. It has no low trust, there's no data, there's no tools. Essentially, you find the listings and off you go to meet an agent. What we have built, it is a trusted marketplace with modern user experience, high trust, this embedded with decision-making tools and enriched with data. I'll take you through a little bit more on how we have done it. One is that we lead the revolution in user experience. In terms of user experience, we're the first to introduce advanced map search functionalities. This seems obvious, right? Finding a property obviously is location, 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 right? And you should be able to find a listing on a map and to be able to find out how far it is to get to an MRT station, get a train station, or to how long does it take to get to work. We've enriched this map functionality with transport and POI data, as well as with property data, such as floor plans and so on. The second thing we've built is trust. We've built a trustworthy marketplace that is curated and where we rank our listings algorithmically based on quality and authenticity. We also introduce methods like machine learning-based photo detection to flag corrupted photos, corrupted listings to ensure that it is curated by machine. We've also recently introduced verified listings where we actually guaranteed to the consumers that these listings are real. If not, we will actually pay you back. And the third thing is that we have the most sophisticated analytics and data tools. We have the world-leading X value, which is a pricing tool. It is much like the Zestimate of Zillow in the US, where you can punch in an address and get a price. And this has, this is world-leading quality with 98% accuracy, as well as 100% coverage of the market. We're very excited to be able to introduce this to the rest of the market as well. We also built a market-leading analytics tool that enables agents, developers, and other industry players to get a lot more sophisticated about the data analytics as well. Now, our journey doesn't end there. Actually, we're very, very excited about the next part of the journey, which is Property 4.0. Property 4.0 essentially is the next revolution where we fundamentally change the structure of the industry, as well as increase our total addressable market by 25 times. The problem today is that whether it is in Property 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, the property classifieds essentially only interacts with the agents and the buyer. We actually have no interaction with the sellers at all. Now, the consequence of this is that in many markets such as Southeast Asia, where the seller appointments is non-exclusive, meaning a seller will get multiple agents to represent the listings, this would end up in a place where we have fake, duplicate, and expired listings, and that's a terrible experience for the buyer. Where we see the future is Property 4.0, where the sellers and buyers both interact directly with 99, and we would pass on this inventory and buyer leads to the agents, where they would actually be doing the offline servicing and advisory to the buyers and the sellers. And to tie that all together with market data, inventory system, and CRM in order for us to facilitate the entire transaction. So becoming an ecosystem rather than a two-sided marketplace. This would enable us to be able to deliver real accurate listing to the buyer as well as advanced visualization. This also allows us to greatly expand our total addressable market to 25x of where it was. This, as a consequence, would allow us to have the next growth curve to grow 7 times over the next 5 years, where we see the Indonesia business transforming completely from 22%, where it is today, to 70% of our business in 5 years. This will translate to a 49% CAGR growth in sales, as well as maintaining a 50% contribution margin. So a very, very strong business. And beyond that, we are looking to expand geographically as well. The playbook essentially is the same. We build supply and demand, collect the data, monetize the marketplace, and we introduce transactions. And finally, there's a huge opportunity for fintech as well in terms of alternative lending. Many property buyers who actually deserve to be able to borrow are not able to borrow because they have no credit history. Or iBuying, if you need to sell a property fast, you can just sell it to us. And establishing a real estate fund in order for investors to participate with the great returns in real estate market. All of this is possible, of course, it's because of our founder-led experience team. Myself, I actually sold my first company, 10Cube, to McAfee at 28. This was in Singapore, where starting a tech startup as well as getting venture capital or selling a company to MNC is unheard of. My 2 co-founders, Yen and Ming, respectively the CEO of Singapore and Indonesia, I've known them for over a decade. And they're serial entrepreneurs as well. This is Yen's 3rd startup, and Ming was actually my partner at 10Cube, where he was the head of business development. Jason, I used to run UBS M&A. And of course, we have a very strong tech and data team, as well as a very unique combination of talent, over 300 of them across Singapore, Indonesia, from both tech companies, Uber, Shopee, Lazada, Traveloka, you name it, as well as from also the real estate industry, importantly, like Frank, NUS Research, and AXA, SRX, and so on. Some of our key investors would include, we're very privileged to have the support of key investors, including East Ventures, Sequoia, Eduardo Severin, MindWorks, Allianz, and REA. So that wraps up my presentation for today. Just want to keep it very short and punchy. So if there's something of interest to you, please do feel free to get in touch with me at darius@99.co. So thank you. Back to you, Jojo.
Thank you so much for the presentation. If you don't mind, I will jump right into the Q&A sections.
Absolutely.
So for the first question coming from the floor, he's wondering, what do you think about the future of rent-to-own or digital mortgage platform?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. Rent-to-own is a tremendous opportunity. The fundamental is that in most across the world, and especially in Southeast Asia, where I'm familiar with, the property price is increasing faster than income, especially for young people. So thus, the need and the need for them to find a home and the ability for them to be able to pay for it is actually getting harder and harder. And this is especially because structurally, the way a property is bought today, because the way mortgages work, you need to pay 20%, 30%, 40% down payment, depending on which market you're in. And that down payment is actually the hardest hurdle. So rents to own enables us to be able to structurally change that, such that you can actually pay a small amount, even though you don't have a down payment. You are able to pay a small amount and be able to start owning a property. So essentially, there's definitely a great opportunity and a huge need for it. The challenges tend to be, one, regulation. So regulation as well as financing laws and tax and so on. And the second, in terms of finding the capital to be able to fund rents to own. But actually, the returns are pretty good. And once it's proven, I do think that you're able to raise both equity and debt capital to finance it.
Thank you so much. Another question from the floor is that any shortage or limitation that you may face during your expansion journey?
Talent. Talent is always a challenge. I think especially in a market that is tremendously growing in Southeast Asia, where it's natural. Southeast Asia is the fastest growing region in the world, and definitely you have seen many multi-unicorns or decacorns come out, like Shopee, Arena, and many other Grab and many companies. So we are in a constant fight in terms of talent, and I think we try to build a very unique culture So not just competing on our economic offer, but also to be able to compete on our ability to attract talents in a very unique culture. So if there's anybody listening who's interested to explore with us, this is actually our #1 focus. So do email me and get in touch with me if you are interested to learn more about building the #1 prop tech company in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Darius. I think we have a little bit more time for the last questions. So the last question is about, do you think that your business idea would be the trend in the future, especially in the age of AI and IoT?
Sorry, can I get that question again? The idea would be?
The idea would be a trend in the future.
A trend in the future. Well, we spent the last 6 years building a marketplace. We're getting got it up to scale where there's already network effect, which is why you can see that our traffic is very organic. Supply and demand just come in without us doing too much. So I think that is a very proven business. Across the world, you'll find unicorn classifieds or property portals, to put it simply. And in any market, with France, Germany, you name it, Africa, this is already a model. I think marketplaces will continue to be a mainstay in the online world. Where we are in terms of transforming the industry, I do think there's a lot of application for AI and ML. So for example, for us, we apply a lot of AI ML into pricing, right? In order to be able to determine pricing for a property allows us to help in transacting it. The seller and the buyer needs to understand what price it is that they should transact at. And I think that's where we apply of AI ML. And I do expect that this is going to continue to be the trend for the rest of the world as well.
Thank you so much for your time today, Darius. If you, from the audience side, if you have any discussions want to have with Darius, please feel free to utilize our Pine2 platform and request meetings or just to seek out to Darius in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
So I see you. So for the next company joining our floor today, we're having a UK-based cybersecurity company named NAORIS. NAORIS is a provider of a blockchain-based platform intended for protection against cyber threats. The company platform offers SLA verifications, compliance auditing, and facility to set independent security rule, enabling organizations to secure cyberspace. So today we're so lucky to have the COO and co-founders of NAORIS, Monica, to join our floor today. Hello, Monica.
Hello, hi Jojo. Thank you for the introduction. So I will share my screen and I hope you can see the presentation. And I'm so glad to be here and to present in all front of you and talk to you about cybersecurity and NAORIS. So if we are ready, I can jump straight right into the presentation.
Yes, please. The floor will be all yours.
Thank you. So NAORIS, I'm the COO and a co-founder, and together with David, we have more than 35 years of experience in cybersecurity. In fact, David was the youngest global Chief Information Security Officer in Europe, and he was, at the age of 30, CISO for multi-billion-dollar companies like London City Airport and OCS Group. And the problem in cybersecurity is still that one single computer could bring down the whole enterprise business due to a cybersecurity breach. Every single device nowadays is a cybersecurity risk, whether that's a laptop, your phone, or a server. The cybersecurity didn't change that much in the last 30 to 40 years. The solutions are based on the centralized networks, but we know that the world has changed. We know that the companies are growing at exponential rates. We do not have any more networks where companies are working from one single data center or one location. We see companies growing, distributing. We see companies bringing on hundreds of devices, their employees working from cafes, from home, using their home or own devices to connect to corporate network. And these distributed networks are creating a huge cybersecurity risk. But what if we were able to transform all these devices into resilient, secure nodes on the blockchain, where every single device would monitor the security and integrity of each other and discover any security intrusions in less than 1 second. Also, we know that there is a problem with indirect and supply chain attacks. So we know that attacks like the very recent attack of the SolarWinds, where still it would cost at least $100 billion to clean up, because of cybersecurity vendor, having centralized solution is a problem. So what we are proposing is completely new cyber architecture approach, transforming companies' networks into distributed cybersecurity solution based on a distributed networks. We know that blockchain is the only distributed solution which is able to protect all of these devices. And this is what we are at NAORIS leveraging. So nowadays, you do not have to wait anymore 6 months, like is it now, the average time to detect a cyber breach, but you are able to use all of your devices, what you already have on your network, and you are able to collaborate and create a very resilient network, cybersecurity network of cybersecurity devices, where every single attack would be enforced and detected within milliseconds. And this is what we do now at NAORIS. So we are proving it that this solution is possible, and we are proving that we have a way how to approach enterprise to mid-sized clients. We have won in the last year most disruptive cyber vendor of 2020. We've been also the finalists of Mass Challenge in the US, finalists of Startup Chile. We joined Expert Dojo, the 3rd best accelerator in California this year, and many others. Our company was mentioned in the news and into prestigious cybersecurity magazines like InfoSecurity magazine. Also, we have very large advisors network and mentors from Mr. Shell Granhagen, the former chief of Chief Intelligence of Cybersecurity of NATO or OTAN. We have people from Cisco Cloud Security on a VP position to banking institutions like Morgan Stanley, family offices, and crypto and blockchain billionaires on our advisory board. So let me tell you more about our tractions. We are proving that distributed blockchain-based cybersecurity will predict the future of enterprise security. And we are proving it by signing multiple clients in the first 4 months of this year when our products became available. We have enterprise-grade, production-ready product, a platform. And in the first 4 months, we were able to close $500,000 in sales. We have clients from banking industry, Canadian bank, payment solution in the UK. We have family office and all these startups connected to it. We have also clients from industrial space where we are securing hydrogen factories around the world and in Europe. And we have solution services and providers, companies which are very large, and we are charging all of these companies in the 3 ways. First, we are in the SaaS model where every single device pays a yearly subscription fee to our platform. And then we also provide managed security services. So for clients who need 24/7 monitoring, we also do that. All I want to say is that not only these clients, but another 30 large clients are in our sales pipeline. About a month ago, we just signed an LOI to protect 30 smart cities in Europe. And this is a large contract where we are starting with an implementation for the first 5 cities in Europe and pilot this week. We also were the winners of Latin America Innovation Challenge, where we are going to integrate with a public provider in one of the South America countries. And we are going to close a project or contract with 5 million small and medium clients. And just to let you know, the goal for this year for our company was to close $500,000 in sales. But the first 4 months prove us that we are able to grow so fast that we will double the projection, and we want to achieve at least $1.2 million. However, we know based on the traction which we have and the LOIs that we are able to close $3 million easily. So how we are going to really spread and how we are going to do our go-to-market strategy. We are really focusing on cybersecurity resellers. So talking to companies who are able to resell similar technologies. We are talking to cybersecurity insurance companies where we can integrate our products, and customers who would have similar products to protect their devices and their data would pay less on the cyber insurance. And we are also working on integration with large clients and partners like technology providers like Google, Microsoft, and others. So we are looking right now to raise $3 million at the seed stage. And we know that most of this money will be spent on development and new hires, and some of the 25% will be spent on marketing and operations. We already have booked $1.5 million, and we are looking for outstanding 1.5. So let me thank you for listening to my pitch. I've really enjoyed to be here with you. By the way, it's 3 a.m. Where I am right now in Europe, but we are scaling very fast, moving to the US and to Asia. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Monica, and thank you so much for calling in the midnight in Europe. So if you don't mind, I can shoot the question right away. The first one is, what do you see of cybersecurity in the future, given that there are increasing needs of cybersecurity with more and more people joining in the tech space?
Thank you so much for the question. This is very interesting. We know that the current techniques which are out there are insufficient to protect large enterprise, very distributed networks. And we see that more and more companies would apply or go into blockchain distributed security space. And this is really the only way how you can protect these large networks. And what is really great is that we've been working on this technology for the last 3 years when we had the MVP tested with very large clients in Europe and America. And I can say that based with our strong team, which are team very experienced in blockchain, one of the first very young crypto adopters, we were able to utilize this technology and have a little bit of edge and in front of all these companies. So I feel very in very good position, knowing that we are jumping into something where many other companies would have to catch up, and we are able to dominate and to lead in this sector.
Thank you so much. Another question from the floor is that nowadays there are many blockchain related companies. Do you think that the industry will be saturated within these 2 decades, and why?
Yeah, that is correct. There are many blockchain companies, but many of them are solving very small portions of problems, right? So I think that it's very hard to find a complex solution. And this is what we actually did. Myself, I was a head of security, and with the CEO on NAORIS, he was a global CISO. And we understood what we need is one complex solution, which is effortless, easy to integrate, a solution where it would work from day one, would work on any device, whether that's your personal phone, laptop, server, or whether that's a cloud application or various cloud environments or IoT. And also something that would run on any operating system, Linux, Windows. You have many flavors of these Windows. And this is like where it really gets complicated, right? So when you put the complexity of networks, complexity of all operating systems and devices, and if you want to protect everything, you see that there are very few companies who are able to do that. And I can say that right now we are operating on all of these devices and the operating systems. And this is the only way, because most of our clients, they are mid to enterprise level clients, and they do not want to have like one provider protecting just the phones, one provider protecting another part. They do not want to integrate or install expensive hardware solutions. So really what we did was something from our experience, something what we wanted to use when we were part of the large companies and working like CISOs or head of security.
Thank you so much, Monica. I think this is the end of our sections already. Thank you so much again for your time and dial in the midnight. And from the audience side, if you still have any questions or further discussions want to have with Monica, please feel free to reach out to her on Pine2. And I wish you have a good night.
Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
For the next company joining our floor right now, we are having an Indian AI tech company named Yellow Messenger. Yellow Messenger provides an enterprise with an AI platform to build rich conversational experience for customer and employees. The proprietary technology enables seamless orchestration between bots, application, and humans, enabling enterprise-ready implementations for managing HR, sales and marketing, customer support, and ITSM automations across industry. So we are so lucky today. We are having the CEO and co-founders of Yellow Messengers, Raghu. Raghu, hello. Nice to see you here.
Hi, Jojo. Nice seeing you here. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, so if you're ready, you can share your pitch deck and the floor will be all yours.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Yellow Messenger is a AI plus human platform to automate customer experience across sales, marketing, and customer support across chat and voice interfaces. Our customers use Yellow Messenger to automate their conversations and interactions on WhatsApp, WeChat, telephony lines, website, and mobile app across 100 different languages. Yellow Messenger is adopted by 600 plus global enterprises. These are some of the leading brands like JD, Sephora, P&G, Kellogg's, Adidas, Asian Development Bank, etc. And we have grown from about 11 customers to over 600 in the last 2-3 years. And the team has been built with experienced executives coming from Google, coming from Concentrix, and also coming from companies that have built huge automation scale like UiPath. We are a 450 member company that is spread across India, Singapore, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, and also the United States. The reason we exist is there's been an explosion of messaging apps and real-time conversations on, let's say, a WhatsApp or WeChat. There's also been an explosion of on-demand fulfillment. People want to get their cabs immediately, want their food delivered immediately, and their expectation from every single enterprise is that they would be able to get their support, get their transactions fulfilled immediately over real-time conversations. And that is something that Yellow Messenger enables. And the market is about 5 billion users that are on messaging platforms that are looking to buy from an enterprise, get customer support, and get promotions and offers. And Yellow Messenger is enabling them to do that. We have seen with COVID, the market and the demand exploded. Domino's used our product in India, in Indonesia, and Middle East, and they have completely replaced their human-led call center with end-to-end automated conversations on their mobile app and website. Sephora in Singapore has enabled our platform to interact with their customers on WhatsApp, where they can engage with their products and seamlessly get connected to their beauty assistants to provide the sales experience. And this has expanded our market share from customer support to commerce and marketing. So with COVID, we also saw customers enabling commerce experiences on WhatsApp as a platform, enabling end customers to place orders for food, fashion, retail, etc., completely end-to-end on the messaging platforms. So the platform basically has a build component that enables enterprises to build these conversation interfaces in multiple languages across several of the messaging and voice platforms. And the platform has an automate layer that integrates with the core enterprise systems like your SAP systems, Salesforce, commerce like Shopify, and drive end-to-end fulfillment through these conversations. So we kind of see this as an iPhone movement for CX, where iPhone brought together all the applications and different devices on a single seamless interface, and Yellow Messenger is bringing sales, marketing, and commerce on a single conversational interface as front end to the end customers. Key differentiators of the platform are, this is the only platform that is AI plus human enabled. It has the complete automation as the front end, while the platform gives the ability for the support agents to log in and jump into these conversations and provide end-to-end customer experience. And this is a platform that is live across 100 different languages. Supports chat and voice through a same conversational engine. So essentially providing a complete total customer experience that is automated by AI and humans collaborating together. Some of the customer examples, we have one of the leading financial services company in India drive 20 million conversations completely automated through the platform with about 95% accuracy. And they are generating about $100 million of incremental revenue in 3 years through enabling transactions and marketing through Yellow Messenger platform. We have seen India's largest airline, Indigo Airlines, achieve about 85% self-serve through their customer support automation using Yellow Messenger. And Warung Pintar, one of the fastest growing commerce companies in Indonesia, has improved their customer experience CSAT from 5 to 10% to 30 to 50% within a matter of 3 months using Yellow Messenger. And this impact has brought a wide scale adoption of the platform across several different countries and Tier 1 pioneers across automobiles, energy, e-commerce, banking and insurance, and education sectors. So we are awarded as the leading CX startup. We are represented as a leading vendor by Gartner in their conversational AI reports. We are a leader in G2 crowd, and we have been represented well in Forbes. So a phenomenal brand and a fast growing customer base. And we are backed by Lightspeed Venture Partners and both in India and Silicon Valley. And we are looking to partner with some of the leading brands that are part of this conference to see how we can impact their customer experience. Thanks a lot, and look forward to more questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Raghu. I have some questions coming in from the floor. If you don't mind, I can shoot it right away now.
Absolutely.
Yes, for the first question is, can you walk us through how can conversational AI add value to the process of enabling and improving the holistic customer experience for the enterprise?
Absolutely. So enterprise has a wide set of end consumers, and they want one-on-one conversation with the company on channels such as telephony, they contact on WeChat, they contact on WhatsApp. And any company through humans will not be able to interact with millions of end users interacting on these platforms. The conversational AI provides a way to integrate with their data and systems and automate these one-on-one interactions with several customers in a personalized way across a lot of these messaging and voice platforms, providing a very consistent and automated experience that can improve the end user customer experience across these channels.
Thank you so much. The next quick question is about your current tractions. So given on your pitch deck, you were mentioning there are 100 plus existing customer already. Can you share some insight? Which regions of the world demand the most chatbot service functions?
So it's not 100 plus customers, it's 600 plus customers. And majority of the customers are based out of Singapore, Indonesia, India, Middle East, and Hong Kong as well. And there is about 10% in America and Europe.
Thank you so much. The next question is about from the audience is that the multi-experience feature was precised by the smartphone, but now joined by the voice-driven smart assistant like Alexa and Google Assistant. Can you share a little bit more what Yellow Messengers is offering in this space?
Absolutely. So we kind of see that voice, real-time voice is going to be a significant and large customer engagement channel. And Yellow Messenger platform enables automated conversations on telephony, Alexa, Google Assistant. So enabling end consumers to interact with their brands through an Alexa device at home or through a Google Assistant on smartphone, and all driven by a single core engine so that the experience across these channels is consistent.
Thank you so much. I think we have a little bit more time for the last questions. For the last question, can you share a little bit more about your own team, how they are divided into different continents and take care of different regions business?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a 150-member growth team, and 30% of the team is based out of India. And we have another 30% of the team based in Southeast Asia across Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. And we have another 20% of the team based out of Middle East and Africa. And we have a 10% of the team that is based out of North America.
Thank you so much. I think there's one more question coming in from the investor point of view. So he is asking if you are fundraising right now. If so, what is your fundraising journey?
We just completed our Series C, so we are not currently raising. Overall, we raised more than $100 million of capital so far from some of the leading investors across the world.
Thank you so much. I think this is almost the end of our sections already. So if the audience still have further questions to Raghu, please feel free to reach out to him on our Pine2 platform, and also request meeting and fully utilize our conference platform. So thank you so much for your time today, Raghu. And
Thank you very much.
See you on Pine2 later.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
So for the next company joining us on the founder track today, we're having another Hong Kong-based AI tech company named Neoma. Neoma is an award-winning hospitality and lifestyle tech company that delivers VIP journey at scale. The problem they are solving right now is to bridge the gap between 21st century guest expectation and staff capacity. The AI product sends servicing and operational insight to staff, including voice-based guest recognition and traffic behavior prediction. It has covered wide ranges of properties, including the Peninsula, Wheelock, Hong Kong Land, Swire, Pure, etc., and connected more than 31,000 sensors and devices. So we are so lucky today to have the CEO of Neoma joining us today. Hello, Francois.
Hello, Jojo. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. So
nice
I can see your pitch deck very clear. So the floor will be all yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Jojo. I'm very happy to be here with all of you today. So I'm Francois Chabaudie, the co-founder and CEO of company Neoma, with offices in Hong Kong and India. Neoma is offering a VIP experience at scale in high-end properties. But the main question is, why do we do this? If you have a look at the hospitality industry, and if you consider a hotel with 300 rooms, every single day there are on average 2,000 new pieces of information that staff have to manually retrieve, input, and remember. And as a matter of fact, especially in the post-COVID world, it's more and more challenging for staff to do so. So staff need to have an AI assistant to help them retrieve information automatically rather than receive information, manually into the system. We have worked with more than 20 groups, mostly in Asia, as you can see, operating in hospitality environments, commercial properties, wellness properties, as well as SI partners. In terms of figures, we have covered both indoor and outdoor locations, a little bit less than 9 million square feet. We have connected around 34,000 sensors and devices to the cloud Gaia platform. And our clients have been using our products for around 5 years.
With an online world of tailored, customized experiences, customers expect the same in person, whether shopping, flying, or staying the night. Even among the best in hospitality, guests encounter moments that are inconsistent, impersonal, or interruptive, the result of time-poor staff who lack the right information at the right time. Gaia is a real-time customer engagement platform. Gaia drives revenue by empowering staff to create a better, more memorable guest experience. Let's look at a Gaia-supported journey. Lucy is a first-time VIP guest. It's her 3rd morning with us. She's heading to the gym for her morning run. As she approaches, the attendant gets a tap from Gaia. Lucy arrives. She's impressed by the service. After her run, she tries to remember the smoothie she had the first day. It was good. Ready to go, she heads out to breakfast. Housekeeping gets a tap. Lucy's room is ready to clean. Downstairs, the restaurant manager gets a tap. Impressive. With Gaia, a morning run and breakfast become active touch points to wow a VIP guest. Happier guests spend more. And with more efficient use of staff, Gaia boosts your bottom line. Get in touch to find out more.
So then you may wonder, how does it work? Well, Gaia basically has three components to offer a VIP experience for everyone in luxury properties. The first component is, of course, a touch point with the end users. So it can be a key card, it can be a mobile application, it can even be a facial recognition cameras. So one of our strengths is actually to be able to have a wide range of touch points, to be agnostic, to cover the entire customer base. The second component is a staff mobile app where our AI engine is helping staff immediately know what do we know about this guest that is approaching them, as well as what's going to happen in the property in terms of traffic flow and staff necessary in different environments. And of course, all information is on the cloud, so we can report to our clients how we do grow their business, how we do grow their satisfaction. This is a concrete example of insights that are generated from Gaia to staff that are helping them immediately receive the information that they should know. But as a matter of fact, they can't know because, like I said in the intro, there is just more and more data coming up and people are expecting a very seamless experience today. So as you can see here, the information are related to, guest recognition or awareness and preparation of environment or personalized recommendations. So if Miss Wong goes to the gym and then she goes to the restaurant, there is no need to manually try to retrieve the booking number or the preferences of Miss Wong. This comes up automatically on the staff device. And by the way, the insights are both text-based and voice-based. Gaia Hospitality is actually one of our products. We also have Gaia Commercial for shopping malls and office buildings, where we help the customers in these properties have a VIP experience using the data that the marketing team has and understanding the patterns from people using the facilities, so on-site, as well as using the application of the property off-site. And we also have Gaia sales offices for the residential sales offices, as well as Gaia Senior Living to highlight a greater care about the security of the residents, as well as their directories. To make it work, we actually actively use 27 modern technologies, but the three pillars are around behavior-based IoT, AI with capacity of 100,000 records per second, and insights that are basically the results of the AI and the IoT data. We have an international team in our offices. The other co-founder is Antima Gangwar, she's our CTO, and we don't depend on any other partner to make it run. We just extend through APIs to be connected to external databases. So why Gaia rather than another solution? First of all, we're a guest-centric tech company. So we're not here to ask our clients what kind of sensors they should have and how they should be positioned. We have an experience viewpoint. So we have an end-to-end experience, how we can really improve the environment and the journey for people to go through the properties. Second of all, the AI is per property. So per client, it's pretty much secure and private. So it doesn't need to be trained with data from other clients. And the third one is pretty much automated. So as soon as you use the system, then it just runs by itself. That's it for me this morning. Thank you for listening, and I'm very happy to have any questions from you.
Thank you so much, Francois, for the presentations. So if you don't mind, I can jump right into the Q&A section.
Sure.
Yes. So there's one question coming from the floor is about the privacy issues of your technology. So given in your hospitality example, is the customer themselves have the options to choose the functions to disable the traceability technology on the surface?
Of course, of course. You know, nowadays, I think the key word about privacy is transparency. You should, and I think every corporate should give the ability for clients to let them know what the data is collected and what do we do with the data. So our standpoint at Neoma is to help our clients basically phrase how they can communicate that to their clients. And if their clients don't want to receive personalized service, that's fine. They don't need to receive one, and they will be completely anonymous, like it's the case in most properties today.
Thank you so much. There's another questions about the competition landscape. Can you quickly walk us through what is your primary competitions in the space?
So we have competitors, of course, but most of them have a technical viewpoint rather than an experience viewpoint, which actually changes quite a lot of things because they don't build an experience. They just install sensors, deploy their AI, but they don't have this end-to-end journey scope. Therefore, they don't really have this warm and seamless experience, you know, at every step of their stay. That's one difference. And second difference, it's on the technical aspect of it. Usually our competitors, they only do one piece of what we do. They have, of course, they can have IoT sensors, they can have AI like chatbots, but they don't really combine both of them and use that to even create insights that are very, very easy for staff to understand.
Thank you so much. The next question is about your expansion plan. So are you focusing on Hong Kong market right now?
Right now, we are focusing on the Hong Kong market because this is where the headquarters is in Science Park. However, we have already clients in other countries. We had projects in China, we had projects in Thailand, we had projects in Europe. So our expansion plans are pretty much right now in the Asian region, but we have partners in other regions to help us scale as well. So Asia focus, but through our partners, we can cover other regions.
Thank you so much. There is a question from an investor in the Pine2 chatbot is asking if you are doing fundraising right now.
We are looking for a new round of $3 million US dollars for Q4 this year. So if you have any question about our financials or expansion plan, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you so much. And then the next question is about your major challenge this day. Are you having any obstacles because of the current COVID environment?
Actually, the COVID is a booster for us. Of course, it was slowing down projects we've had, especially in hotels, right? But we don't only work with hotels. But as a matter of fact, today, what comes out of COVID is there is a greater care of customer. You know, people want to be more cared than before. So the sense of hospitality is not only valid for hotels. Secondly, people want to have a clearer view on traffic, right? So traffic management has now become a business value rather than computing, traffic data that we had for many years. And thirdly, having a seamless experience makes a lot of sense right now with digital touch points like mobile applications or others, but it makes a lot of sense right now to have a seamless experience and not to be slowed down at every step of your stay by staff who don't know who you are and asking questions about you. Or if you use the app in a shopping mall, then the app should work for you. You know, it should be much more seamless than what we're seeing today. So COVID is a great booster for us.
Thank you so much. There's another questions about your sales cycles. So how long usually take from the initial conversation with the newly onboard customer to the completions of the whole project? And also for the after service, like the maintenance or the customer services after the completions of the installment?
It really depends on the type of property we're dealing with. It can be from roughly 2 months to 12 months, depending if they're the owner, so if they have the budget, if the IT, has, I would say, original structure rather than international structure. It really depends, but it's somewhere between 2 to 12 months. Something important to say about that, this year we have actually switched to a SaaS model, which means everyone now can create an account on our Gaia platform, starting with Gaia Commercial, which is our product for shopping malls and office buildings. And that will help us reduce significantly the time to run more projects.
Thank you so much for answering all the questions. I think this is the end of our sections already. So if from the audience side, if you still have any further questions to Francois, please feel free to reach out to him on our Pine2 platform. And hopefully you can enjoy the rest of our conference on Pine2 as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jojo. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
See you.
So for the next company joining our floor today is a Singaporean SaaS company named PouchNATION. PouchNATION is a provider of an event management platform intended to help organizers manage huge events effectively. The company platform offers features such as guest registration, cashless payment, access control, activity tracking, social engagement, and analytical reporting services to the event organizers, thereby enabling the clients to streamline the event management process and enhance the guest experience during the event. We are so lucky to have the CEO of PouchNATION to join our floor today. Hello, Ilya. Sorry, I think you're still on mute.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Perfect.
I can also see your pitch deck already. So the floor is all yours now.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me kick it off. Last year, COVID-19 hit the hospitality and the entertainment industry extremely hard. Empty hotels, empty theme parks, and empty concert halls all across Southeast Asia and globally. This year, as the vaccination level are going up, things are starting to look better. And venues such as theme parks, hotels, and so on are looking to reopen and start making money again. However, all those venues are facing some of the key challenges, mainly driven by government regulations. First of all, government regulations require hotels, venues, theme parks, and so on to fill in additional paper forms on the health data of their guests, which increases the burden for venues a lot. Secondly, the government regulations require additional very strict health screening checks, increasing the need of manpower and driving the cost up. We are PouchNATION. PouchNATION is an all-in-one cashless and guest management system for venues such as theme parks, hotels, and concert halls and events. And we are there to digitize operation and increase guest spend using NFC wearable technology. Furthermore, we provide venues with our technology to help them to reopen and manage their operations during COVID-19 times. Let's see how it all works. First of all, you can discover us easily online by putting guest management venues Asia. You will need to, we'll go on our website where you can fill in an easy form, which will just take minutes. After that, you can choose a subscription package, monthly subscription package, which is tailored to your venue's needs based on the number of guests that you expect or on the size of the menu and how many devices you'll require. After that is very simple. You just go to the Google Play Store download our mobile app on any Android device, and you're good to go to start enjoying an all-in-one cashless and guest management experience. Let's look at the other side of how it works from a guest perspective. So when guests arrived at the venue, they are issued an NFC wearable device, an NFC wristband, which will store all the information required by the government digitally and will allow the venue to track, monitor their guests in a way that is 100% privacy compliant. Secondly, our system will allow the guests to contactlessly enter the rooms or any other restricted areas such as VIP lounges and so on. So no physical touch involved. Lastly, we all know that COVID-19 regulations are here to stay. So what we also did is we implemented a body temperature monitor in our wearable device that allows venues such as hotels, theme parks, concert halls to monitor their the health status of their guests without the need of manpower, driving them this way the costs down. Last but not least, we all know that venues are looking to generate additional income. So our wearable solution allows guests also to purchase food and beverages in their venues, either at the pool area, at the restaurants, and so on. And it's consistently driving the increase in spend by per guest by 30%, which is very handy during these times. PouchNATION is targeting the global software hospitality market, which is estimated in 2021 to be $18 billion US. And our tech has some unique points that our clients love. First of all, it works fully offline, so no internet connectivity required. Secondly, our system is an end-to-end guest management system, so which goes from registration to access control, cashless payment, health monitoring, eliminating paper forms, and so on. And that differentiates us with the other players. We do have a best-in-class team. So my partner, David, he has multiple exits under his belt. Our CFO, Winnie, she used to manage $1 billion US fund. Malcolm, our head of venues, used to be the owner of one of the largest and most successful festivals in Southeast Asia with tens of thousands of guests. Ricardo, our VP of marketing, used to manage a digital agency in Indonesia with clients such as Nestlé, Unilever, and so on. And my name is Ilya again. I'm the co-founder. My previous role was to be head of strategy of Excel Axiata, a telecom operator with 70 million clients and $2 billion in revenue. Our system has already proven itself. So we've processed more than 2 million guests and $100 million in transaction value through it. And we are backed by some of the amazing strategic investors in the region, well, such as Traveloka, the Southeast Asia travel unicorn, SPH, Singapore Press Holding, which is a media giant from Singapore, and XX1, which is the largest cinema chain in Indonesia. And all those strategic investors are giving us access to 10,000 venues that we are currently converting to use our PouchNATION system. Over the last few months, we worked with amazing brands like Ticketmaster, which is the largest ticketing company in the world, Cloudbeds, which is a property management system with more than 20,000 venues, and so on. But the most exciting part is that over the last 3 months, we see the reopening happening, and we've already signed contracts for more than $1 million US with the venues that are planning to reopen. So we are very bullish that the government regulations are going to be driving the digitization for the hospitality and entertainment industry. And at the moment, we're looking to raise $5 million US to accelerate that and onboard 1,000 venues and help them to reopen safely. So this is my presentation. I will show you a brief video so that you can imagine how the technology works in action. And just 1 second, I'll just flip. Okay, so this was one of our largest events we managed, which is in Malaysia. I'll just briefly show you how it all looks in action.
So they just top up into their e-wallet and we basically put it into their tags. Really fast, really efficient, cashless, no cash, a lot in your pocket.
You don't have to always worry about bringing a lot of cash. You can just put it all in your wristband.
Now, in terms of data, I think in terms of sales and the transactions, that is it's immediately recorded. You don't have to do any manual pen and paper kind of exercise anymore. Everything is all loaded here.
We help event organizers and their partners to gain data and insights into their guests through behavior consumption analysis and through a powerful registration platform. That was it from my side, so I think I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Ilya. This is Jojo coming back to the floor again. So if you don't mind, I can try to deliver the questions from the floor first.
Sure.
So for the first questions is, why do you think now is the right moment to double down the cashless and guest management system?
Well, what we observe from a lot of our clients is that they are looking to reopen because many places are really pushing with the vaccination programs, especially in the places that are highly dependent on tourism, such as Bali, Phuket. They're all reopening this summer. And they are looking at ways to eliminate everything related to cash, which is considered not hygienic, and implement contactless standards. So they are looking at systems like ours. Before, they were, doing it more manually and they were not driven by that digitization. But now the government requirements, it's putting a must for them to innovate and put technologies in place.
Thank you so much. Another question is, can you quickly walk us through how scalable is your solution?
Yeah, so as you can see, we are a SaaS business. So the solution is you can basically download it from our website by subscribing for a monthly subscription package. So you can choose from different packages based on your needs. So you can be in reality anywhere in the world. So you just go there, subscribe. Within minutes, you will receive all the email with the instructions. You can do your payment online. And then after that, it's as simple as downloading our software from Google Android store. And we will be shipping you the form factors, and you basically can start right away operating anywhere you are. Obviously, we can provide for larger clients also customer support, but we also want to empower the long tail and the small venues to just download the system and start running your cashless and guest monitoring right away.
Thank you so much. Next question is about your expansion plan. So do you have a clear roadmap of what will be the next focus of your target market?
Well, we are at the moment, we are present all across Southeast Asia. So the company has been there operating for a few years already. And we are the market leader in what we do in Southeast Asia. And we are actually ready to scale beyond Southeast Asia in markets, such as China mainland, Middle East, or even Latin America. We are receiving a lot of requests from Latin America. And the SaaS-based model allows us to do without any additional cost. So we're really ready to go global.
Thank you so much. The next question is about, among all the features you're offering to your customer, which is the one point that your customer love the most about your system?
I think the most important part is that if we look at all the venues that been suffering last year, I mean, the major pain point that they're facing is, well, I would say two. One is obviously government regulations, but the second one is they need to make more income, right? They've been struggling last year. They're looking to increase revenue, and our system has actually been proven to increase spend by 30% on average per guest, and obviously it more than pays for itself. So one of the key features that our clients love is that once implementing the system, they immediately see a jump in revenue, especially from secondary, revenue income such as F&B, spas, or tours, which are very important in order to compensate for the low demand on the actual accommodation part.
Thank you so much, Ilya, for your time today. I think this is the end of our sessions already. So from the audience side, if you still have any further questions to Ilya, please feel free to reach out to him or even request meeting with him at Find the Pine Tool platform for the rest of the conference today. So again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. For the next company joining our floor right now is a Hong Kong-based food tech company named Avant. Avant develops cultivated meat and animal protein food product intended to optimize cell-space agriculture. The company developed cultivated fish protein products with the integrations of advanced cells technology that remove heavy metal, plastic microparticles, antibiotics, and other marine pollutants from their product, enabling customers to enjoy pollutant-free protein source. So today we're so lucky to have the CEO and co-founder Carrie Chen to join our board on the founder track today. Hello, Carrie. Carrie, I think you're still
Hi,
on mute.
Jojo.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Nice to see everyone.
Yes, if you are ready, please feel free to share your screen, and then the floor is all yours.
Thank you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are Avant Meats. This is Carrie, founder and CEO. At Avant, we imagine a new class of fish that our future needs, and we thank us for that. The big difference is that the fish that we produce would be healthful, it will be sustainable, and it needs so to be scalable. We love fish. It is a very premium protein. It is lean, it's healthy, low cholesterol, it's easy to digest, and it's also culturally versatile, in particular for Asia, where we have a lot of different practices and religions. However, we are also unknowingly eating this in the fish without even realizing that they are in our supply chain. So fish consumer asks, what are we exactly eating? We know that the environment has a lot of challenges, including mercury, heavy metal, radioactive material. Antibiotics are actually even found in wild-caught fish. And we know that every year on average, we could consume over 55,000 pieces of microplastic per person per year, depending on how much we eat. It could be more than that. Marine ecosystem, as we know, 90% already exploited. If we do nothing, the ocean could be without a healthy ecosystem of fish that we can continuously catching, so meaning fishness in that year. For our businesses, fish suppliers, fishery, as well as aquaculture, is actually challenged by the climate extremity, ocean acidification, changes in the salinity of the water, ocean warming, and etc. We know that money cannot buy everything, nor can we buy health, nor can we buy a new planet. We need to do action now. We need a sustainable solution that benefit our future generations before it's too late. We started in 2018, me and Dr. Mao Chin, two founders, we started Avant Meat right in Hong Kong Science Park. The solution that we produce is fish, the same muscles, the same tissues as we find in a real fish, but without these problems, use less resources, space, time, and definitely less guilt and less worries. We empower consumers so we know what we're actually eating. How we do is that we pluck cells from the fish and then grow them in a controlled environment, giving them the right temperature, nutrients, a lot of care and love in a much shorter time, in about 2 months' time, versus about a year in growing a fish we can yield the fish that we want. So it is free from pollutants, and we know exactly what we're paying for. We also let our planet to have a break. How we do that? We skip the animal in the process, feeding the nutrients, which is very the same as we feed ourselves, vitamin, minerals, glucose, amino acid, directly to the cells. And then we only harvest the part, we grow the part that we want to consume. And it is a more efficient use of the natural resources and generate less waste. We also empower business partners, offering a solution in the future that they are not further subject to the environmental impact on the business model. It will also be a shorter production cycle, more stable output, and definitely easier to manage, lower cost and lower waste, the left versus the right. So this is one fish that we can yield up 1 million more fish fillet. The market is huge, 1.8 trillion meat market in the future, projected to be 35% will be from cultured meat. We love fish in the seafood in Asia. 60% of the global produce is actually consumed here. The fish alone, the size is about $70 billion US. That's why we love to work on fish at the first pilot product. In multiple industry landscape reviewed by third party, Avant is regarded as the leader in this space, cultivated fish, in multiple platforms as well. We now operating in different bases in Hong Kong. We also have a lab and also office in Singapore. We also have strategic investors in Beijing and Vietnam, also collaborator in Zhongshan. We're the first mover in this space. We have a very strong technology barrier. We have done a very good cost reduction already in the past 2 years. We have multiple product offerings. We definitely have very strong track records. So this is our roadmap. In the past 2 years, we delivered 90% cost reduction. We also launched several products, including food, including non-food functional application. We're in the middle of scaling up to pilot production. By the year 2025, we start our global expansion plan. We aim at becoming the leader in this technology of cultivated meat as a provider around the world in different operation sites. Why we can do that? We are very strong in the 3 major aspects where we can success, leading to success. We're very strong technology platform. We have end-to-end. We do not need to rely on a third party. We have also multiple approaches to do the cost reduction. Strong IP portfolio, focusing on non-GM approaches to come up with a product. We also have very innovative commercialization product. We also very good knowledge about the Asian market. So we are from Asia and produce product that Asian market likes. We demonstrate our unit economics very early versus a very longer time to reaching to revenue and also margin. We also build our branded ingredient product so that we can also have building the value of the brand, as in the case of Gore-Tex and Intel. We have a very complementary, very strong experienced management team, including CSO. He is experienced bio-entrepreneur, has been professor at a US medical school. Me, myself, have been delivering greenfield project from concept to revenues, as well as our interim CFO have a lot of experiences in the agribusiness M&A. Overall, more than half a century of experiences in multiple aspects that we need. These are the products we are launching in the next couple of years, including active skincare ingredient under our brand, Celalin. We also will be launching the cultivated fish maw, as well as fish fillet. We are already in the process of getting the food compliance regulation from the currently the only jurisdiction in the world, Singapore, with the regulatory framework that can give us the permit to start selling. So the AV will be the brand for these other food products that we're going to launch. We are very strong in market interest traction, although we have not started trading, but there are multiple parties who would like to work with us, including chemical distributor for ingredient, including packaged food manufacturers and restaurant chains. We work with them, work with us, as well as other application, including lifestyle and health benefit product, as well as scientific solution to companies who would like to use our technology to solve their raw material supply challenges. We're very grateful to have very top-notch investors already on our cap table, including those very savvy in alternative protein, such as Lever VC, CPT Capital from the UK. We also have very strong strategic investor, including VC. They are the largest pangasius fish producer of the world, based out of Vietnam. packaged food manufacturer based in Pacific, as well as a ex-chairman of the largest sustainable aquaculture company. We also have policy-driven investor from China, as well as multiple partners that we have worked with through our accelerator program. This is what we've done, and look forward to having a chat with you and answering your question regarding our work and product. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carrie, for your time in the presentation. If you don't mind, I can jump right into the Q&A.
Definitely.
Yes. Yes. There's one question from the floor asking about your competition landscapes. So you were mentioning about you are the first mover in the space. So what are the what are they doing to come after you?
So in this space, there are multiple directions where we can actually, I think that generally we are not head-on competing with each other. So for the information, the other several also cultivated fish company, they based out of the US. So they are more focusing on the application and the market over there. They also make the product that is more suitable for the consumers over there. So in this case, we know the Asian market. So as we can see, the product that we launch are very much tailor-made to this space and getting the consumer excited about our product. The other is about our technology. So I would like to share that in this space, the major hurdle to commercialization is cost reduction. So one of the major cost driver is a material called phytobovine serum. And among the peers, there are a lot of the discussion about how to replace that. So we understand that is the top line of the cost reduction. What we have done in addition to our portfolio of IP is that we actually address the cost reduction in multiple aspects. So not just replacement of the cost driver, the FBS, we also have other means to reduce the cost, so that we are certain that in the next few years, we can really reach the closer to the conventional fish supply wholesale price point because of our own proprietary solution. So this is how we differentiate on the technology as well as the market knowledge in these two major aspects.
Thank you so much. The next question is about how exactly is the process from cells to the fish village? Is it safe? Any GM and cloning needed?
Yes, that's a very good question. I would have to make it very clear that we do not need to, the whole technology fundamentally does not need to use any GM manipulation of the genome of the cells. Indeed, there are actually some solutions provider or some company made resort to doing that for making the process easier for them. But in our case, we hold it to our very top policy that we do not use that because of the market we address. China does not allow GM food to be supplied to the human for consumption, nor the EU market would not really welcome the GM food that much in the consumer kind of perspective. So we do not do that. And then the other is that it is definitely safe, as we have presented. The material that we provide to the cells, they are actually the same as we consume, like glucose, minerals, amino acid, and vitamins, the same nutrients that human beings need to consume. And then what's more is that we actually take the whole process in a totally controlled environment. It is super clean. It's actually a lot more cleaner than any other, food processing kind of factory floor for the benefit of the cell, because any contamination or other hazard in the space, the cell would not grow properly. So that is fundamental to our own, environmental kind of hygiene manufacturing kind of environment. And so we also go through a third-party review of our manufacturing processes, as we are now working with regulators to review the whole process. So ultimately, the product launched to the market will be both internal review and third-party review to be safe for consumption. So these are the, I think we can definitely have a peace of mind regarding the material that it is developed in the process. Generally speaking, we take the cell from any animal, in this case, a fish, and then we develop, we harvest, we only capture those who are very robust in the growth, dynamic, and then we make them into a cell line. So once with the cell line, it's just like the culture in making yogurt. We put them in a bioreactor and let them grow and feed them the material. And we also need to provide them with a material for them to grow on. We call that scaffold. And then in about 2 months' time, we can yield, either the cell mass or the cell mask on the scaffold together in our half prepared material that we can go through the downstream process to making it into the food product, consumer product. So this is basically the process that we need to do for our manufacturing.
Thank you so much. The next question is about your go-to-market strategy. Is all your product ready to the market yet? Can I go to the supermarket and buy a product now?
Yeah, really welcome the interest. Indeed, we actually have a lot of interest in both the fillet and of course also the fish maw, where we're speaking in Asia. This is one of the major protein, collagen kind of sauce that we like a lot, as well as the active ingredient for the skincare. So we have already technology to produce that at a small scale in the laboratory in Hong Kong Science Park and also here in the lab in Singapore. However, it will be until sometime late next year that we will start the manufacturing cycle, then we will start supplying our ingredient to our customers. So it will be about a year from now, but stay tuned. We will have more details to share about where you can find our products.
Thank you so much for the detailed answer, Carrie. I think this is the end of our sections. So if from the audience side, if you have any further questions to Carrie or want to request a meeting with her, please feel free to fully utilize our Pine2 platform. So again, thank you so much for your time today, Carrie.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you.
See you.
So for the next company joining our floor today, we're having a Spain AI tech company called Regality. Regality is an operator of an e-commerce platform intended to help users to find the perfect gift. The company's platform utilizes an algorithm that matches users' preferences with the available products, enabling users to access a platform that helps them narrow down their search category to a few best options for them to purchase. So today we are so lucky to have the CEO of Regality, Martin, to join our floor today. Hello, Martin. Can you hear me clearly? I think you're still on mute. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, nice to see you on the founder track. So if you're ready, could you please share your screen and then the floor will be all yours for the pitch.
Yeah, that's it. Can you see it? I can hear you. Huh?
Hello, Martin, can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Yes, so you can start your pitch whenever you're ready.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Martin. I'm the CEO of Regality. Regality is the first company that use artificial intelligence to find the best gift when you don't know what to buy as a gift to someone. So I'm going to introduce you to my team. Sorry. We are three friends from Argentina. Nicolas is the one that is in charge of the tech part of the company. He's a game designer. He has a lot of experience working for Google and designing games in Europe. Tadeo is working in marketing. He has a company that sells expertise in Google Analytics, AdWords, Facebook, and YouTube platforms. He's an online marketing consultant, and I'm the CEO of the company. I'm working on the business development and investor part of the company. So We got 2 advisors here in Spain. We are based in Barcelona. The first Cabify marketing manager in the history of the company, and the VP of growth for globally in the whole world. And Delvi is just our law firm. So what does Regality do? We try to solve the problem of a problem that everyone has, that is what to buy to someone when you want to do a gift to someone. So it's really a problem that everyone has it. So the problem usually it starts thinking, what should I buy? Which brands should make a good gift with these people? The budget that I have, which colors should be a good fit? So we start working on a solution. And what is the solution? We did an algorithm that matches the user descriptions. So you enter a web page and you say, okay, I want to make a gift to Martin. How is Martin? You start describing that person. So we have an algorithm and artificial intelligence that makes it all in 20 seconds. It gives you the best products and experiences matching that description that you have already made. So in seconds, you will have a problem that it will have taken hours or days solved. Yeah. Our algorithm is ready. We have tried it back in Argentina, back in Europe. So we are ready to scale up. And now it's a good time to work with us, because the online market is growing a lot, and the sales also. The last mile industry is helping everyone to get their products whenever they want with quick commerce. So we don't have to worry about shipping and dropping those products to the customers. So like I told you before, the process is really simple. You just say the name and the age, the gender of the person that you want to do the gift. The relationship is very important for us, because it's not the same thing to give a gift to a friend, that to a parent, that to a co-worker. And afterwards you say the motive, that why do you want to make that gift? That gift could be for a birthday, could be for any reason that you want to choose. Also, you describe the hobbies and the personality that your friend, let's say, it has. And afterwards you say, okay, I can spend $20 on this gift. And when you finish that process, our algorithm finds the best gift that are available for your friend. Yeah. So in 20 seconds, like I told you before, you have the problem solved. Overall, global gifting, there's not a solution, exact solution, an online solution for this kind of problem. So that's why we think of this idea. And this is the Spanish market, but overall you don't have a competition, a direct competition doing the same. So we have some brands putting their focus on big brands, like working only with Amazon or with Alibaba. Then you have the customizable products, that it's like a t-shirt with your name or with a photo. And then you have only the companies working with experiences. Let's say I want to give a hotel night in a luxury hotel to my couple. So you have only that option, but there's not an hyper personalization web like us, working with artificial intelligence, plus an algorithm, plus our own content. So it's really a new thing. And the business model is really simple for us. So we seek for the best content. We close the deals with partners. Now you will see which partners we are working with. And we build a pixel that let us know what happens when we sell some products. And our partners pay us a commission between the 8 and the 15% from each sale generated from our webpage. Competitive advantages. So we're the first company, as I told you, to solve this problem that everyone faces, because it's difficult to make a gift for everyone. The process is really simple. Now then you will see some numbers of our MVPs, and it's 7 steps, which we don't have a major fallout of the users there, so it's really usable. Social interaction. So when we talk about social interaction, we see a potential growth of the business. Sharing your gift, sharing what you want to get as a gift. So imagine if someone can have a profile when they can tell their friends, their family, their parents, oh, I would like to have this, I would like to have that, I would like to have that. So we try it, and it can really work. Hyper personalization, as I told you before, the best content here is really matching every search, and every search is different and every result is different for us. The scalability is really easy for us to open our business in some other place or to make it even bigger. KPIs and the team are really easy to set up. And the operations, we are not a wholesaler, we don't have warehouses, and we work with delivery companies. We don't do delivery, so it's really easy to scale it up. So where we are now, we put our focus on special events during the year: Christmas, Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthday, moving days, start of a new job, new child of the family. So those events are like a key moment to do a gift. So we try to put our energy on those specific days and personal dates. We have 200 deals with, I would say, 700 products right now on the webpage. And there you see the difference between the commission between the big brands, the medium size, and the smaller brands. And it's really important for us to work with some marketing metrics that we will show you in the next slides. So what we've done right now, it's here you can see that we spent it at CPC of 0.16 euros, and the real was 0.04 euros. So it's really cheap for us to find someone to enter our web page, and then we have a lower CPPC that is a product click, and it's really working for us. The commission, our partners say it really, they find it really good, the business. AOV is lower than we expected, but it's not a problem because our product, our business plan is now according to that. The conversion rate is something that we have to work on. We think that a bigger focus on marketing is gonna help us to make our brand growth, and the conversion rate is gonna scale up to 5%. And the merchant clicks also, we had some issues with little brands that we put the focus on them, but we are on the 50% of the merchant clicks percentage. And which brands do we work with? We have Nike, we have Amazon, we have little brands, as I told you, and are really specific on a specialty products like this one. The first one is it's a coffee specialty place. We have big liquors distributors. We have brands working especially with football staff or soccer staff. We have a lot of partners, as I told you before, but also the big brands that are important for the users, and the small brands that are important also for the users and for us, helping them to grow, and their business is going really good with our work together. So where we are now about the investors, we want to finish the conversion of our webpage into an e-commerce, so we can close all the sales inside our webpage. We want to add a customization for the packages where you deliver it, and we want to add virtual experiences to our funnel. restaurants and hotel experiences are now working, and they are working really good. We're working on a brand and communication playbook, and we're doing a rebranding of the company that it will be ready in 2 weeks. And we're running marketing campaigns and influencers also. So we are in the first round of investment. We got 40K. Of the 140K we are looking for, 60K are coming from a public loan that is coming from the government of Spain. So we are looking for business angels to back us up with 40K so we can close the first round. And here are some numbers about our business plan. Here are the costs. We plan to invest in a team, in the marketing staff, in design, in IT, to do all the changes as I told you. Legal and finance are for some changes that we want to do, and some growth we want to do across some countries like in Europe. And the profit, it's going to be profitable from it's going to make revenue from day one, because we are already doing it, and the AOV is lower than we expected, and we show you before, because it's not a how do you say it? It's not a gifting session right now, so it's not a problem, but it's gonna work. That's it.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Martin. I think this is the end of our sections already. For the Q&A, unfortunately, we don't have enough time for doing that and on the call today. But from the audience side, if you still have any further questions to Martin, please feel free to utilize our Pine2 platform or request meeting with Martin using the My Meeting functions. So again, thank you so much for your time, and I hope the audience also have a brief understanding of your company as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good time.
So next company joining our floor today, we're having a Hong Kong-based biotech company named HKG and epitherapeutics company. They are research and development company that develop novel early DNA markers in bloods for detecting cancers. The vision is to use their innovations to epigenetic to provide high throughput, accurate and cost-effective early detection tests to maintain health and prevent disease globally. So today we're so lucky to have the chairman to join our floor today. Hello, Dr. Szyf. Nice to see you on the floor. I think you're still on mute.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. I can hear you clearly now. So if you are ready, please feel free to share your screen, and then the floor will be all yours.
Sure. Thank you very much for the invitation to present you our company, that HKG Epitherapeutics, that I founded in the Science Park in Hong Kong in 2017. The mission of our company is to develop a platform for early detection of disease by using the clinical application of epigenetics, a field that I was working on for the last 40 years. Our goal is to build what we call an epi-health ecosystem with the goal of maintaining health and preventing disease rather than treating, preventing. Our vision is that we can improve lives by detection and prevention of illnesses before they become a major health issue. And the reason we are optimistic that this could be done is because of the things that I will tell you now. So, why is early detection of cancer so important? Early detection that is accurate can increase chances of survival dramatically. However, in spite of all the advances, the current diagnostic methods, which include imaging, some immunoassays with proteins, are still failing to diagnose many cancers. The main challenge is that solid tumors hide in the internal organs and evolve long before they exhibit clinical symptoms. However, there is a point of hope. Many studies showed that it is possible to find tumor DNA in one of the most important and accessible and commonly used biological samples, which is blood. And what is in blood is DNA that comes from many, many different parts of the body, but amongst them, the DNA from tumors. The challenge is that the DNA from the tumor is like a needle in a haystack. So one needs to find a way to tell the needle from the haystack. We discovered a proprietary method which allows us to discover tumor DNA in the background of a lot of normal DNA. And the reason we can do that is because we use an extremely powerful platform that biology has prepared for us, which is DNA methylation. To understand what DNA methylation is, we need to think about our DNA as a little computer. And the computer has an operating system, which is in the genetics, the sequence, the stuff that we inherit from father and mother. But this by itself cannot run a body. In order for this mini computer to run a body, we need to develop apps or APPs. One app will run a lung and the other one will run a heart. And the process by which during development we write on the DNA the program is very similar to computer system. There is a binary language almost in the DNA that can mark DNA to turn genes on or off. And the mark is a little metal group. So when it's there, the gene is off. When it's not there, the gene is on. And what happens in normal life is that this app works beautifully well and leads us through our life. But when we get sick, there is a change in the software. And normal DNA will look like this, and cancer DNA will look like this. So cancer DNA is marked differently than normal DNA. And by using this, by discovering these marks and developing next generation assays for these marks, we can detect cancer early. We have several products that are in the process of development, but we have some that are ready to launch. One is EpiLiver for early detection of cancer, which is using blood from blood from patients. The other test that we have is a test for early detection of cervical cancer, which we believe all women should use. And that uses self-sampling by a woman using the skit or a pap smear. And we have another exciting product that we are already selling across the world, which we call EpiAge, which detects our true biological age and defines how close we are in our DNA methylation plan to our chronological age. All our products are protected by intellectual property at multiple levels, US, PCT, and then at national stage. We've done several clinical trials to validate our products. The EpiLiver was tested in a clinical trial in Bangladesh at the famous institute ICDDRB. And here I will show you results from 403 people. And each spot here is the methylation score of one patient. And you can see that all the controls are close to zero as we expected. We have two cohorts of controls. These are from Bangladesh and these are from the United States. They all behave the same. But you can see that in the cancer samples, methylation scores go high and high, and even at early stages, we can detect it. This shows you the biomarker characteristics. We have a specificity of close to 96% and sensitivity of 85%. And this is the summary of the data for all the 400 and somewhat patients, where a red line indicates cancer, a blue line indicates healthy, and you can see that most 95% of the healthy are indeed blue, and these are the cancer patients. Similarly, we developed EpiCervix that uses samples from the cervix of a woman. And this was tested in a clinical trial in Montreal. We have tested around 800 people, 800 women. And again, our specificity is and sensitivity is around 90%. And you can see here, each spot is a sample, and you can see that even in pre-malignant stages, we can start detecting the cancer, which increases at the pre-malignant stage of 3, and these are the cancer patients. The third product that we have is the EpiH product. This is a combination of a saliva test that the customer can order on the web. We sent the customer the kit. The customer spits, it sends us back the kit, we analyze the DNA, and we send the results back to an app that also has a lot of health information. And through this app, the customer can get the results, can do some changes, send more samples, do more changes, and keep monitoring his biological age. Of course, everybody wants that the biological age will be younger than the chronological age. Our company, just a few notes on our company. We were founded in 2017. We raised around $10.9 million. We have employees in Hong Kong. We have a medical license lab in Shenzhen, and we have some employees in Beijing and Montreal. Our goal is to develop a global world-leading innovative multi-cancer early screening platform. This is our top management. I'm a member of the Royal Society of Canada and a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences. I published 300 papers on DNA methylation and have been across the world talking and collaborating about it. And we have our medical director of a CLIA lab that we are finalizing in Hong Kong, the research director, marketing directors, the director of clinical service, and our chief innovation officers and technology officers. As I said, our company has two main labs. One is in Hong Kong, which is a CLIA CAP, in the process of CLIA CAP accreditation, so we can sell samples across the world, and another medical license lab in Shenzhen. And I would like to thank you for being here and listening to our story. And for more information, you can find it on our website, both for company website and the EpiH website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Szyf. If you don't mind, I can jump right into the question part from the floor. So for the first question is, what differentiates your technology from the primary competitors in your field?
So we don't have many competitors, but there are some who are coming up. The main difference that we have is that our product is going to be extremely cost effective and extremely accurate and relatively simple to administer. And that's because we discovered very, very few and precise sites. We believe that products for public health maintenance cannot be extremely expensive and have to render themselves to high throughput analysis. And our platform is very broad. We cover expertise in many diseases, but because our platform is so powerful and so cost effective, we can easily cover a large number of tests.
Thank you so much. For the second question is, how do you define your target market?
How do we define our target market? Right. So our target market is different for different, of course, products. For example, for liver cancer, our target market is people with chronic liver disease or with chronic liver infection. In China alone, we're talking about 100 million people. So we would like to approach them through the liver specialists and the liver hospitals to encourage them to do yearly or bi-yearly tests. The product of cervical cancer is essentially a global product because according to WHO, every woman has to be tested for cervical cancer. And we will work through partners in different countries. First, my own partners in clinical oncology, but other partners to promote this amongst women. The EpiH test, our target market is people who are crazy about health and about aging, and there's a huge market for that. And we are working through two different approaches. One is our own World Wide Web sales, And the other one is through resellers, big resellers who are in the area, who are selling nutritional products, who have aging clinics. And we have signed agreements now in Europe, in the United States, and in Singapore and other parts of Asia, Australia. And so essentially our market is the world. Every human has to be tested for these products. And our challenge, of course, is to get the information out and to share it with people.
Thank you so much. For the next question from the floor is, what is your regulatory plan for the product?
Right. It's a very good question. So there are two approaches that we can take. One is a full-fledged FDA or SFDA approval, which involves very long and expensive prospective clinical trials. The other approach that we chose to take, at least initially, is the CLIA-CAP approach, which is a laboratory developed test approach, which we will get accreditation for the lab and the test. And we are now doing the validation for our cervical cancer test. And once we pass this, we'll do each test at a time. And we want to apply the same method in China as well. So our approach is the customer sends us the samples, we test the samples, we send it back, and our regulatory approval is at the lab level. And this is cheaper. It allows us to jump into marketing immediately. However, the long-term plans will be also to get FDA approval, which will allow us to sell the kits across the US and across the world.
Thank you so much. I think this is the end of our sections already. Unfortunately, for the Q&A still in the chatbot right now, unfortunately, we don't have enough time for asking Dr. Szyf in person today. But no worries, we can still rely on Pine2 platform to see if there is any further questions to Dr. Szyf later. So again, thank you so much for your time and your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. For the next company joining our floor today, we're having a Hong Kong-based tech company called Snapask. Snapask is an operator of an education technology company intended to make education more effective, personalized, and accessible to everyone. The company's platform leverages machine learning and mobile cloud services. Its on-demand educational applications offer a variety of learning content and methods, enabling students to take initiative and control of their own learning. So we are so lucky today to have the CEO of Snapask, Timothy, to join our floor. Hello, Timothy. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Could you kindly turn on your camera as well? Yes, I can see you as well.
Yep.
So you are now on the main stage already. So if your pitch deck is ready as well, please feel free to share it, and then the floor will be all yours.
Yep. So thanks so much for having me. So I mean, we'd love to share more about Snapask and happy to answer your questions as well. So a little bit of background about myself. I'm Tim, founder and CEO of Snapask. So I've been working on Snapask since 2015. Actually, a couple of years before that, I was still a math tutor. I was doing a lot of math classes online and offline, running from classroom to classrooms, from family to family to do private tutoring. I firsthand have experienced a lot of inefficiency in the entire education system, whereby teachers they keep repeating themselves. trying to help as many students as possible, but then the effort cannot be scaled. And at the same time, even though teachers would love to help students if they need help at the very late hours of the day, they cannot reach any tutors or any qualified people to help them at the spot. So that's why we created Snapask to actually make sure all these issues are gone. So the promise that we made with Snapask is really when students they have a question on their homework, exam preparation, they just use our app. So Snapask, the meaning of that is really snap a picture and ask a question, and they can immediately get help from tutors from top universities to answer their questions one-on-one. So thus far, we have been serving almost 4 million students worldwide in 8 different markets in Asia, including, so we started in Hong Kong, then we launched in Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, so on, mostly Southeast Asia. And 2 years ago, we also launched in Japan and Korea, with over about 400,000 local tutors from each market, helping students to solve their day-to-day questions. So this is a little bit about our attraction and how we have been scaling the business in Asia. So there is a very clear market opportunity, which students they all are under extreme pressure in exam preparation, and they have 6 to 7 exams and tests every year, and pretty much it's ongoingly happening in their day-to-day life. So they have to spend hours in tutorial centers even after school, and even longer hours at home working on all those exam preps and test preps. So this is the situation in most of the markets. And with Snapask, we want to connect them to the best tutors. And at the same time, we're also curating and creating a lot of quality video content to make sure students, if they're asking questions about trigonometry, for example, the platform can immediately diagnose that and recommend content or exam materials about trigonometry that fits the personalized needs. So data mining in the platform is also one very crucial part where we can help students to drive a very personalized learning journey. So the whole journey goes from a question, a simple snapshot of their homework prompt, to understanding what they're actually learning and how they have been progressing over time, to the platform actually recommending relevant content to them. All these content are bite-sized, 5 to 10 minutes video, concept by concept, helping students to understand each concept and get them ready to exam and improve their grades. So a little bit of direction sharing about the content. We have been using the so-called education KOL. So what that means is there is an increasing trend of people who can actually teach whenever they want by just making videos and post them on YouTube. They have very good traffic, but then there is no way for them to monetize or to build a proper business out of it. So that's why we work with all these educators, aspiring educators on YouTube, on Facebook, on various platforms, or even on Twitch, that they are trying to broadcast their teaching to students all over the world. So Snapask now is also transforming from purely supporting students to find tutors on one-on-one homework help to consolidating all these aspiring educators on our platform to offer their teaching. So we have our own production team to actually support all these teachers in producing content, editing, and launching go-to-market and do all the marketing and brand building for them. So this has been how we are evolving over time. So I'll just skip some of the slides because I am aware of the time. So next step for us is really to expand further and go deeper into all these markets that we're in right now through various types of partnership to build an ecosystem where educators can actually excel with Snapask, scale themselves. Just like myself, I love teaching, but with Snapask, I can finally have not just 10, 20 students, but I can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of students. And with just a limited amount of effort that I can invest in creating the right amount of content, and I can have ongoing cash flow as a teacher. So I can benefit all the students that needs help at scale. So that's our vision in longer run. So that will be everything about what I have to share today. So thank you very much, and we'd love to see if you guys have questions.
Thank you so much, Timothy, for the presentation. So I can jump right into the Q&A. For the first question from the floor is that, can you share a little bit more about your personal founding story? What did you have in mind when you were having this business idea?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier just now, the first thing I did since I graduated from college was a private tutor. So I was doing private tutoring for years. And it's actually not just myself. A lot of tutors are facing the same issue. They have to go from place to place, from family to family. That's a lot of time wasted, which we could have been teaching more students. And oftentimes it's a one-on-one setup, so we cannot maximize our reach and impact. So I came across this idea of making videos of myself teaching and put them on Facebook. And interestingly, a lot of students watch those videos, and afterwards they ask me questions through inbox or WhatsApp me. So I realized there's actually a after class follow-up market that we have to do better by connecting them to tutors on demand. So that's how I started and how it eventually becomes Snapask as a platform.
Thank you so much. The next question is about your expansion plans. So what will the company do to further enhance or expand the customer base, no matter in a student and also the teacher side?
So what is our effort to expand the market, right? Is that what you're asking? So yeah, so a very important part of our user acquisition strategy is through referrals and search traffic. So students, every day they're on Google, they're searching different types of stuff. I don't know how to do this question. There's a trickle question I don't know how to do, calculus, whatsoever. So a lot of keywords actually means they have a question first and leads to a desire of finding the solution. So our content team actually content and marketing team put a lot of effort in creating all these, no matter video content or articles, to make sure students, whenever they have a search desire, they can eventually land on something that we provide that will eventually drive them to our ecosystem. So that's the first thing, like content search traffic. Second thing is referrals. So students, they have a very small group of friends. Usually one student, they will have 5-6 friends. So when one get on Snapask, they will immediately recommend their friends to register as well, because they are incentivized to do so. They have freebies, they have free tokens, they have free 7-day subscriptions if they refer their friends. So a lot of students that just keep staying as a free user, but by referring their friends, they can unlock all the premium functions. So yeah, that's our key user acquisition strategy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. The next question is about your future plan. So what do you think in your mind is the future of education, and what is the 5 to 10 years plans of Snapask?
I think the future of education will materialize not in a very long future. It will probably come to us in 2 to 3 years. So the two parts that I think it's the most crucial for the education system is number 1, teachers, and number 2, the content. So the reason why these two are important is we always need to find the right person, the most suitable teacher to support us on a very personalized manner. It's always one-on-one interactions is the most effective, because if it's a group setup, if I have a question, when I ask it probably would not be that relevant to the other 10 or 15 students in the same class. This interactions and this environment that we can curate in a one-on-one setup can maximize interactions and make sure students can get the most out of it. And that's why there needs to be a platform to match these two, the students and the teachers. And how the platform, the role of it is to vet and make sure teachers are all the best qualified and they can be most available for all the students at the time they need them. The second part about content. So when we think about education content, it's still, we will think about textbooks, the online exercise, and these are not very engaging and not the new digital way of engaging with students. The generation nowadays, they are all video based. Every interactions, if it's one way, it's always about videos, right? How we can combine education, marry that with entertainment, so students, they can engage with these video content, video-based content, so they can learn more for a longer time and get more out of it. So I think these two parts are the most important. And if you ask me what's the future of education, I think the future of education is for self-learner. The future is for self-learners. It will no longer be which school are you going to, which teacher do you follow, and which publisher do you use. It will always be, there is an abundant amount of information online that you have to process all the information yourself. And if you can acquire the skill and perfect the skill as a self-learner, you will be the most competent and competitive in the society. So that's what I think about the education system should train everyone to become a self-learner. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I believe we have still a little bit more time for the very last questions. So there's actually two questions from one audience. So he's wondering about, can you share a little bit more about your team background and if you're fundraising right now?
Yeah, so our team is quite scattered. We have about 200 plus members in the 9 markets that we've just mentioned. So the key management team it's in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore. So we're all from education background, production, media agencies, and advertising agencies. So you can see our the way how we are creating content. It's very atypical and very much different if you compare our content with all the existing publishers. So we are fundraising. So it's a ongoing operation for any startups. So yeah, if you guys are interested, just feel free to reach out to me. My email is t@snapask.com. So let me know if you guys want to talk more and understand more about Snapask. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time today, Timothy. So as you just mentioned, if there is any audience that would like to have a further chat or discussion with Timothy, also can utilize the Pine2 platform to request meeting and also the chat box function for the further discussion. So yeah, thank you so much for the presentation and your time, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference today.
Right. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Yeah. Have a good day, guys.
See you.
Bye-bye.
So for the next company joining our floor right now is a Hong Kong-based medtech company called InSilico. InSilico Medicines is an AI company pioneer in the applications of GNA, the Generative Adversary Network, reinforcement learning, transfer learning, and meta-learning for generations of novel molecular structure for the disease with known and unknown targets. And unlike the other companies in the field, they are developing the end-to-end pipeline covering every step of drugs discovery, clinical trials analysis, and digital medicines. So we are so lucky to have the CEO of InSilico Medicine Hong Kong today, Alex, to join our floor. Hello, Alex.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be with you. I'm dialing in from Shanghai. However, we are a Hong Kong-based company, and we're based at the campus of the Hong Kong Science Park. So happy to be presenting to you today. And I guess I can start sharing the screen, right?
Yes, correct. So please feel free to share your screen, and the floor is all yours now.
Perfect. I hope you can see it now. Very happy to be with you today. My name is Alex Travankav. I'm the founder and CEO of InSilico Medicine. InSilico is a pretty famous company. So if you usually don't know it, you are not in the field. We are in 6 countries or regions, headquartered in Hong Kong. However, we also have a regional headquarters in Shanghai. That's where I'm dialing in from right now. So we have a pretty substantial office here. We were founded in 2014. We were originally founded at the campus at the Emerging Technology Centers of the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. And then we have expanded and gradually grew to a global corporation. We have also offices in Taipei, in Maryland and Moscow, in St. Petersburg. And we also have a number of individual AI contributors all over Europe. So currently we have the world-class team. We've assembled a very substantial team of AI scientists since 2014 who are skilled in both deep learning and chemistry and biology by now. So after several years within Silico, we usually hire through competitions, usually national competitions, and we hire top 2, top 3 people in the field after they complete 4 to 6 tasks. And we also now started working on developing a very substantial team focusing on drug discovery. So our drug discovery team consists of structural biologists, medicinal chemists, machine learning experts, and also clinical development scientists. We also developed a very sophisticated, probably one of the most sophisticated in the industry right now, platforms for target discovery. So target discovery is the industry's grand challenge. That's the most difficult task in drug discovery. So we've developed a system called PandaOmics, which can help you identify targets very quickly. Have a system called Chemistry 42, which can help you identify small molecules, generate small molecules that do not exist in the known chemical space very quickly. This platform is validated. So we've validated many times over experimentally. It's not just hypeware. We have a rich internal pipeline currently. We have 14 therapeutic programs internally that are progressing at a rapid pace. And one is an IND enabling already for a novel target. I'll be able to cover that as well. We have a very vast publication record, published over 130 papers in peer-reviewed journals and at conferences. I think that's the record in the industry as well. And we are very proud to have secured funding. Currently, we've secured over 50 million, but wait, good news will come from really expert investors in pharma and biotech. So it's Wuxi AppTech, Qiming, Lili Asia Ventures, F Prime, Eight Roads, Baidu, Innovation Ventures, so that's Li Kai-Fu, Pavilion Capital, that's Temasek, Bold Capital, that's Peter Diamandis, Formic Ventures, that's Michael Antonoff, founder of Oculus. So we have pretty much the best of both worlds from pharma and biotech and AI. We've managed to discover a novel target using our tools. So that's a pretty rare event in our industry in general. Many pharmaceutical companies do not have that track record, at least not on this time frame. We managed to use our openly available platform to do that, so you can license that platform and do it yourself. We also have a system called Chemistry 42, which demonstratably, and we published a paper on that, generated small molecules in record time. And now you can really go outside the known chemical space. You don't need to screen the libraries for molecules that will hit your target. You just can generate those small molecules from scratch. We have a large number of collaborations, lots of paying customers. So recently, Chemistry 42 was deployed at Merck, UCB, many others. We have collaborations with Pfizer, J&J, Daisho Pharmaceutical in Japan is my favorite because there we discover novel targets and also generate novel molecules for a very interesting process that is currently advancing and progressing in the industry. That's senescence cells, so cellular senescence, aging. We are one of the companies that is focusing on age-associated diseases as well. And we try to combine biology, chemistry, and analytics. So we are focusing on target discovery, generative chemistry, virtual screening, and also we predict the outcomes of clinical trials. So we can collaborate on all of those areas. We have a pretty sophisticated team of drug developers. We have Dr. Ran Feng, who joined us out of Medicilin. It's a big CRO in China, and previously at GSK, and before that at Harvard, with a proven track record of taking small molecules all the way from very early preclinical all the way to clinical stage. And he built a sophisticated team of drug discovery, drug development experts with with good academic backgrounds and with solid academic backgrounds and industry experience. Our platform can cover pretty much every step of the pharmaceutical R&D. So if you are not familiar with how drugs are discovered, it's very important to know that this process may take about a decade, and every step may cost you anywhere from a few $1 million to hundreds of $1 million. So target hypothesis is the most critical step, because the hypothesis that you could come up with here and the targets you come up with here get validated only in phase 2 human clinical trials. So you can do a lot of preclinical validation, but the ultimate test in phase 2, and that's where you've got about 70% failures. For novel targets, it's sometimes even higher. And currently, we've managed to utilize the system to go ourselves from target hypothesis all the way into end of preclinical phase in IPF, in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, and actually several other fibrotic diseases, using our own platform, novel target, novel molecule. So that was announced just recently, and we are doing this for partners. So we can partner with pharma companies and go for a small sprint, or we can do the entire marathon ourselves. We have 3 tools. One is internal and clinical for prediction of clinical trials, and there we are piloting with hedge funds, usually that are betting on the stocks of big pharmaceutical companies. But for R&D, we have 2 systems. One is called PandaOmics for target discovery. So you can actually use the data in the system yourself to identify promising targets for a variety of diseases, or you can upload your own data and perform more sophisticated experiments. Chemistry 42 is currently available only to top 20 pharmas. We can deploy on their premises, on their GPU clusters, and they can accelerate their own drug discovery with our software. So again, it's a pretty validated system. We see ourselves as a drug discovery engine that has 2 components. So one is the AI engines and AI team that has high performance computing team, biology and chemistry AI teams. We have CADD and clinical trial prediction team. And all of those teams work on one seamless platform that is seamlessly integrated into the team which is doing drug discovery and managing many contract research organizations. So currently we're looking at over 100 CROs. We're working with over 80 CROs. 40 of those CROs are in China. And currently we have, this is a little bit older slide deck, we have now 14 programs in discovery development. This is how we are partnering with pharma. So ideally, so if you are a small biotech or a pharmaceutical company, you can approach us and you can just tell us your disease name, the disease you want to go after, for which you have the budget that you're focusing on. We will identify targets for you, prioritize those targets, work with you hand in hand to show how the software tools work. We will also generate small molecules for those targets, and we will validate those small molecules and targets together with you, either in your biological assays or through our CRO network to deliver a preclinical candidate. So we can actually pick the entire program and take it all into IND ourselves, ideally together with the pharma partner who is acting as a sponsor and at the same time gets to learn all the advanced AI techniques that we pioneered. You can also give us patient or cell data, a list of prioritized targets, or just give us a difficult target to solve, and we'll be able to deliver a preclinical candidate. We have a vast amount of data. We currently integrate about $2 trillion worth of funding coming from public domain, and also have a lot of proprietary data. We integrate gene expression, protein expression data. That's our most abundant data types. We try to use publicly available data as much as possible to demonstrate the proof of concept, and then enable the others to use our tools to use it on their own proprietary data. Have a vast amount of chemistry data and vast amount of text. This is our pipeline for people who are familiar with the pharmaceutical industry. This is the most important part of the company. So you can see that one of the program is currently in late IND enabling stages. We're planning to go clinical, hopefully end of this year, maybe December or first quarter of next year. PROTAC, so protein degrader program, that we hope to be able to get into PCC this year as well. Here is how we see our programs in the context of therapeutic areas. So we have fibrosis with a number of compounds going through different stages. We have cancer. Cancer is synthetic lethality. It's tumor proliferation, immune escape, and inflammation. So we're looking at multiple mechanisms of actions. And IBD, also by mechanism of action, we're looking at epithelial integrity, adaptive immunity, and innate immunity. So very focused on immunology. And again, we have protein degraders, PROTACs. We've published a number of papers, as I mentioned, in prestigious peer-reviewed journals and also prestigious conferences, so you can trace our academic record. You're welcome to ask questions. Here is a list of our investors. This list is going to be much more substantial in the future. I'm also the chief longevity officer of a company called Deep Longevity, which is spun off out of InSilico last year. Currently, it's part of Hong Kong publicly traded company 0575 called Region Pacific, and it's focused on longevity. So here I actually would like to stop because I don't have the time, but please have a look at Deep Longevity, deeplongevity.com website, and it's one of the InSilico's first spin-offs. We are likely to do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentations, Alex. I think we have a little bit more time for the very last questions, the one questions for the Q&A sections. So if you don't mind, we'll shoot it right away now. So the question from the floor is, do you think that the traditional drug discovery work can be completely replaced by the AI system?
So I would not call it replaced because the many steps that are indeed present in the traditional pharmaceutical model. So for example, the preclinical experimentation and validation of many of the AI-enabled hypotheses would still be there. So you would need to do animals, you would need to do organoids, you would need to go through the entire 9 yards to be able to get the product in the clinic, and you will still need to do clinical trials in humans. You cannot go around that because, again, in the past, people were trying to go around that, and of course, a lot of people got hurt. So those processes are there for a reason. However, we would be able to substantially accelerate those processes and augment the animal experimentation with AI experimentation. So you would be able to do a lot more validation in silico. Currently, one of the trends that I see in the industry is the combination of in silico modeling, in silico predictions, in silico generation, and robotics. So you would be able to accelerate some parts of pharma R&D using robotics. However, again, the biology is so complex that in the foreseeable future, in the next 10 years, you would not be able to avoid experimenting on complex biological systems like dogs, for example, to do your toxicity studies and to be able to validate efficacy as well. So you would need to do human, you would need to do animal. Biology is extremely complex, and we will not be able to completely replace those processes.
Thank you so much for the detailed explanation. But unfortunately, this is the end of our sections already. So from the audience side, if you still have any further questions to Alex, please feel free to reach out to him on our platform Pine2. And I hope you enjoy the rest of our conference as well. Thank you, Alex.
Have a great conference. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. For the next company joining our floor right now is a Singapore fintech company named Scyf. Scyf is a developer of a wealth management platform intended to offer portfolio management services of institutional investor and high net worth individual. The company platform uses an in-house proprietary algorithm for each customer, wherein it monitors and adjusts each portfolio to maximize return. So we're so lucky to have Nick, the head of investment product, to join our floor today. Hello, Nick. Can I kindly ask you to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Jojo, and thank you for the organizers for the opportunity to present Scyf today.
Thank you so much. The floor is all yours now.
Great. So as Jojo mentioned, Scyf is a Singapore-based digital investment platform, and we aim to bring digital investing to Asia's mass affluent. Our vision is really to become Asia's go-to investment platform by providing cost-efficient financial products and a superior customer experience at scale powered by technology. So let's have a look at our target market, which is Asia's mass affluent. And the chart on the page here shows the number of adults in 3 different wealth categories in APAC in blue versus in Europe and North America. And if you look at the middle category, which is adults with 100,000 to $1 million in assets, which we define as mass affluent, you can see that the APAC excluding China market is already larger than the US. And then when you move to the right-hand side to the aspiring category, which is adults with US 10 to 100K in assets, APAC is actually the largest global wealth market. Now, in addition to that, what we've seen is that the savings rate in Asia has consistently been far higher than in Europe and in the US, as you can see on the chart on the right here, with Asia in blue and the other Western markets in purple and black. Now, the bulk of these assets have traditionally been held in banks, but with interest rates at an all-time low and expected to stay there for some time to come, Asian savers have been frustrated by low returns from existing investment options. And as adoption of digital platforms across other areas of financial services like payments has already been taking off in this region, and with those traditional options failing to provide investors with good advice at a reasonable cost, we believe that the time is right for digital wealth platforms to take hold in this region. Now that brings us to Scyf. Scyf is a digital-first wealth manager where you can research, you can invest, you can transact, and you can monitor your portfolio entirely through our app or through our website. We offer a range of portfolio offerings that solve different customer needs. So on this slide, we show our current range of portfolio offerings from the left-hand side, which is our lowest risk or cash plus cash bank deposit equivalent product that pays an expected return of 1.5%. Moving to the right is our REIT Plus product, which solves the income problem by exposing investors to REITs in Singapore and providing passive income as well as growth. Further across to the right, our core set of portfolios are globally diversified across equities, bonds, and commodities, and designed to provide maximum return based on the user's individual risk tolerance. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we have our high growth-oriented Equity 100 portfolio that employs our proprietary smart beta strategy to deliver maximum returns. Now, importantly, we are licensed by the MAS. We have a retail fund management or CMS license, which imposes stringent requirements on us. We're also a holder of a financial advisor exempt license. And we engage with the largest banks in Singapore as well as globally for custody of cash as well as investment assets for clients. Now, being digital first allows us to bring portfolios and strategies that historically have been expensive or difficult to access for mass affluent customers. For example, as a CMS license holder, we're able to build portfolios directly to track indices and distribute those portfolios directly to our customers at an extremely competitive cost. In addition, we can implement a smart beta strategy where we are able to isolate certain factors that seek to outperform traditionally market cap weighted benchmarks. And finally, for our REIT product, we've got a direct relationship with the Singapore Stock Exchange, which we put in place just 6 months after Scyf's launch, which essentially offers investors the ability to directly invest in the iEdge S-REIT 20 index. And this product has quickly become one of the most popular ways to access REITs in Singapore, becoming the 3rd largest REIT-oriented product in Singapore within 3 months of launch. Now, another key feature of our offering is our wealth expert team. So while we are digital first as a platform, we acknowledge that many of our clients in Asia want to maintain that human touch. and our wealth advisors yield from traditional banking background. They're not salespeople though, and they're not commission-based. So their sole goal is to help customers understand their options, understand our investment options, and help them plan for their financial goals. Speaking a little bit about the history of the company as well as the team. So as you can see here on the history slider, we were incorporated in September 2017, and we were granted our CMS license in July 2019, which was less than 2 years ago. And that was when we launched our first global portfolios. Since then, we've launched the REIT portfolio in collaboration with SGX in February 2020. Later last year, we raised a almost $20 million Series A funding round. And this year, we've launched 2 additional products that I mentioned earlier, the Cash Plus product, as well as the range of core products. We have a team of over 50 people now, based between Singapore and Gurgaon in India. And our team yields from a variety of backgrounds, including very large financial services firms, such as UBS, Standard Chartered, PIMCO, as well as technology firms, including Adobe, Lazada, etc. On the right-hand side, you can see our executive team, our founder and CEO, Dhruv Arora, as well as our head of portfolio construction and risk management, Richard, myself as head of investment products, Sebastian as head of distribution, and Akiko as our senior financial engineer, and Ritesh, who heads our investment advisory team. And finally, I just want to mention our growth plans. So as noted, we raised a Series A funding round led by Valar Ventures last year in September, and that really helps propel the next phase of our growth. And our focus right now is on expanding our product platform, broadening it in our home market of Singapore, as well as incrementally expanding into new markets within the Asia Pacific region. And while we are B2C first as a platform, we're very open to exploring partnerships. We currently have a Scyf at Work initiative that allows employers, particularly small businesses, to offer Scyf saving and investment platform to their employees, as well as other B2B2C opportunities. So if there is anyone here today that would like to discuss with us potential opportunities to partner there, we'd be very happy to connect. So with that, I would like to ask Jojo if there is any questions from folks connected today.
Yes, thank you so much for the thoughts presentation. There's quite a few questions coming in. So if you don't mind, I can shoot it right away.
Sure.
Yes, the first question is about, is there a risk that traditional financial service player who already have a huge customer base could easily replace your business model?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jojo. I mean, certainly when we look at our key potential competitors, the large banks obviously have the technical capabilities to build platforms like this, but what we've seen is that they're typically heavily incentivized not to. They have, in their existing business model, very high margin businesses. And so there's a significant amount of internal resistance to essentially just disrupting themselves and to going out and marketing, growing, and having a competitive offering in the digital wealth space. It's certainly something that we monitor, but in our view, there's a significant opportunity for new players in this space to take market share.
Thank you so much. The second question coming from is that is the competitive environment becoming too intense in the digital wealth space?
Yeah, another great question. We don't think so. In our home market of Singapore, there are a handful of players that have a somewhat similar model. Each of us have our own unique edge. But when you take all the digital platforms combined, our AUM or assets under management right now it's just a tiny fraction of the overall wealth market. Singapore and Hong Kong are 2 of the largest wealth markets in the world, and the dominant players today are still the traditional banks and wealth advisors, and the digital market is still a tiny fraction of that. So we think it's more important to focus on growing the overall size of the pie rather than how the small piece of the pie is carved up right now, and that there's certainly room for multiple players, each with their own unique way of delivering digital wealth services to clients.
Thank you so much. The next question is about the CAC, the customer acquisition cost. The CAC has been a key concern for robot advisory platform in the West. So how do you deal with these as Scyf?
Yeah, so that's certainly been a well-publicized issue for a lot of the, particularly the US-based robo-advisors like Betterment and Wealthfront early on, that they had very high customer acquisition costs. You know, our view is that it's a bit less so today, even for those US platforms, as acceptance of digital platforms for wealth management have become more mainstream. You know, in Asia, the experience has been a little different. You know, we think it's probably for two reasons. You know, one is that the acceptance of digital for payments and other financial services in Asia has already grown quite significantly. And so there's a bit less resistance for customers to adopt digital platforms for wealth as well. And then in Asia, we believe the value proposition for digital platforms relative to those traditional players is so much greater. You know, you do see quite a lot of, you know, high fees, poor advice in some of the traditional models. And so the alternative, which is what we're offering, is quite attractive. And so we haven't seen, in our experience, such high customer acquisition costs as we have in the early days of the US platforms.
Thank you so much. I think we have still a little bit more time for the very last questions. So the very last question is about what is your major challenge in your business journey?
Major challenge, look, I'd say right now it is still, you know, convincing clients that, you know, that digital platforms can offer the breadth and quality of service that they believe they can get from the banks. You know, we're certainly convinced that digital platforms offer a more competitive, you know, alternative to the banks from a cost perspective, from a service perspective. But the banks have a lot of marketing power, and they have a lot of people that are out there, you know, selling financial products to people and trying to convince them that their products are superior. So we do certainly face that as a challenge. And, you know, in one way we've met that is to supplement our digital first platform with a very high quality advisory team and to have that human touch where people can come and talk to us about our products without feeling that they're being sold to or feeling that, you know, that the salesperson is trying to push one product over another.
Thank you so much for your thorough explanation and your answers. I think this is the end of our section already. So if from the audience side, if you still have any further questions or would like to have a further discussion with Nick, please feel free to reach out to him on our platform Pine2. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of our conference. Thank you so much, Nick.
Great. Thank you so much, Jojo and everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. So the next company joining our floor today, we're having Max Song from Carbonbase. Carbonbase is a Hong Kong-based green tech/fintech company building a platform to facilitate sustainable investment for a global audience. They have a reward-backed carbon footprint calculator and offset engine, allowing individuals and companies to calculate their carbon footprint and support projects that reduce CO2 emissions and earn rewards. So I think I saw Max on the founder track floor already. Hello, Max.
Hi, Jojo. Nice to be here.
Hi, nice to meet you here. So if you're ready, the floor will be all yours after you share your pitch deck.
Awesome. Do you see my screen right now?
I think it's still loading. Yes, it's very clear now.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Jojo, and it's a big pleasure to be here, and big congratulations to the incredible WHub team for organizing an epic summit. It's been really exciting to hear all these other presentations. My name is Max. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Carbonbase, and we're based here in Hong Kong, but really facing the whole world, including China, the US, Europe, and we are using technology to build a carbon neutral future. So let me start with a problem overview and why we're here. As many of you guys know, we're living through a climate crisis, but few of us actually fully comprehend the incredible severity of the problem ahead of us. In fact, we are currently emitting about 50 billion tons of CO2 every year. And at this rate, we will completely exhaust the remaining carbon budget for us to stay underneath the 1.5 degree warming target that we've sort of set as a goal at the Paris Agreement in the next 6 years and 8 months. So in the next 6 years, 8 months, we will have used up all of the carbon we can use to stay underneath 1.5 degrees. This is a very big problem. And by some estimates, it's also a very expensive problem. People have largely characterized it as about $100 trillion US that would need to be mobilized in order to meet this problem. We also see a very interesting geopolitical event, which is that as of today, there are rising conflicts between the East and the West. But on the question of climate, this is an essential planetary scale problem and an opportunity for companies and countries to work together in unison. So what are we actually doing at Carbon-Base? We have a theory of change that we want to share with you. The theory of change is that we actually need to go through a systematic transformation of the carbon information in our value chain. Today, we are buying things that are demarcated by price, but that price does not reflect the real cost of economic impact that these goods have on us, either goods, services, the way we use electricity, the way we eat our food. So we at Carbon-Base are trying to build a set of solutions that would help companies and individuals understand the totality of their carbon footprint, and then provide solutions for them to reduce or even reach carbon neutral as an entity. And really, there's several parts of this. There is the supply chain part, which we need to actually mobilize efforts to reduce the carbon through the supply chain from transportation to manufacturing to ultimate delivery. And we also need to actually put a price of carbon as a label on consumer goods so that individuals can make better conscious decisions of what they purchase and how they purchase. So on the enterprise side, we think this is a very key starting point. And we're very proud to have helped the first shipping company in Hong Kong become carbon neutral. Wakwang is a 70-year-old shipping company and actually made history last year actually as being the first one of its industry. And now there are many more companies in line trying to accomplish the same goal. We've also been very lucky to work with the New World Hotel and Development Group actually to create a consumer-facing solution for their shopping and retail malls, labeling the price of carbon and the price of sustainability inside the consumer goods. Beyond that, we've had a chance to work with the Lianfeng Explorium ecosystem to understand the use cases of supply chain logistics and the labeling and sort of opportunities to actually track carbon through the value chain. And finally, in 2019, the Carbon-Base team actually worked before with Veolia, a very large French-based multinational, and helped build an industrial-facing blockchain pilot for them as well. We also have expanded our client base now to include an asset management company, a data center company, and also recently been accepted into the Schneider Electric incubator to actually work with Schneider's enterprise clients to develop compelling solutions as well. So in the last year and a half, it's been a really interesting journey. And I just want to share with you our evolution on a personal story side. When we started the company in 2020, January, it was not clear that we were going to succeed. In fact, many people who are friends of mine told me that you're starting a CSR company in the midst of a global pandemic. Why do you think that people will care or companies will willing to pay money? And to be honest, the first year was very hard. But as we evolved on this journey, we saw the rest of the world understand that in order to overcome the larger planetary challenges we face, COVID actually was the beginning of a wake-up call that we need to actually build more effective and resilient value chains. And so along that journey, we've been invited to collaborate and interact with numerous startup accelerators, with large conferences. We hosted a very successful FinTech AI Summit with the Singapore FinTech Festival. And also we won first prize at the AI for Good Challenge hosted by Microsoft Hong Kong. And we also believe that there's an opportunity to help individuals become smarter about the ways that they actually go out and consume. And here we've built an application at carbonbase.co where individuals can quickly calculate their personal carbon footprint and understand what is the footprint of your choice of living in a particular house, eating a particular diet, taking transportation in a particular fashion. And behind that, we then built a loyalty program that can help individuals feel rewarded and compensated for actually deciding to reduce their carbon footprint. And so the different components of this include the one-stop carbon calculator, this idea of a green profile where you can sort of track how many days you are carbon neutral, a social community where we host events and gatherings and sort of educate people on the merits of living a carbon neutral life, as well as an offset directory. We've partnered with a number of offset developers around the world and actually are coordinating their supply of credits to the end customer. So here's a picture of actually a functioning app, right? Here's Jenny, one of our lead product managers, her profile and also the projects that she's actively supporting. And we expanded this now to reflect an enterprise use case, helping large malls also create their own carbon profile and highlight their sustainability efforts as well. We're also very lucky to work with this amazing company also here at SIS called Planto, with whom we've been talking and working closely with for a number of years. They actually have an amazing personal wealth management finance application. And so we co-developed a pilot to actually put a carbon index into the Planto app. So people who actually use Planto to track their finances can also see the carbon impact of their purchases as well. Finally, we've been building active communities in mainland China. We think that this is a very important part of where the future of the young generation have to change their behavior. And so we've worked with CYCAN, the leading sort of youth action climate network in China, and also the Beijing New Vegetarian Generation, which has been very successful in actually creating food waste awareness with about 1 million users so far. And I guess just to sort of sum it together, we sort of believe that in order to actually have a meaningful climate transition, we need to have a closed loop. We need to have the enterprises make their active decisions and then have those decisions be communicated effectively to the consumer. And the consumer then reflect buying behavior and sort of support green enterprises in favor of non-regenerative ones. And just a few slides on our past year or so. We've been very grateful to work with leading technology companies to innovate in this regard. We were accepted into the Future Stars program of Miracle Plus, which is a leading Beijing-based technology accelerator founded by Lu Qi. He was the former executive vice president of Microsoft and then became the #2 at Baidu. And he started what was called YC China and now renamed to be called Miracle Plus. We hosted a very awesome TEDx event at Asia Society and also built a large online community of sustainability professionals on WeChat and numerous presentations and talks. So in terms of teams and advisors, we have a team that comes from this wide background of technology, enterprise, research, and also good universities. And we think that this is a very powerful dynamic actually for ourselves as we look to propel the next generation. And we want to engage with all of the companies here at SAS and encourage you guys to have a very simple question, which is, what is something you can do today to start your own climate action journey? We've been very proud to actually be the sustainability partner with the Startup Impact Scale Summit because we think that actually every action we take has a meaningful counterbalance. And it doesn't cost so much money to actually start this journey. But once you start it, it actually builds this powerful awareness into how you think, how you act. And I think that small step added together is actually the way we're going to change our world. So thank you very much and look forward to your presentation and questions.
Thank you so much, Max. Thank you for your continuous support for the SIS and our company, Angel and W ourselves. So if you don't mind, I will shoot the questions from the floor directly. So one of the audience is wondering that, would you agree that supporting projects using more money to give people the right or chance to spend more and consume more instead?
So it's an excellent question, something that we've thought a lot about. We think that the idea of sustainable consumption can be a paradox. It doesn't have to be. And when I say that, what I mean by that is the traditional economy is driven in a way where we are encouraged to buy a lot of things very fast and not use them very long. And we are oblivious to the carbon impact, environmental impact of these goods. If we have very good accounting and we actually can tell you this particular item clothing, it has X number of tons of CO2 associated with it, we encourage you to buy it and then use it for a long time. we can still have a consumption economy, but now it's one in which the items that are favored are ones that are durable, right? The ones that have low impact, and the ones that actually have enduring value, as opposed to fast-moving goods where you sort of buy something, you wear it once, and you throw it away. We want to move the world towards one where we can continue to consume because it powers our economy, but do it in a responsible and thoughtful manner.
Thank you so much. There is another question from the floor, is that how scalable are you actually? Will the engagement you have with different corporates be very much on hands-on and tailor-made and require substantial advisory man hours?
It's a great question. I used to be a data scientist in Silicon Valley. We worked with a number of enterprise clients for data science. The life cycle of engagement, as found, is that in the very beginning, we need to be very hands-on because we need to understand the core functions of the business and then the key value of the business owner. And once we understand it completely, we can then build software solutions that capture the business activity into something that can be repeatable. And the way we calculate carbon today is we actually look at the core, the core business activity, and then we associate the carbon emissions to these activities. So we are building a set of technology tools like software as a service, where companies can actually upload their own company data in a formatted fashion and automatically get the emission profile of themselves. But in order to create this, we need to actually do a vertical by vertical. And we're very grateful actually to begin in the maritime vertical. It is largely not a common vertical, shipping, but it represents 2% of our global emissions. So it is a very powerful part, and actually is a big part of Hong Kong's economy as well. And I think real estate is our second vertical, and one where we also see a lot of potential for standardization. And finally, the big and sort of relatively complex one would be the supply chain itself. These three verticals we've chosen happen to be core industries for Hong Kong and also the Greater Bay. And this is sort of why we believe that these are meaningful verticals to pursue.
Thank you so much, Max. Unfortunately, even though there are a few questions in the Q&A section on Pine2, but we don't have enough time in these sections. But no worries, for the audience and also Max yourself, you can also always utilize the Pine2 platform for the potential discussions and other utilize the request meeting functions on our platform as well. So please enjoy the rest of our conference today. Thank you so much for your time, Max.
Thank you, Jojo, and look forward to talking with all you guys online. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. See you. So for the next company joining our floor today, we are having a US-based wellness company named Lela. Lela is a wellness provider where they have developed an innovative online platform that's delivered counseling with unprecedented effectiveness, efficiencies, and availability around the globe. So we are so lucky to have the CEO and founders of Lela today, Lawrence, to join our floor. Hello, Lawrence. Can I please kindly ask you to unmute yourself, please?
There we go. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, Lawrence. Nice to see you on the founder track.
Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
I can see your pitch deck already, so the floor will be all yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present to all of you today. Lela is a very different kind of mental health service, mental health app. And I'm really happy to have the opportunity to explain to you, what it is that we're doing differently. I'm not going to jump into too many statistics because I think you've seen a lot, but it is a $1 trillion annual issue for the whole world right now. But probably the most shocking statistic that we have to deal with as a human race is that it's become the second leading killer of young adults ages 18 to 34. So that is, depression leading to suicide is killing more people than even homicides or murders or any physical disease like cancer. So we're doing something very innovative to address this problem. We've created actually a couple of different apps, and we're launching another one that's directed for that young adult group. And the reason why we're taking this kind of multifaceted approach is because these global barriers that exist are common across all countries and all cultures. for example, social stigma, affordability, and accessibility. And of course, the market's going to get very huge very quickly because people are not getting the help that they need. And so we created MyGolana as a global solution to a global problem. So one thing that you will see that's a bit different from us is that we actually give very detailed reports. Everyone gets a client dashboard. They get free online wellness tracking. They have cloud storage for all their medical records. All that's actually for free. And when they do need to have access to high quality professional mental health care, counseling, how we stand apart from all the other apps is that we actually provide instant booking. And as far as I know, right now we're the only company in the world to be able to do this. So that means with one click, you can get an appointment and you can talk to a professional counselor. We're open 7 days a week. We're open during early morning and late night hours. You can try different counselors. And then the other thing that distinguishes us is that you're available to, you can choose, clients can choose how they want to communicate with us, either via chat, audio, or video, and it's the same price. So we're not charging like 10 times more to have a video session. We just realized that we want to break down the barriers for people to have the right kind of communication with their counselor. And the final thing that really sets us apart is that as far as I know, we are the only service that has accountability. That is, if anything goes wrong during your session or doing your treatment, you just contact MyGolana and then we'll talk to you about how we can make your experience better. So a lot of the innovations that I've just discussed are actually patented and it's part of our patent tree. If you're interested, we can go more in depth about that later. We're constantly developing, introducing new products and services. So this is one example. Late last year, we introduced small group counseling. It's become a very popular feature on our platform. And besides getting a lot of traction with just B2C clients, people that have found us through word of mouth, we've also been able to sign up 80 corporate clients in less than 1 year. And so, our counseling operations are based in the Philippines. So a lot of these companies are also based there. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I want to just give you 2 really good examples of the kind of work that we do. So we're able to create this white label app for Field Care HMO. They're one of the top 3 HMOs in the Philippines. And we create this app, but we are doing all the heavy lifting. 100% of the Field Care clients are coming to MyGolana. And basically we are doing all the triage services such as initial intake, all the initial assessment and the counseling. Another way that we're working with companies is that we're doing this very in-depth EAP type of service. So that's Employee Assistance Program, but we go much more in depth. So Energy Development Corporation, which is a global renewable company, they came to us because they were having a serious problem during the pandemic with employees, suicide ideation, suicide attempts, and actual suicide. So there was a really big problem that really got the attention, of course, of even the CEO, and they could not find a service like ours anywhere. And so we did a pilot program, and I'm really happy to say that after the pilot program, we were able to sign a 1-year contract with them. So we are a startup, and we've been self-funded up to this point. And we haven't, all the traction that I've just talked to you about, all that traction we've gotten without spending any money even on social media. It's really been word of mouth. And so we've done these really innovative marketing events. Like something that we do that we're really happy about is we do this virtual online mental health check-in, drop-in clinics where people can just come in and ask any question and get help online. We've also did a promotion with the World Wildlife Fund on gardening, because there's a really strong connection between nature and mental health. And then we launched, we've done so many of these types of programs. We recently did a big presentation with the American Chamber of Commerce. And it was their best attended event in their history. So this obviously, an issue that's very important for everyone. Now, I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. I've done, 3 previous startups there, but this is my 4th one. And the reason why I actually moved my life to Manila because I saw a unique opportunity to launch My Golana from there. So we're very proud to say that our operations are there. There's a unique malasakit approach to counseling. And malasakit, it kind of means empathy, but it's much more than that. Those of you that are familiar with Filipino culture or are Filipino, you know what malasakit is. It's one of those really deep words that has a lot of meanings like compassion and empathy and concern. The Filipino people are famous for this in their culture. All our counselors are bilingual. They also have experience, previous experience treating international clients from many different countries, including the US and Canada, things like that. They're all licensed, masters and PhD. And so, what we tell clients is that if they're serious about really addressing employee disability, absenteeism, if they really want to prevent employee suicide, ideation, suicide attempts, they have to really engage with some professional services. An AI app is not going to do it. An AI app is going to hit a dead end, after a few brief AI conversations. What you need is a connection to real professional human beings who are also very empathetic. And so I'm happy to say that we recently got new clients in New Zealand. So we're almost up to 20 countries worldwide. And we have a rock solid founding team. Denny Roja has been with me through all 4 startup companies, the 3 in the San Francisco Bay Area and this one in Manila. Pradeep Banotha was the former CEO of AIG. So he scaled up operations to 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 employees. He was doing R&D centers for AIG in the Philippines, Singapore, India, and London. And we're really happy to have Dr. Lucia on board as our chief counselor. She wrote some seminal papers in the multicultural approach to counseling. We have a huge backlog of appointments and contracts, so we need to hire people. And that's the reason why that right now that we're looking for some seed financing for the first time, because we have these contracts, they're waiting to get fulfilled. And if we can do that, we have a very, very high growth projections for the next few years. So thank you very much for your time today. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Lawrence. There are quite a few questions from the Q&A section. So if you don't mind, I can shoot it right now.
Okay.
Yes, the first question is about how would you describe the effectiveness of online health counseling compared to the offline health counseling when human interaction is still important?
Yeah, so there is a ceiling. I know I'm brutally honest about all my answers. So as some of you may know that by law in most countries, you're not allowed to prescribe medicine online. So what that means is that if you're looking for psychiatric service and you're looking for medicine, or you think you might need medication, you can't do that online. So what we're doing in our partnership with PhilCare is we're doing 100% of the initial intake and counseling and assessment. And And right now, it's less than 0.1% that we need to refer on to PhilCare's network of psychiatrists. And this is really important because that's why PhilCare chose to partner with us, because before they met us, their psychiatrists were getting overwhelmed by the demand from the pandemic. And so we do all the front end filtering, if you will. And we have the data to show that only 0.1% actually need to be referred on to psychiatrists for that kind of more serious treatment.
Thank you so much. There's another questions regarding your go-to-market strategy. So the audience is wondering any plans to access to less accessible market, let's say with the poor connections and network online platform to access to your solutions.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's why our platform is set up just to do chat, audio only, like very low bandwidth. That's a great question, because that example I gave you of Energy Development Corporation, we're treating some of their remote frontliners in power plants, like geothermal power plants in very remote areas in mountains and forests. They're not very accessible. And we're doing it through chat, audio. Once in a while, we can get a video connection, but mostly, it's through chat or through audio. And we let the client choose what's best for them based on either their bandwidth or their comfort level.
Thank you so much. I guess we have still a little bit more time for the very last questions. So one of the investors from our audience is wondering if you are fundraising right now. If so, can you share a bit more about the detail?
Yes, we're right in the middle of our seed financing round. It's our first financing round. And we have a term sheet. We have a full investor package. We have all the financial statements for Q1 plus April of 2021. We have also our cap table, of course. So everything is there, all the documentation. And also, I just want to say, we have a ton of data because we are really a data-driven company. And, there's tons of fascinating statistics that we could talk about, but about online counseling, where it's heading. But there's no time today, but we can share that with investors.
Exactly. This is exactly what I want to share to our audience. If you're one of the investors or seeking for potential collaboration opportunity with Lawrence, so please feel free to utilize our platform on Pine2 to request meeting or just utilize the chat box functions. So thank you so much for your time today, Lawrence. So nice to see you
Jojo.
here on the Founder Track.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
So I will see you on the Pine Tour.
Okay. Thank you.
So the next company joining our floor today, we're having another Hong Kong-based fintech company named Cubital. Cubital is an operator of an online invoice discounting and exchange platform designed to help in injecting liquidity into the market. The company platforms helps qualified business to raise finance against their receivable by connecting them with professional investor in equitable win-win opportunity, enabling businesses to reduce cost of financing and professional investor to access an entirely new asset class of account receivable. So we're so lucky today to have the co-founder of Cubital, Andy, to join our Founder Track floor today. Hello, Andy. I think you're still on mute.
Hello, nice to meet you, Jojo.
Hello, nice to have you on the floor. So if you're ready, please feel free to share your screen and then the floor will be all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for presenting our business, Cubital, at the Scale Up Impact Summit. Cubital is a lending platform for e-commerce merchants. We use big data, machine learning, and predictive analytics to automate the loan approval process and to monitor the performance of our borrowers. Why are we in this space? While many e-commerce merchants are young, growing companies, it is very difficult for them to get financing from traditional lenders such as banks, as they do not have fixed assets such as property or equipment to pledge to these lenders. What they do have instead is numerous amounts of data from the e-commerce platforms such as Amazon and eBay to payment gateways and logistics providers. This allows us to create a new financing option for these merchants, as well as a new fixed income asset class. Our advantages are that we are very fast. It only takes 3 working days from loan application to loan drawdown. We use a data-driven and objective approach as we are well integrated within the e-commerce ecosystem, partnering with leading payment gateways such as World First, Lian Pay, Airwallex, and Pingpong, and logistics providers such as Winit and Zhongteng. We are in a very large and rapidly expanding market. Cross-border e-commerce in China has been growing 20% year on year. We estimate that our potential loan book size can grow to over 100 billion US dollars. There are many favorable policies for Chinese e-commerce cross-border merchants as they are helping promote Chinese products across the world. And so there are different tax incentives and subsidies built in for these merchants. In our e-commerce lending model, we have lent over 250 million US dollars. Our credit control has been stellar with a cumulative default rate of less than 0.03%. Our big data storage has over 2 billion rows of transaction data for our machine learning models. This slide shows our financing flow, with Cupital providing financing to the e-commerce merchant borrower on the top right hand. Then they move their goods through the logistics providers onto the e-commerce platforms and finally into the hands of the end consumers. The consumers pay the e-commerce platforms, the money flows through the payment gateways, then back to us. Our credit model has 6 main advantages. Firstly, it's real time. Instead of just looking at financial statements, which could be 12 months out of date, we're looking at real time data from the e-commerce platforms, payment gateways, and logistics providers. This gives us a deeper insight into the performance of our borrowers and agility to react. Secondly, we use third-party data. One of the difficulties dealing with SME lending is the fraud risk. Instead of relying on information provided by the borrower, which could be tampered with or fraudulent, we rely on third-party data provided by the platforms and our partners to greatly reduce our fraud risk. Thirdly, our model is highly quantitative, without subjective human biases. This means that our data is easily digitalized, allowing significant automation in the whole loan approval process and post-loan monitoring. Big data is the key to our continuous improvement, as our large data sets allow us to keep learning and improving our credit model through technology. Finally, our credit model is very scalable. After starting off with just Amazon merchants, we are now serving eBay, Shopee, and Lazada merchants as well. This is because the data pulled from different platforms is very similar. We have a tremendous opportunity to continue our growth as there is platforms and we have yet to integrate with and partners we have yet to work with. We currently have offices in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai, with 5 more cities to expand into this year. So Cupital right now is between 1.0 and 2.0. We're serving 4 different e-commerce platforms. We're partnering with ERP vendors. And then we are starting to change our source of funding as well. And then with Cupital 3.0, we want to become a global e-commerce bank with the full service financial services for these e-commerce merchants. We started off in 2016 with an invoice financing model. After our Series A investment in 2019, we pivoted towards e-commerce financing as we realized the space is very large, growing, and the data is already digitalized. So we can add a lot more value with our technology. And then after 2019, we continued to partner with different leading e-commerce players like Lian Pay, eBay, World First, etc. These are amazing investors and partners. We're honored to work with leading investors such as Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, Mindworks, and Gobi Partners. The founding team consists of myself and my partner, Winston. Winston's background is in trade finance, and my background is in software engineering. We saw a huge opportunity in creating a trade finance platform for SMEs, as we believe they've been historically underserved and have a huge potential for growth given the correct financing options. Thank you for listening, and please feel free to let us know if you've got any questions.
Thank you so much for the detailed presentations, Andy. So if you don't mind, I can shoot the question right away. So for the first question coming on the floor, from the floor, is that, can you quickly describe what is your competitive landscape and which is the direct primary competitions with to Cubital?
So our competition mainly comes in mainland China with e-commerce lenders. They're online lenders, but recently a lot of these lenders actually exiting the market. So they've become our partners and they're starting to refer clients to us as well.
Thank you. The next question is about the COVID situation. So what exactly COVID impacts your business? Is this accelerating your business growth or it putting some obstacle in your expansions?
So when first COVID hit in mainland China in early 2020, there was an impact as a lot of the suppliers and the manufacturers were under lockdown. So there was not a lot of confidence for our borrowers to borrow money as the supply chain was disrupted. But after around April and May, as the COVID situation in China is starting to become better, the West has been going into lockdown and a lot of people are changing their shopping behavior to shop online using e-commerce. So, the growth in e-commerce has been very strong, especially cross-border e-commerce over 2020 and 2021. So this has given us a huge opportunity as many of our merchants have been growing very rapidly under COVID.
Thank you. The next questions coming from the audience is that they're wondering about your defensibility. Can you share a little bit more how you outcompete with the rest of your competitor?
Default rate, given our track record, we've been running for 2 years now. And we attribute that to our strong AI and our machine learning models. So we've been able to use our billions of transaction records and able to create a strong credit model from that so that we can lend out money to these merchants at a cheaper cost, at a larger credit limit and a longer duration.
Thank you so much. The next question is about the product itself. So what data do you use for credit assessment?
We use a wide range of data, so including the data from the platforms. So, the return rates of these goods, the volatility of the sales, also what is in their warehouses. And then we use that data and we combine it with data from our partners, such as our logistics partners and our payment gateway partners as well, to create a holistic model, as well as using traditional data like financial statements and bank statements.
Thank you so much. The next question is about the development of your products. You were mentioning about there are 3 versions of Cubital products, 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Can you give us more detail regarding these 3 products development?
It's not so much our product development, it's just how we see Cubital growing and our vision for the company. So eventually, we want to become more globalized and serve e-commerce merchants across Asia. And then, and also coming from our source of funding, not only from family offices and private credit funds, but also from larger financial institutions such as banks and insurance companies.
Thank you. The next question is, would you describe trade financing is a very crowded space? If so, what helped you to shine?
Yeah, we worked in traditional trade finance back in 2016 to 2019. So we believe that space, it's more difficult to automate as a lot of the data and the information is given in paper format or scanned copies. So like your shipping documents, your invoices. So in that space, we believe that as a startup, it may be hard to change the entire landscape and make sure that it's able to be digitalized. But once we realized that there was e-commerce financing and the data was already digitalized and we can get many, many months of data from each of these e-commerce platforms, we believe that we found a space where we could shine as our data science and our models could really improve and learn from the large data sets.
Thank you. The next question is about, one of the audience is wondering about your founding story. So what did you have in mind? Why did you bring up this business idea with Cubital?
So my background is a software engineer. I was working in Europe in 2015. And during that time, I saw that there were different trade finance platforms across Europe and the United States that were helping SMEs with their working capital. And I saw that Hong Kong had over 300,000 SMEs. So why not create a platform in Hong Kong to help these SMEs who a lot of them are focused on trading and import. So why not create a win-win platform for these SMEs as well as for investors who can create a new fixed income asset class so they can help finance these SMEs. So that was the original genesis of the idea.
I think we have still a little bit more time for the very last questions. So one of the audience is curious about what was your biggest obstacle and how did you overcome it?
I guess our biggest obstacle was the decision to pivot. We had an existing portfolio of clients that we were serving in the traditional invoice financing space. And, we've built up our partners and our network in that space. But at the same time, we found it difficult to scale further as it required, a lot of manpower to underwrite traditional invoice financing. So the decision to pivot was probably one of our largest obstacles, but we're glad that we decided to do it and start building up our book again and our portfolio and our networks and our partners. So the decision in 2019 was one of our largest obstacles.
The very, very last questions from the audience. I guess he is an investor. So he is wondering if you're fundraising right now. If so, can you please share a little bit more detail?
Yeah, we're currently raising our Series B. So we're been growing very well since pivoting into this new model. And now we need the capital to expand into additional cities and continue to develop our legal and technology infrastructure. So if you're interested, please feel free to send me an email on the email on the slide, nd@cubital.com.
Thank you so much for your time today, Andy. So from the audience side, if you still have any questions to Andy, please feel free to reach out via the email or the Pine tool itself in the rest of our conference today. So I wish you enjoy the rest of our sections on Pine tool as well. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you, Jojo.
See you.
Bye-bye.
So the next company joining our floor today is an Indian e-commerce company named Kowloon. Kowloon is a developer of a fashions e-commerce platform designed to transform Indian fashions. The company platforms facilitating buying and selling of pre-owned designer wardrobe for both men and women, enabling shoppers to save and try new outfits with ease. So today we are so lucky to have the co-founders of Kowloon, Jasmine, to join our founder track today. Hello, Jasmine. Can you hear me clearly?
Hey guys.
Yes, you are on the main stage now. So if you're ready, please feel free to start your pitch.
Right, Shishan. Hey guys, my name is Jasmeet. I run a company called Kowloon. Let me tell you something very interesting about India. We have almost 600, 700 million internet users in India. Most of them coming from smaller towns in India. But e-commerce in India is still very small. Out of all retail cycle in India, only 5% of India's commerce actually happens online, while the 95% still happens offline. But the pandemic has changed everything. In the next 5 years, 15% of all commerce in India will actually happen online. Now, but there's something very interesting happening in India. Out of all products sold in India, 74% of all products do not have a brand, do not have a price tag, or do not even have a fixed price. It's actually sold just like in older times, China or Hong Kong, between the sellers and buyers via bargaining or haggling. What Kootloot does is basically empowers these small sellers or 80% small individual owners in India to actually start selling online for the first time in their lives. They do want to sell online, but the problem is they have no documentation. They have very limited SKUs. They have cataloging issues. They don't even know how to use the computers. And of course, in India, we have 200 different languages. And again, they cannot even compete with big sellers. Because of all these reasons, small sellers in India are still offline. We have about 60 million merchants in India, and out of them, less than 3% actually sell online today. While big platforms don't allow small sellers to sell online, there is Kootloot. What Kootloot does is it allows home sellers, wholesalers, offline mom and pop shops, small boutiques, and even small businesses to set up a free online store and start selling to buyers all over the country. How it works is pretty simple. All you need is a mobile phone and internet. A seller just downloads the Kootloot app, clicks on the sell button, clicks any photo of the product that he wants to sell. Our AI will automatically scan and recognize the product. All the seller has to do is just enter the price, and boom, you have a free online store. The store can be shared across WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, or anywhere across social media platforms, or the platform also drives demand to your store. What Kootloot does is it actually solves the basic Indian problem of bringing offline shops online. The reality today is that out of all e-commerce in India, only 10% of sellers are actually doing 80% of sales, while the big 70% chunk of sellers are still offline and not selling online. The landscape is very interesting. Out of 600 million internet users, we have only 50 million unique buyers in India. Clearly, traditional e-commerce in India does not work. And hence, you need social commerce, local companies to actually come and create and make the difference of e-commerce in India. Why? Because Indian consumers are very, very different. They need trust. They need assisted shopping because we are a very, very early consumer stage market. Our ticket sizes are very small. Historically, we get discounts via bargaining, and it's a relationship-based transacting kind of a society. So what you have to do is basically bring the same offline experience online, and which is what Kootloot does between sellers and buyers. How that works is pretty simple. For example, if you're a buyer, you discover any product on the Kootloot app, you can directly start live chatting with the sellers. You can ask for more photos, you can ask for more details, and you can live haggle and bargain with the sellers directly. The sellers can accept or renegotiate the price, and boom, the buyer and the seller can basically make a sale within each other, all through an internet and a mobile phone. Now that is interesting, but how does the logistics work? It's pretty interesting and easy too. It exactly works like Didi or Uber. Once the order is sold, the seller just confirms the order. One of our 15 delivery partners automatically goes to the seller's stores. They pack the product, the seller prints the airway bill and sticks it on the package of the product. The product is then directly shipped to the buyers all over the country. The sellers and buyers can live track while this is happening. And basically, post 72 hours of delivery of the product, the seller gets the money in his account, which is very, very simple. But there's another problem faced by these small sellers. Again, they have very limited sourcing options. They have very, very small SKUs. What Kootloot also does is Kootloot also helps these small sellers source supply directly from the platform. How it works is pretty simple, wherein the seller lists the product on the platform and buyers come to the platform because of the sellers or because of the platform itself. And the sellers can ship the product directly via the Kootloot service or themselves via a small subscription. Who is our seller? Our seller is a small local Indian store owner who is a 100 square foot store, sells largely non-branded fashion lifestyle items, and makes about $300 a month. What Kootloot does is basically empowers these small offline sellers to actually sell online for the first time in their lives. 67% of our sellers actually come from North India, wherever there are more suppliers. Most of our sellers are actually from tier 1+ towns. 62% of all our sellers have actually sold products successfully on the platform. Our largest category is unbranded shoes. And the average seller makes about $200 on the platform every month. Today, we contribute to about 30% of all sellers' sales on a monthly basis. Our positioning is very, very easy. We are actually building the Taobao for India. Unlike the traditional B2C commerce platforms or the cataloging platforms, Kootloot is a full stack social commerce platform specifically built for small offline sellers in India, targeting on the non-branded, non-fixed price category. Today, we are the largest player in this segment in India, and globally, we are exactly similar like Taobao or Lazada or Shopee in Southeast Asia. Let me directly go to the numbers a little bit now. We have more than 7 million downloads on the platform. We do a monthly GMV of more than $4 million a month. We have more than 130,000 monthly active stores that transact with the platform every month. Our CACs are super low because the sellers and buyers drive the demand and the sharing and distribution in the platform. Our CACs are as low as 40 cents. Our seller CAC is just 20 cents. Our buyer CAC is close to about $1. Like, to give you some transaction summary, last year we sold more than 4 million products. We have more than 15 million products listed on the platform. Last year we delivered orders to about 27,410 pin codes out of 40,000 deliverable pin codes in India. That's close to about 60% of the coverage that we can do. Most of sellers and buyers actually come to smaller town India and transacting online for the first time in their lives. Our team is very interesting. We're all engineers by education. Mahindra, who's a CTO, is actually also the first engineer from his own village in India. Liang is a partner from the Chinese side who heads the B2B side of the business, and he's an ex-Alibaba guy. Mahima, my co-founder, is one of the very few female co-founders in India, and she worked with AC Nielsen in her previous role. For me, I was the youngest ever brand manager at Unilever in India, and I handled a $100 million brand loan when I was 22, 23 years old. We've got some great set of investors, including Artha India Ventures, who is also the investor in Indian unicorn Oyo Rooms, and Venture Catalyst, who are India's largest seed stage investors. We are also backed by Amoeba Capital, which is a very big VC fund based out of China, and a US fund called SOSV. We also received a grant of $200,000 from Facebook during a seed stage. We are also launching something very interesting in tie-up with Unilever in India, where we are also empowering the small mom and pop kirana stores or grocery stores, wherein they will fulfill orders directly from smaller towns to the buyers in the smaller towns. This is a direct tie-up with Unilever in India. Why do we get up every day? Why do we start the company? Why did we do what we do? Our mission is to actually standardize, empower, and grow 25 million non-fixed price, non-branded offline stores online by 2025. And that's pretty much from my side.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. This is Jojo coming back to the Q&A sections.
Hey, Jojo.
So if you don't mind, I can shoot the question from the floor right away.
For sure.
The first question from the audience is that, what will CouchLoot do to further enhance customer experience? What is your growth driver in the next few years?
For sure. So CouchLoot is a very transparent platform. What we do is basically we empower sellers and buyers to come on the same platform. It's a double-sided marketplace. And basically the buyers and sellers can directly chat in local languages with auto translation and actually can ask questions to each other. So it's a very, very transparent platform. In terms of growth, what we are doing is we're also providing supply to our sellers, because these sellers are real small sellers and they might not have enough SKUs to sell online. So what CouchLoot does is it actually eradicates all the middlemen between the seller and the suppliers and directly connects them to the suppliers so that the sellers can source more products at cheaper prices and grow both offline and online. As a growth strategy, CouchLoot focuses on providing liquidation or demand to the sellers on the platform, and hence we have a 62% success rate of sellers on the platform.
Thank you so much. The next question from the audience side as well is, how would you describe your competitor landscape and what is your defensibility? Are there any existing player that will easily replicate your business model?
For sure. What we built is over the last 4 years is we built for local India. So it's not a copy-paste method. So you might have known that eBay, which bought the similar model to India, did not actually become very successful. Is because eBay bought the auctioning model in India. And Indians don't understand auctioning, but they do understand bargaining. And hence CouchLoot brings the local bargaining model to India. In terms of local landscape, there are many cataloging businesses, but none of them provide demand to these sellers. None of them provide the value-added services like supply chain or payments to these sellers. So platforms like WhatsApp shops or Instagram shops or Facebook marketplace have been there in India for the last 10 years, but are actually not very successful. And hence we are a very, very early stage consumer market. So most of the sellers actually need the value added services for them to actually fulfill, grow, and deliver the orders to smaller towns in India. As most of our users come from smaller town India, which is where most e-commerce haven't penetrated the market, which is the number that I showed you guys.
Thank you so much. For the next question is about the quality check. Are you doing any quality check on the merchant side? And what is the standards of the quality assurance?
Sure. So our quality check is done by our logistics partner. So basically our logistics partner actually pick up and match the product that is on their phone with the seller that is handling with the product. The packaging is done in front of the seller and the airway bill is stuck by the seller on the packaging. That's one way of quality check. The second way is CouchLoot actually holds the seller's amount in the escrow account and the buyers have 72 hours to claim any misrepresentation or issue with the delivery of the product. If there is any issue or delivery of the product, the matter is investigated and the buyer is issued a full refund. In case of seller fulfillment, where the sellers fulfill the products themselves to the buyers, these are sellers that have high rating on the platform and have sold successful products on the platform for over the last few months. So our algorithm decides on what service to give to the sellers based on their history on the platform. And each seller is rated on the platform based on every delivery that they do to the buyer.
Thank you so much. The next question is about the expansion plan. So for now, your business model is focusing in the Indian market. So are you looking for expanding your business model in the neighboring country?
For sure. I think South Asia is a very, very interesting diaspora. And whatever works in India will also work in Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and other countries that are very similar to us culturally. While we are building a consumption model in India specifically, while most of the consumption is happening in India with Indian consumers, the supply is actually not coming only from India. The supply that we provide to our sellers all comes from China, Southeast Asia, and even Bangladesh. So while we're building a consumption model based out of India, because we've got 1 billion people to serve, but the supply actually comes from all over Asia. So that is how we'll expand in terms of supply chain and in terms of liquidation. Currently, India is a very, very big market to focus on. It's almost the whole Southeast Asia put together, even bigger than that. So I think being successful in one market right now is the focus for us.
Thank you so much. I think we have still a little bit more time for the very last questions. So sure. One of the investor on our audience side is wondering if you are fundraising right now. If so, can you share a little bit more detail?
Sure. So we've raised about close to $6 million so far. We are in fact just closing a current $5 million internal round right now. So we've already closed about $3.5 million of that. We have last $1.5 million of the round that we are closing, and we hope to close it within the next 2 weeks. This is just the internal round that we're doing right now, but however, we're raising a growth round of about $15 million, for which we're already talking to some global investors. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to connect with you and take you through the journey and our story and how we've empowered so many sellers in India. To give you some more interesting data, last year, same time, our sellers used to do close to about less than $80 of sales on an average, because these are really, really small sellers in a month. Today, the same sellers do about $250 worth of sales on the platform every month. And that's almost like 30 to 35% of their overall sales that they do on a monthly basis. So that's the impact that we're driving to the sellers in smaller towns.
Thank you so much for the detailed answers and your explanations to all of our audience questions. So I think this is the end of our sections already. But from the audience side, if you still have any further questions for Jaspis, please feel free to reach out to him on our Mindful platform.
You can reach out to me on any other platform, and I'm pretty reachable, so no problem. Thank you so much, guys, for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I wish you have a great time on our conference today. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So for the next company joining our floor right now is another Hong Kong edtech company named Storyteller. Storyteller is a context-based e-learning tool that makes remote and blended learning effective, fun, and personalized by their own teachers, while also making teachers' life easier. So today we are having the CEO of Connect AI, Leo, to join our floor. Hello, Leo.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leo.
Nice to see you on the founder track. So if you're ready, please feel free to share your screen, and then the floor will be all yours.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So I'm the co-founders of Connect AI, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And I am sharing my screen right now. So Connect AI is a company with a very simple goal, but ambitious. We wanted to use mobile phone to transform our physical world to become digitally inactive. We created our DIY AR core technology platform. And with this core platform, we have deployed 2 different mobile solutions. One is called Storyteller in the smart education, improving the branded learning experience. The second one is Snapask in the smart city, improving the marketing campaigns experience. So I'm going to give a very brief introduction to both of these platforms. So with Storyteller, our goal is to turn every physical book to become digitally inactive. Yes, and our key value is first to empower teachers to make every physical book to become rich and interactive and fun. Secondly, we wanted to improve the homework efficiency so kids can much quicker finish their homework at home. Last but not least, we wanted to enhance the class participation through technology. Now, exactly what problem did we solve? We solved one very critical problem, which is when the students are studying at home, reading their books, they run into problems. They have questions. So what do? They look up, search the internet, and try to find answers. Yes, there are a lot of answers on the internet, but the problem is too many. So we don't know exactly which problem correlate to the problem that they're looking at on hand. And this is what we call out of context problem. And our solution is very simple. We use image recognition technology to track every single page on a book and then allow teachers to associate digital content on each page with audio, video, 3D models, questions. We have already 9 different types of content, digital contents. The teacher can associate onto every single page on every single book, exercise book, worksheets. And then students at their home can just simply click the books and then start opening the page, opening the book, turning the page, and voila, the content will immediately pops up based on where the teachers put them. Not only we provide this engaging interactions between the teachers and the student, we also track their behavior so that with this behavior big data, we can help the teachers to understand how the students are performing, studying at home with their material physical content. And with our solutions, we have a suggested learning cycle, which includes flipped classroom so that the teacher can ask students to learn the material at home before the teachers even introduce the concept in the class. And then the teachers can then bring in the concept in the class, but then now at that time, students already have some concepts about what this topic is about so that they can ask more intelligent questions. And then we can use the tool to help them with the homework. Of course, before the exams and assessments, then the student can also use the tool to do the study highlight at home. And throughout the whole process, students can also ask questions based on the textbooks that they're looking at, based on the exercise book and rushes they're looking at. They can do the exact same thing, dropping the digital content onto the physical material, but instead of dropping the content, they ask questions so that the teachers can one-on-one answer those questions with the context of the textbook. At the same time, we help with the past paper interpretations, we help with the, doing projects, presentations, as well as helping minority family to understand better what's going on at school. And our business model is very simple. We have two. One is annual-based subscription for this whole school, a limited number of students, number of teachers, and number of subjects. And the other one is per student per month license-based. And we have one more new use cases we'll bring up onto the table using Storyteller, which is in the art tech area doing art curation. We just launched this service to a number of local galleries and getting very good feedback. So the next platform we wanted to introduce is the Snapask. In this case, we wanted to turn every single campaigns to become digitally interactive using the same platform, the same core technology that we are doing with the Storyteller. With Snapask, this is a gamification, commercialization, and then communication all put together in the use case of a smart city. And the solution is relatively simple. We actually developed over 45 plus AR interactive templates, meaning that the gameplays, all these AR games, are the gameplays are done, but then the advertisers can skin the content to fit their campaigns so that we can launch a campaign very quickly and very cost effectively. So this is one very typical campaign in a shopping mall. So we turn a corner of the shopping mall to become digitally interactive. Their visitors can play AR games, and then we can distribute e-coupons to, and then bring door traffic to one of the 38 merchants within the shopping malls, all within 3.5 weeks. We deployed everything from signing a contract to deploying the solutions within 3.5 weeks. And we have For SnapHub, we have already over 800,000 user interactions and 40 plus campaigns that we have done in the past. And our key value is not only doing the interactions, but by tracking the user behavior, we help our advertisers to do retargeting and then iteratively improve the ROI on all their campaigns over and over again. So we have done a lot of different campaigns, selling electronics, services, doing exhibitions, selling houses even. And our business model is relatively simple. So on average, it costs about 10,000 Hong Kong dollars to do one campaign 1 month. So one game 1 month. So basically, shopping malls wanted to do 2 games over 2 months, then you just do the math. And for both of the services, now we have Hutchison as our reseller, exclusive in telecom industry, and then we have other resellers to help us in different domains to sell our product to our end customers. And we're very proud to be enrolled into the Eureka Nova, the first Cohon, as well as Cyberport in 2019 June. Now we're at the PA round, and we're looking for 500,000 US for 10% of our company equity to help us to accelerate the local market, basically Hong Kong penetrations, with more marketing budget to do brand marketing and then grow our business sales team. And our breakdown is mostly 40% in marketing, 30% in sales, and then the rest is in the engineering, support, and legal. So that's my presentation for the day, and these are the 2 QR codes that I welcome all the viewers can scan them and then download the app free of charge, and then you can experience and give me feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentations, Leo. Can I kindly ask you to unshare your screen, and then we can kickstart our Q&A sessions?
Yes, now you can see my face.
So, yes, for the first question coming from the floor is that they're interested to understand about you yourself for the founding story. So what makes you to develop these 2 products?
Oh, okay. Well, basically, I have like I said, I have a vision that I believe that in terms of the hardware capability on our mobile phone, the algorithm, that we are now ready to basically interact with the physical world with digital experiences. Basically being able to detect where you are, what are you looking at, and then give you the digital experience that you should have, that you will find that, well, your life experience will be significantly improved because of that. So I truly believe that that is going to happen. And that's why we bring in these 2 services, which we believe that is the best solutions that bring the technologies that I described as well as the business use case together that can make a very viable business.
Thank you so much. The next question is kind of related to the answers you just give to the audience. They are wondering about what is the social impact of the products you develop?
Right. Okay. Well, there are huge social impact. First of all, with the storyteller, this is I would have to say a very disruptive technologies, and right at the best time to launch in the market due to the pandemic and due to the new normal that everyone is seeking. We wanted to balance well between the time our kids spend in the classroom as well as outside of classroom in terms of having good learning experiences, and also letting everyone, basically every user that has a mobile phone, has a mobile devices, will have the equal opportunities to learn the material, to interact with the teachers. Doesn't matter where the teachers are. So that's one of the big social impact for the storyteller. And for the SnapHub, very similar. We're looking at SnapHub bridging 2 gaps. One is SME versus enterprises. So MNC enterprises, they have huge budget, they can spend a lot of money doing AR campaigns, but SME cannot, right? So providing turnkey solutions, template AR campaigns that would help even SME, even startup will have enough budget to do similar AR campaigns that the MNCs are doing. That's one. Second, being able to provide, we actually do have this DIY AR capability in the SnapPop, so that we allow different marketers, different artists, content providers to provide content, to share content, use our platforms to do business, to basically create AR campaigns for companies across the globe. So basically, with these purely online solutions, we bridge basically the advertisers and the content providers together using our turnkey solutions.
Thank you so much. There's one question from the audience is particular for the products of a storyteller. So he's wondering, teachers are often overloaded in Hong Kong. So how do you convince them to learn the new technology?
Okay, well, this is excellent question. So basically, for all the schools that we come across, teachers we come across, definitely see two groups of teachers. One group that they've been dying, they've been looking for, chasing, pushing, adopting new technology to improve the education experiences. So for those, this is you don't have to do anything, and they find out, even they come to us and ask for the license. For the other set of teachers, that they do see that they have very limited amount of resources, and they wanted to make the best use of their time. So basically, for those, our solution actually provide a very good platform for them, because once the teachers put together this content. Now, first of all, not a single teacher have to do all the content for the same book. You can have multiple teachers share the work and do the content for one book. And then that book, once it's done, it can be used for the rest of the decade. So basically, once you finish this year, next year, the year after that, of course, you may have to make some changes, right? And the book may change versions, and some of the new concepts some of new examples will come in, and you have to make adjustments. But basically, you can just reuse the content years after years, and also the questions that the student asked, you can accumulate them, become your knowledge base, and then share with the new class of the student. So basically, it actually helps teachers as well as students to consolidate the knowledge and then reuse them in the future years.
Thank you so much for the detailed answers and replying all the questions from the floor. I guess this is the end of our sections already. But from the audience side, if you still have any questions or wanted to discuss further with Leo, please feel free to reach out to him, find the Pine tool, or reach out to him, find the email he just provided on the pitch deck.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, I hope you enjoy the conference.
Yes.
So for the next company joining our floor today, so now we are having a 15-minute break. Please stay tuned at 2:30 for the next company to pitch. That will be Singh from Singapore robotics company. And then from 2:30 from now on, my colleague Nicholas, the head of investment, will taking over the founder track and then help you to moderate for the panels from now on. So please enjoy the conference on our Pine 2, and hope you have many meetings and discussion with different founders and investors. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Founders Track SIS 2021 live and streaming around the world. We are very happy to have you back here. We are going to see a long list of amazing companies for several hours together. That is probably the longest pitching event ever. So we are very proud to hosting it and moderating it. I'm Nicholas, Head of Investment Strategy with Angel Hub, and I'm happy to be with you today and to welcome fantastic founders together. First company that we are going to see and hear is BotSync. BotSync is a robotic company based in Singapore. They are operating a robot swarm into heavy-duty logistics and manufacturing industry. So that's a really disrupting companies. They can have, you will see, heavy payloads between 500 kg and 1 ton. And they can, you know, displace pallets, racks, and packages across warehouses and plants. So let us welcome Rahul on the stage. Rahul, can you hear us? I think you're ready.
Yes, I can. Yes,
fantastic.
I can.
Rahul, welcome to the Founders Track. Thank you for being with us today. I will leave you the floor for the next 10 minutes for you to present the company. You can share your screen and explain to the audience what you are doing with the team and how is BotSync disrupting the industry. I'll be back in 10 minutes to ask you some questions from the audience, and we will get into a Q&A session together. See you in 10 minutes, Rahul. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Nicholas, for the introduction. Hi, guys. Pleasure to be here today. My name is Rahul. I am the CEO and co-founder of BotSync. And we are a startup based in Singapore, which builds robotic solutions with the primary vision to automate the under-automated facilities of Asia. So to quickly start, essentially people still, even though they feel that a lot of facilities are fully automated, the reality on the ground is that even today, especially in Asia, over 70% of warehouses are still under-automated. The process to move materials around are labor-intensive, time-consuming, and as a result, quite inefficient. So automation is the answer. But the problem with typical automation solutions available today is that they require large initial investments, they require major process change, and they're not really designed for the infrastructure, the ground conditions, which is available in the facilities of warehouses in Asia. And as a result, require significant infrastructure changes for them to work. And at the end of the day, they're extremely difficult to program by users, making it extremely expensive to invest in, plus on top of that, to maintain and repurpose if the users need to. So another ways to look at it, essentially automation is what desktops were in the 1980s. So what we at BotSync are trying to do is build a laptop version or a modern day smartphone version of what automation should be. We wanted to build an automation solution that is easy to set up, easy to deploy, and easy to use. We wanted to build an automation solution that allows users to design how they want the automation solution to be. And the solution that we have been building, and we're looking to build further, is SyncOS. SyncOS is a simple system which allows users to log in, configure the robots they want to perform the process they want to automate, decide how they want it to behave, decide how the robots interact with each other, and then finally build and configure how the automation should work with the external systems that they have in place, either WMS, either doors, ERP systems, and so on. So SyncOS becomes a platform from which users on the ground can truly build automation solutions designed for their operations and not adapting their operations to what is available in the market. So what we provide under SyncOS today are these few sets of robots. We provide essentially these mobile robots can carry different kinds of payloads, ranging from 300 all the way to 1 ton. And the primary thing we do is that we build these systems to be quite modular to the extent that users can decide what functions they do from the SyncOS platform, giving them the configurability and flexibility to really build the automation solutions they need. So essentially, the setup process is really simple. What we try and do is using the SyncOS platform to allow users to deploy these products within as little as 2 days, and with no changes to existing infrastructure. So everything essentially remains the same as it was before automation is implemented. Secondly, we provide this interface from which they're easily able to program how the robots need to behave, how the robots interact with the operators, and how the robots interact with external systems. And finally, it's a tool that's easy to scale. If the operations increase in volume, there's no need to invest in a new infrastructure. They essentially just add on more robots to the same facility. So by maintaining that modularity, we allow users to implement, scale, and make it function the way they want to, with very minimal incremental costs each time they scale up. Essentially, right now, we automate a wide variety of use cases. Our most common customer base is in the distribution space. So when you work with the warehouse, essentially what we provide is these mobile robot solutions, which can automate different kinds of processes. And what we're trying to get users to do is retain their critical, valuable human resources to just focus on essential tasks. And all the mundane activities of just moving around the facility is something we can automate. So these are just some of the few use cases we automate. We've also been started automating a number of similar use cases in the production environment as well. And in terms of goods, we move a wide variety of payloads. As long as they're between 300 and 1 ton, we can move different kinds. We move pallets, we can move trolleys, and we can even customize to move custom loads which each user may have. The market for automation has been growing significantly. And especially in the recent years, because of COVID as well, the impact in terms of adoption has been quite positive. What we've seen across customers is they've started realizing what automation can add value to in terms of the operations by helping them maintain the labor force and still increase throughput. The market size expected as of now is $2.4 billion just in Asia Pacific, and expecting and forecasting this to grow to $8.3 billion by 2027 at a compounded growth rate of 21.6% just for our market. But what we are focusing on and primarily targeting and working with is the manufacturing and distribution center market within Southeast Asia and India. That's a market we're looking at working with, and we're working for the next 3 years with. So primary targets in terms of going to market are production facilities, distribution facilities in Singapore, in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, Malaysia, and so on. Essentially helping these under-automated facilities in these countries embrace automation and really increase the throughput while minimizing their operating costs. So a very simple question we get oftentimes is what the market landscape looks like. There are a lot of companies out in the market today, but what we focus on is essentially the programmability of configurability of the product and the price range with which we target customers. The labor cost being as it is in Southeast Asia demands that automation be priced at per product cost of around $30,000. So the ROI or return on investment happens within that 2-year benchmark, which is critical for any automation decision to be made by management. So based on that, our products are ranged in that price factor, allowing users to easily adopt and still make sure they recover the investments within that 2-year benchmark. Our major competitors include companies like TF, MIR, Fetch, Hoolah, High-Tech, essentially companies working in this space, but not truly giving the customers the configurability they need to be able to design customized solutions for themselves to solve their own unique operational needs. With this, we've been very fortunate to work with some amazing companies in the past few years. We're working with Ford Motors, we're working with Sanmina manufacturers, and we've extended pilots companies like Bolore and DB Schenker with regional operations through which we're expanding to at this very moment. And that's something we're really fortunate to be working with. So for these customers, we work in a few different formats. How we sell our products depends on the customer type, but what we offer to customers today are 2 different kinds of pricing models. We have a CapEx model, where they buy from us at an upfront cost of between $35,000 to $55,000 per robot, which includes all the initial setup and installation costs. And everything, the system itself, for instance, SyncOS system is hosted on-premise on an on-premise server. And on top of this, we provide them a 3 to 4 year service contract, which includes things like remote troubleshooting and so on to a certain extent. But it does not include any OTA updates, and the system stays the same throughout the lifetime of the robot. What we're moving to now is essentially to make it even easier for companies to adopt the automation solution is to provide a completely subscription-based system where everything, including setup and installation, is covered in a monthly payment fee of between 1.5 and 2.5K Singapore dollars. The entire system hosted on the cloud, giving them the scalability they need to adjust their robotic resources as and when they need to. And this provides other things like OTA updates, additional services such as throughput simulation whenever they want to make changes to the system. And behind all this, it's been a team of 5 in the management team. We have 20 engineers across both our offices in Singapore and Bangalore. So it's myself, Nikhil, Singh, Prashant, who started the company about 3 years back. We've been working together in robotics for almost 6 years now, starting from our university rooms. And being able to work with the company, building the products completely ourselves. And we've been very fortunate to have Raj joining us very recently to push our sales efforts directly to the 3PL and logistics space. He comes from a deep background from companies like DB Schenker, UPS, DHL, Zulik, through which we are driving a lot of our sales efforts. For the 4 of us are primary engineers. We have the capacity to build products ourselves, but now we have an amazing engineering team behind us to help us build further. And finally, we understand that we do not know everything about building a company ourselves. So we've been fortunate to build an amazing board of advisors the past couple of years as well. We have CY, who is the CTO of Wongfeng Industries, a publicly listed engineering company in Singapore. We have Nalin, who was the former APAC CEO of Grey Orange, a robotics company which has done really well recently. And we have Kashyap, the head of robotics piece such as Dyson, helping us a lot of our technical problems today in taking the product and commercializing it. And we have Mr. Lim, who has been working in the field of robotics since automation was introduced to Singapore, advising companies like Fetch Robotics and Ubiquity Robotics in the past couple of years. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you for listening. My name is Rahul, this is Singh, and our long-term vision is to build automation solutions for the under-automated facilities of Asia. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Fabulous, Rahul, just in time. I'm really impressed. Well done.
I was tying myself inside.
I really like the easy setup and programming of your solution, plus the versatility of the robot. I think that's really the opening to the SMBs market, right? Because we've seen big companies in Asia and in Europe and in the US going to robotics, but very often those guys have a full team helping with the programming and the setup. Whereas obviously you are able to cater for the needs of smaller industries, which is great. Rahul, would you, I think the audience is really keen on having a sort of typical use case for your product and maybe walking us through what exactly you brought to companies, both from operational standpoint, but also financial perspective. So how much they could spare maybe, or how much output they could get without increasing the FTEs on the ground.
You got it. Great question, Nicholas. I'll just share a few recent use cases to give a good picture of how it is used. So typically for our 500 kilograms and 1 ton robots, that's our main focus area, 300 is something new. So 500 and 1 ton especially, what we help companies replace or improve is basically forklift usage. So our general equation when we start our pre-sales work for any site is to look at what are the operations right now which is done by forklifts and how much of that can we replace. So for companies, it's not just about forklifts, but the availability of trained resources who can operate forklifts. So the replacement is not just the forklift itself, but the operator. So these operators are hard to train. It's hard to find training facilities for them to get the certifications to actually operate a forklift. In countries like India, Indonesia, it becomes harder. In Singapore, it's a bit easier. So that's what we look at in terms of pre-sales work, and we identify what exactly we're providing for the customer. So I think a recent use case, I'll share that for better representation. So there was a facility, a 24/7 facility, which you're looking at in Malaysia right now. They have 26 forklifts running around, basically managing about 3,000 pallets per day in terms of items being moved back and forth. So the process is very simple. They have a warehouse, they have a production site. So 3,000 pallets is basically 1,500 coming from inventory, from warehouse to production, and 1,500 going from production back to the warehouse. So that's the daily throughput. Just to manage this, they had 26 forklifts running. So what that meant for us is we go in, we try to figure out what we can automate. The reason they had so many forklifts was, one, they needed to charge forklifts, they need to have people working on shifts, and they don't use the same forklifts. So they had 24/7 facility, they had 26 operators, 26 forklifts, just running this throughput. So for us, when we replaced it, and we're doing it now, the equation meant to replace 26 forklifts throughput, we just needed 15 of our bots, 15 of our 1-ton bots. That was the replacement or in terms of automated implementation. So when we broke down the cost for the customer, in Malaysia, a forklift operator is about 2,500 ringgits, which translates to about 800 Singapore dollars, plus another 300, because forklifts nowadays are available on rental basis. That's another $300 per month. So one forklift, one operator, about 1.1 K SGD. So with our implementation, replacing 26 forklifts, the recovery investment for the customer was within 14 months. After 14 months, for the remaining 5 to 10 years of the product life, they're basically making profits. So for them, it was an easy sell. So that's generally the kind of pre-sales work we do. We help customers figure out what process they can automate, and then what is a recovery of investment. That's a typical use case that we work with.
Fabulous. And can you just give us a taste of what could be the future for the company in terms of size, considering that the market is huge, considering maybe the challenges that you may have on the sales side, of course, but what do you foresee, I mean, in terms, for instance, of revenue size for the company within, say, 3-5 years from now?
Correct. I think I'll answer the first question in terms of long-term vision for the company first. So our primary objective is automating under-automated, or improving accessibility for automation. So I guess on a product side, what we're looking at every day is how to make it even simpler to use, even simpler to program, so that essentially we can ship it straight to customers and they can handle it themselves in terms of setting it up without having any technical expertise. So that's a long-term product roadmap and how we want to improve. In terms of market scoping, at least I believe that the future of the market is going to be a complete subscription-based system. People would want to pay as they use it. This makes it easier to buy, easier to get management to buy into operations, faster for us to sell as well. So that's something which we're working on the business side. How do we provide all our robots on a subscription-based model? They can basically rent from us on a monthly basis, and they don't have to put up that $500,000 or $1 million to buy the products. They could instead pay $50,000 a month for, let's say, 12 robots or 15 robots. That's what we're working on the business side. We're looking at, for now, Southeast Asia, India. We're starting to look into Australia, Middle East as the next steps for market expansion. That's what we have in plan for end of next year and start of 2023. In terms of revenue sizes, we're on track to hit close to 1 million this year, looking at about 2 million next year. And year 2023, somewhere between 5 and 10 million. That's the roadmap as of now that we're aiming for.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rahul. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We could have discussed that for years. It's really a big passion. We see that in your eyes and the way you explain. We wish you the best for BotSync. Let us hope that you will realize that vision, which is quite exciting. Thank you for being with us. Keep an eye on the conference. Have a chat with your colleagues out there, co-entrepreneurs, and co-create futures with them. See you soon, Rahul. Thank you.
Okay, Chris. Pleasure being here. Bye. Take care.
Right. Let us go now to a green tech based in Hong Kong. So as we all know, ESG Matters, the company is a provider for the ESG dashboard that is so important nowadays for companies that do have to report on those KPIs as well. And we will hear from Philbert, who is presenting ESG Matters to us, how they intend to create a safer, healthier living environment with the help of data science and some sensors, and of course, a strong stack of technology. Philbert, thank you for being with us. I will, without further ado, give you the floor to present the company, and I'll be back for the questions afterwards.
Thank you so much. As Nicholas said, my name is Hoolah Tong. I'm the Assistant Head of Products and Technology at ESG Matters, and very excited to present in front of all of you today. So first of all, I just want to add on a bit about ESG Matters. We are a Cyberport-supported company focused on providing ESG data, advisory, and technology services. And we work closely with companies of all sizes to develop cost-effective, risk-managed, and sustainable solutions to achieve the relevant Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in an effort to contribute towards building resilience to climate change. So ESG Matters was founded in 2014 by sustainability pioneer Dr. Glenn Frommer. And back then, we were mostly focused on offering ESG advisory services to clients. In 2018, we were successfully admitted into the Cyberport incubation program, and we started integrating technology into our solutions. And as a company, we believe that there is an importance of working towards the SDGs, and our company in particular has a larger focus on goals 3, 4, 9, and 17, as you can see on the screen. So throughout our journey, we've experienced growth and development and gotten a lot of valuable advice and support from a lot of industry heavyweights throughout the years. So for example, you have the Secretary and Undersecretary for Environment, and the Undersecretary for Innovation and Technology, the Undersecretary for FSCB. And you can see in the bottom left corner that we also were featured in a case study by Invest Hong Kong on the importance of data in green finance. We've also been fortunate enough to host an ESG and SDG themed webinar during Hong Kong FinTech Week last year, and gotten the support of many different parties and partners that highlighted how FinTech can be an enabler for achieving the SDGs. So ESG has been growing globally, but there are some prevailing barriers to success, some common challenges. Data quality has been a continuing challenge toward development of sustainable finance. So data quality is important. It's essential. It's crucial to be able to contribute to global ESG targets and the global net zero decarbonization targets. Sorry, 1 minute. And without the sufficient ESG data and quality ESG data, we would not be able to provide or track any impact, whether it's positive or negative. That occurs. So when the data has been captured, how does one deem it quality? It's also essential to have the relevant domain expertise, in this case, ESG domain expertise, to be able to check the data quality. And without sufficient data quality, we would not be able to quantitatively benchmark ESG performance. So ESG Matters is set up to organize the global environmental, social, and governance data and uplift the data quality standard needed to bring about the quantifiable improvement. As we are dual headquartered in Copenhagen and Hong Kong, ESG Matters is perfectly positioned to leverage the relevant domain expertise and market intelligence between Europe and Asia to lead and manage change for corporates, investors, and the community. So we take on a quantitative systems approach to determine progress toward a sustainable society. ESG Matters has been helping scale-ups, private equities, pension funds, listed companies, NGOs, and more to create measurable positive impacts with the aim to achieve a better and a brighter future by empowering businesses and individuals to create sustainable change. So we aim to address the global market through enabling solutions, including the list that Nicholas mentioned before, to achieve the relevant SDGs, build resilience to climate change, and to meet the needs of sustainable impact investing and green financing. We provide ESG as a service, using data and technology to empower our clients and steer with our expertise in sustainability and technology. So I just want to dive a little bit behind our team that makes up this expertise. So first of all, we have our very own founder, Dr. Glenn Frommer. He's sort of known as the grandfather of sustainability in Hong Kong, but he didn't actually start out in sustainability. Actually, he started out in engineering, getting his PhD from Stanford University from the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics and working on projects at NASA. But then he shifted his focus to sustainability and has since achieved many accolades, which are listed here, some of which include being the former head of sustainability at MTR Corporation, being a member of the Accountability AA1000 Standards Board, being involved in the development of many international ESG reporting standards, not limited to the GRI, and more. And currently he guides the ESG Matters team with his extensive experience and knowledge of sustainability. We've also got our valued advisors that contribute to our success and learning. So first of all, we have Dickie Lowe, a seasoned banker with almost 50 years of experience in the banking and financial industries with different international banks, including HSBC, Barclays, BBVA. He was also the independent non-executive director of China Construction Bank, and also served as the CEO of the Gold and Silver Exchange, where he helped to uplift the operation to align with international standards. And then we also have Adrian So, with 20 years of industrial experience with Credit Suisse, BNP, Haitong International. He's been improving upon sustainability finance with a variety of banks in Asia. And due to his early academic background in engineering, he frequently provides advisory on environment-related finance issues, assisting them in the promotion of green finance policies and also identification of green financing opportunities. And we also have Dr. To Cham, with over 30 years of experience in innovation and technology, and has held senior management positions in Cyberport, IBM, HSBC, Oracle, and more, with expertise in big data, AI, fintech, innovation, and he shares this experience with us to enhance our solutions. So all this distilled experience from all our advisors and the founder is passed on to our very enthusiastic team, the next generation. So take myself, for instance. Actually, my background is nowhere close to sustainability, but I have a passion and drive that attracted me to this industry. And through this distilled experience, we are empowered to conduct ESG matters. So just a bit about our flagship solution. It's an ESG data management platform, the ESG dashboard. So with the importance of data quality, ESG data management is essential. So our web-based ESG data management tool is a data engine that can manage multiple complex organizational levels and has built-in automatic calculations for easier reporting and visualization. And the dashboard provides a ready-made template that can generate ESG report for review and is a tool that enables performance tracking and alignment. It's verified by the Hong Kong QAA and is an easy-to-use platform for all your ESG needs. And we also offer ESG performance evaluation services to asset managers, investors, banks, and other financial institutions. We assess the overall ESG performance and impact of the portfolio, fund, project, or company using a science-based system approach. We utilize this system approach to evaluate the impact of each of the constituents at a company level or project level. And using our PICO evaluation mechanism, we can quantitatively benchmark the portfolio as well as its individual components, rather than using a very stereotypical checkbox approach. And after the analysis of these companies, projects or portfolios, we work closely with our clients to create an adjusted selection or weighting of the best-in-class performers to maximize portfolio ESG performance and positive impact. So our approach, rather than considering just what a company offers, we have taken on a system approach of understanding how and how much the company or project creates positive impact. So we take caution when we approach companies that create negative impacts, environmental or social, and instead of just screening for undesirable or brown industries, our mechanism considers the implications of business operation. And for this, we use the relevant ESG data to quantitatively benchmark based on a collection of science-based frameworks that capitalize on the merits of the reporting tools and taking on a system approach. So essentially, we have extracted the optimal key aspects of a variety of frameworks, of the best frameworks, to build the neurons in Matters Frameworks network. We also offer, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'd like to have just a little bit of time to ask you some questions.
Yeah, no problem.
If you don't mind, because I think that the subject is really interesting. So sorry for cutting you, but otherwise we wouldn't have time to discuss even briefly. We still have only 2 minutes together. I'm very interested in the way you see that, the setup where you are aiming at fintech and investors basically as customers
Yes.
Because they have indeed, and maybe you can confirm that to us, they have a big impact in the way they invest into the companies who are doing well or less well in terms of ESG. Is that correct? Is that your strategy?
Yes, of course. So there is a massive amount of capital moving into the ESG space, as I'm sure you've seen in the news, with leaders like BlackRock taking the helm. And honestly, without this capital, there would be no quantifiable change. And in order for investors and asset managers, family offices, all these financial institutions to be able to understand how much their capital actually plays a part in implementing this change, we need to have good quality ESG data. And through our data platform, we can manage this data, and through our advisory services and also our other mechanism, we can benchmark the performance of these.
Yeah, and I'm the second point, and we still have 1 minute, but I really want to address that point with you. When you mentioned that you are not only saying what the company are doing, but how they are operating, that means that you're able to let them know how they could improve, right? That's not only getting data, that's also pointing to the operations or the part of operation that could be improved, of course, related to ESG's objectives. Is that correct?
So it depends on the capacity at to which we are working with them. But yes, we have an ability to, through different metrics and through our mechanism, to pinpoint specific areas of improvement, and also for investors, if they were to emphasize one particular aspect that they want to focus on, for example, renewable energy, then we can skew their portfolios towards this to only include companies that perform well in this area. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Gilbert, again, sorry for the interruption, but it was great to have your sentiment and answers on those questions.
Yeah,
those are burning questions for all of us, I think, across the planet. So you're on the good track. I think you can make a huge impact. So I wish ESG Matters the best, and hopefully you will help the financial sector to invest in the right direction. Thank you for being with us, Philbert. Leverage the conference to meet with people and investors. That's what we want for the ecosystem to grow. So see you soon and talk to you soon. Bye-bye, Philbert.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, after green tech, we keep there, and we have a very interesting company from Hong Kong who is joining us now. Rooftop Republic Urban Farming is a company that builds and manages urban farms. Their aim is to transform underutilized spaces and areas and to create vibrant natural spaces which are on top, creating sources of nutritious organic food. So that is quite amazing, especially when you think about Hong Kong as a place where you could put some urban farms. I'm really eager to listen to our friend Andrew. Andrew, welcome on the stage. Can you hear us? Okay, I think you're on mute, but you will be on stage right now. I leave you the floor to present the company, and I'll be back for some questions with the audience.
Thank you,
after
Nicholas.
10 minutes. Thank you, Andrew. Floor is
Hi,
yours.
everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew. I'm CEO and co-founder of Rooftop Republic. For the past 5 years, Rooftop Republic has been creating farms in China and Hong Kong. We basically, what we observe and what we see is the magic happens when we start re-inviting nature into our very condensed urban spaces, such as project like this, an award-winning urban farm in Hunan, China. But also at the same time, we see the real magic happens when we start touching lives through those transformed spaces. And for these children, it is their first time in their life seeing a carrot that is plucked out from soil. However, while all these things are being really nice and it seems like a magic show to a generation, it also sends a very pressing warning to how disconnected we are as a generation with our food, with our planet. So for the past 5 years, we've been co-creating that placemaking process, about 17 urban farms, 80 over 1,000 square feet, and engaging actively from the consumer end about this whole story of food. And at the same time, through the growing your own experience, we are also producing fresh organic produce that supports the community for people to share. And we have gaining traction with the real estate property, and also in terms of asset management and investment who have sustainability at the center and core of their strategy. And we continue to see this scaling, and we truly believe that urban farming is the new destination, is the new gym, and urban farming activities, growing your own food is the new workouts. So apart from the great ESG impacts that we're creating, at the same time, we are also seeing that the economic, real economic value that we are able to unlock the idling assets, also the growing in terms of edible and organic food, which is also at the same time aligned with the UN SDG goals. And in fact, in 2017, we have conducted an impact investment assessment and also the SROI. And we are really surprised that for every dollar that invested in Rooftop Republic actually returns a $3 social value. And at that time, our present value of the net impact already reached 15 million Hong Kong, and is still growing and has been growing. So apart from the social and environmental impact, we are also looking into the great potential of this whole sustainable industry. And also the global urban farming industry has been expanding, blooming, reaching about 20 billion in market cap. And the innovative urban farming as a service business model that we have developed and pioneered, by calculation, we estimated the entire market size to be about 6 billion in Hong Kong and GBA, as well as a 20% achievable market. It also reached about to 400 million. So one important thing I would like to highlight is the innovation in us doing is that we do not produce food to sell, but we sell the entire experience in urban farming as a lifestyle, as a service. So in order to do that, actually, there is a great deal of professional management, processes, and very, very vigilant kind of data that we need to collect in order to provide and enhance such a great experience for our service provider. But yet, we have identified over the years, the entire industry is facing a critical pain point, which is in organic urban farming practices. It is still very highly manual, and this is the as best as you get. It's actually a very neat and tidy kind of recording that people have been doing. So how can, in a way, there's a lot of valuable data point, there's a lot of valuable experience as well. Is being lost over every season that about our city, about our rural area, about our microclimates, which would otherwise be able to be captured, analyzed, and enhanced in terms of the overall experience. And thus, we believe we have the right solution for you. Based on our experience, we can provide a passport for you to a more sustainable and inclusive lifestyle. enabled with technology, which are able to plan the farm yield, ROI better, manage risk, track the progress, calculate the impact, as well as the operation practices, so that you can optimize that. And through our whole experience, well, we have actually have extensive study with the various stakeholders in terms of the investors, corporates, the site managers who's managing those places, and as well as the operator themselves and the end consumer, and see how we can actually, through technology, address those pain points, the needs, and also provide them the value-added services in terms of a digital platform. So we are here to share with you that excitement, and also we have been building that prototype and also the MVP of that application, in which we are able to digitize this whole experience and then scale it in Hong Kong and beyond. We are looking into the global setting where every movement or every activity, when you plant or when you grow something in the city, you're actually also helping the planet and helping the community. And we believe that a world where we are all farmers and enabled by this 5G smart urban lifestyle, in which we green our nature, grow locally, groom the next generation, that's very important, and also go circular and have a regenerative system for our future world. And of course, we are partnered with very valuable partners that are enabled in terms of technology, in terms of management, in terms of financing. And we have a strong team that have the experience to execute and implement that. With that, I would like to close with this vision and invite your participation with us. And when nature is enabled with technology, and we can see from the curious eyes and smiles of the girls, we are creating this inclusive, beautiful world that is good for the planet, good for the community, and also good for our soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. This is really overwhelming to listen to someone who has such an impact, such a passion for, I mean, both improving lives of people while they are creating some farms, urban farms, and also taking care of the planets. That's really amazing. Thank you for that. In the name of the whole community, Andrew. What is also very interesting is to see how you can have impact while creating a sustainable business. So I think the business model is a very interesting point that I would like to study further on for a long time, but we have seldom some minutes. So let me share with you some questions from the ground. What would be your long-term business plan, indeed? Do you see any expansion of that market, which is today mainly Hong Kong and some experiments in China, to other geographies? Or do you see some other features in the product that you foresee in the futures? How do you see that?
Yes, definitely. In fact, when our team get into discussion, the key challenge is really to keep everyone focused. Because if you see urban farming as the touch point, where our physical world, universe, actually could meet with a lot on the technology side, right? Really, the sky is the limit. In fact, I think it goes beyond the sky, right? I think that the key focus for us really right now is to get that application to be completed. It has started a few years ago through data collection, a lot of reverse engineering. And honestly, for as urban farming, we need to follow the seasons. We practice the organic practices. So we have about every 3 to 6 months kind of cycle to do some data validation and correction. However, we are already at the stage to accelerate that with the prototype being now being built. What we can see that scalability is way beyond Hong Kong, way beyond GBA, because with the access of big data, we could plug in different kind of climate, different kind of community information, so that we know where the real needs of food are. As I think we know the problem of the world today, a lot of people is telling us that it's going to 9 billion, we need to feed the world, but at the same time, every day we are throwing so much food into landfill, right? So the real key issue is really with our food system today, and also as end consumer, how do we have this life-changing experience as such that, and there's no better way to change that when we are part of the story of food by participating into growing the food ourselves, and be part of that food system. So we definitely see the application could be used at different cities. And in fact, we have been receiving interest from including Southeast Asia, including Europe, also including Africa continent. We have someone from Kenya actually reach out to us and wanting to replicate the model. So we are really excited as well.
Super exciting, yes. And in one more minute, Andrew, if you can just let us know, basically, do you have some competitors if we come back more into the business sphere? And how do you differentiate in maybe 1 or 2 words? Sorry for that, but time is clicking.
Yes. I think the key differentiator in a way is that we do not see urban farming as the end. So that is the critical key, because I think if you see across all the services, a lot of people is just seeing urban farming as the end itself, producing more food, getting the economic model of selling the produce. However, we see urban farming as a very powerful tool and mean to achieve a greater impact. And that model itself is already differentiated in the engineer, the design and DNA itself. So if you look, if you are investor, you do the due diligence in our books, you will not see a revenue income from selling veggies. Okay, that is the key part that I think you will not see from any other urban farming company. And how we put our skin really into that game in a way is not easy. It's very challenging, but at the same time, we believe that actually through that years that we spend in professionalizing these whole practices, we are able then to design really a robust and comprehensive service and model and technology that can put at your fingertip and empower everyone in the world to be a professional farmer like us.
Thank you, Andrew. I have to cut you short here, but I really like your passion. As you said, you will go even beyond the sky. So please let us know what is behind the sky when you are there. We are very interested.
Looking forward.
Thank you for being with us.
Let's go there together. Let's go there together.
Yeah. Thank you for being with us, Andrew.
Thank you.
Really appreciated it, and talk to you soon. Enjoy SIS.
Please feel free to contact me or contact me through SIS and W Hub. Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Andrew. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, great. Fantastic companies and impact. And that's just the beginning of our session. Now we will welcome with us Kit from Planto Limited. Planto is a developer of a financial literacy mobile application. And they want to help everyone, especially the millennial generation, to plan their finances. So let us listen to Kit. Kit, welcome on stage. Welcome to SIS 2021. I guess you can hear us. I will leave you the floor to present Planto now, and I'll be back in 8-10 minutes with some questions for you.
Hello.
Hello, Ankit. Can
hi,
you hear
Nicholas.
us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Nicholas,
great.
for the introduction.
No worries. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Sorry. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ankit, CEO and co-founder at Planto. I'm excited to present Planto to you at the Scale Up Summit today. Planto is a Hong Kong-born fintech startup launched in 2018, focusing on leveraging data at the core of propositions we develop for our customers. Since our launch 3 years ago, we've identified 2 key areas where we are currently growing and scaling our products. The first one is financial education. Asia as a region is experiencing the fastest growth in wealth globally. Our focus in financial education is to empower individuals and SMEs with data-driven tools and information to make smart and intelligent money moves. This particular value proposition, which I'll go into, is accessible through our website, planto.hk. The second one is our digital customer engagement. We realize as a fintech that money is a high trust-driven business. We believe data is key in this digital era for rising fintechs and financial institutions if they want to serve the up-and-coming generation digitally across their lifetime. In this pillar, we offer our clients enterprise white label technologies that help them engage and personalize their offering to their users. We are currently in pilot with a few partners here, so there's no publicly available information regarding this pillar as of right now. So let's go into each of these pillars, starting with financial education. My background is in retail banking and personal finance, so I'm extremely passionate about this. 80% of millennials in Hong Kong are not confident of achieving their financial goals. There are similar trends seen across Asia. There's one certified financial planner for every 60,000 eligible Asians. This is the worst when we compare against US, where this ratio is about 1 for every 4,000, and in Europe, where this ratio is 1 for every 30,000. We believe fintech has a place to solve this. Over the last few years at Planto, we have managed to develop a full-fledged personal finance ecosystem that today serves over 500,000 users on a monthly basis in Hong Kong. With data at the core of the personal finance proposition, we offer users with personalized tools and information to help them make smart money moves. Our flagship product is, of course, the Planto mobile app, used by over 150,000 users who connect their banking accounts to the app using Planto's in-house developed account aggregation technology to get one view of their finances and manage them with tools we offer to them across their saving, borrowing, and wealth needs. On the saving side, the Planto app offers users personalized expense insights to help them stay on top of their budgets. On the wealth side, the Planto app offers users data-driven goal planning solutions that help them understand how their current financial situation impacts their goals of tomorrow. On the wealth side, we also offer tools that help users benchmark their investment against peers and understand the risks that they're taking based on their portfolio. On the borrowing side, we help users track their loans and allow them to track their mortgage against the properties they hold and get reminders on payments they need to make on their loans, mortgage, as well as credit cards, so they never pay a late fee or a finance fee for their borrowing products. This app has seen extreme amount of traction in the market, where over 250,000 accounts has been connected, and the data has been and the app has been exposed to billions of dollars worth of data to analyze and help users with their financial needs. By partnering with multiple product providers, we offer users personalized recommendations on how they can improve and better manage their finances, leveraging all of this data. While app is a major part of our ecosystem, the Plan2's personal finance ecosystem goes beyond the app and offer users range of tools, content, information, and calculators they can access through our ecosystem and stay updated on the right kind of information based on their life situation through our email newsletters as well as social media. Plan2's financial education business model charges both users and our partner financial institutions, where users get access to this ecosystem to pay, where users need to pay to access certain features of this ecosystem. We call this a freemium model as well. While the financial institutions partner with Plan2, they introduce them to the right customers for the relevant products they offer. This is also called lead generation as a business model. Today, we partner with just over 25 financial institutions and fintechs in Hong Kong. As a company, as we serve our users with the right sort of suggestions of products, and have over thousands of paying users on this ecosystem already. This particular proposition has been recognized by the market, as been evident through the traction we have received from the users, as well as the feedback that the users have given us. And the app itself has seen it being in sort of the top 2 financial apps in Hong Kong, above the major financial institutions in Hong Kong as well. We've been covered by various media houses and have presented across various fintech events, conveying our proposition to the wider industry. As we see how data can help consumers make smart money moves, we realize financial institutions hold a ton of customer data themselves. More so as financial institutions realize that COVID has accelerated adoption of digital banking. They now realize that digital is not just a channel to service customers with products, but one which becomes the main channel to build that trust and relationship that banking as an industry has always done offline. Previously, it was the relationship managers and the advisors offline who were building this relationship with customers. But in the new digital era, it will have to be the digital channels who will be doing that. And we believe the financial institutions now have started to realize this more than ever. COVID has played a big role with this. During the course of COVID, what we are seeing is that customers are engaging with their digital banking more than ever. According to a report that was launched by BCG, for every one time that a user actually visits their branch, they're now visiting their digital banking app about 80 times. That's a huge amount of attention span that the digital banking is now receiving from their millennial and from their digital banking customer base. However, the problem is that when you are serving users and hoping to believe and acquire that trust, you cannot be offering features that are highly transactional. Most of the customers of Plan2, as well as most of the customers we have spoken to, visit their digital banking app for extremely transactional reason. It's either to check balances, monitoring transactions, or transferring funds. With these transactional features, these customers are not feeling extremely loyal to these particular financial institutions, which we believe will impact the relationship that these banks are building these customers and the lifetime value that they hope to extract from from these customers. So how does Plan2 help? Leveraging the access that Plan2 has to both end customers, the technologies that we have developed for them, and the data that goes through our personal finance ecosystem. We partner and work closely with financial institutions to help them make sense of data they hold on their customers and develop data-driven banking propositions that go beyond giving users access to just products online. As part of our enterprise services, we offer financial institutions SaaS-based data products that deepen their customer engagement and enrich their users' data into personalized insights to achieve richer analytics that can help them understand their customers better and engage users at the right place at the right time with predictive and contextual advice. The main success criteria for these solutions is to achieve banks get better data quality from a technology standpoint, but from a business standpoint, deepen their digital engagement and increase their sales. For financial institutions, yes?
Yeah, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we are getting to the end of the 15 minutes that we had together. And I was really keen on asking you at least one question from the audience.
Sure. Yeah.
You are taking a big bunch of the millennials market in Hong Kong. Obviously, you were mentioning 500,000 advices and 150K users of the app. So that's great. How do you see yourself growing? Do you want to expand beyond millennials and help also the rest of the population?
Yes, so in fact, the way we are looking at our customer segments is through their financial needs. And so from that point of view, as we look at sort of growth, for us, the natural expansion, the natural sort of growth is to expand the financial needs that we're offering, or sort of offer solutions for the various financial needs that exist in the market. The real sort of test that we are really looking to validate is, for these particular financial needs, how ready is that particular customer segment to take digital as their main sort of channel when it comes to getting service and getting the right kind of advice. So from that point of view, we're not looking at millennials per se as a customer segment. We started off with millennials because they were the most keen for the digital channel in which we were in.
Understood. Thank you very much, Ankit, for the presentation and for explaining to us about Planto. I think you are already quite successful in Hong Kong, so we hope for you that you will grow still in Hong Kong and probably outside of Hong Kong very soon. We wish you the best. Enjoy SIS with us. Stay a little bit with us. Listen to your fellow entrepreneurs and founders. You are all gathered on the platform today. So enjoy. Thank you again and see you soon.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye, Ankit. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's go to now meeting with Kelvin and Acumen company. Acumen is a fintech as well, based in Hong Kong as well. As you can see, Hong Kong is really a vibrant ecosystem with a lot of companies there. Acumen has been an award-winning financial advisory platform, and their mission is to redefine the wealth management industry, both for retail and institutional clients alike. So let's listen about what Kelvin has to say and to present about Acumen. Kelvin, welcome on stage. The stage is yours now to present. Make sure you are on mute, and I will let you talk about Acumen for 10 minutes. And when I will show my face again here, it's because we will be approaching the end of the session. So be aware. I leave you the floor now. You can share your screen and start presenting Acumen. You're on mute, Kelvin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, can you see my screen?
It's starting. Yes, everything is great. You can go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this event. I'm Kelvin Lei. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Acumen. We are a very unique company. We are the digital wealth management platform in Hong Kong and in the Greater Bay Area. Now I have 10 minutes to show what our company is doing. And firstly, the company's name is quite interesting. It's from a phrase that is called a quant monster back in 2015 when me and Dr. Huang co-founded this company in the library of HKUST. And I used to work in investment bank for the past 10 years. And I was the derivatives sales and trading department in fixed income. And I find a very interesting experience is that you have to be in your client's interest if you are in the financial industry. But the financial crisis back in 2008 gave me a very hard lesson. That is, you need to have this concept that the client's interest is among the most important thing in your list. And also, I see the industry is quite lagging behind in terms of technology and automation. So Acumen is combined with algorithm in investment and also IT system in service to provide the normal people the best way to invest in the financial market. Our mission is to build up an investment platform for everyone. We leverage on smart technology to give next generation investor services affordable, transparent, and accessible to everyone. So how we did that? It's very simple. So we are investor centricity. Everything drives we do is from this part. For example, we have big data. All the financial markets data underlines the price and the volumes in the big data center. We have more than 100 TB data center in Hong Kong, in mainland China, and also in Singapore. And also the service part is from the automatic thinking, and every steps of the investment procedures are in a motivated way. For example, from client onboarding to a portfolio recommendation to the KYC, and then execution, monitoring, and the rebalance, everything is automatic. And the core part is the algorithm. So the algorithm solves the problem of investment. For example, if you do global allocation in the traditional way, you requires a lot of experts in different markets. For example, you need to have a CIO in the headquarters, and you have to have the US team, UK team, Hong Kong team to have the local knowledge of the different markets. But the algorithm can digest all the big data and do the analysis to analyze the covariance matrix of the 50 different large asset class. And the result is quite amazing. So the last thing is that we can use this technology to democratize the procedures of wealth management that is used to serve the rich people. So the whole procedure is really simple, just one click and you can have the best portfolio for you. And our people are our greatest asset. In Acumen, we have 150 talents, and among them, 80% are in the R&D background, which is very amazing. And we have more than 15 STEM PhDs, and I think we have the largest algo team in this region. And among the algo team, we have AI scientists, we have data scientists, and also trading experts. So for example, we just launched another frictional shares portfolio last month. In just 1 week, we have more than 60,000 trades, and there's no trader in our company. There's no trader in Acumen's trading floor. Everything is encoding and everything is traded automatically. So the business model is quite unique. Now we are providing our services to more than 20 million investors in Greater China area. We have 3 different lines. The first one is our retail robo-advisor. I think we are #1 in Hong Kong already. We reached to more than 100,000 retail clients in Hong Kong, and we provide our global allocation products since 2016, and we have very solid track record. And the blue one is we are institutional wealth tech enabler. We provide a robo-advisor engine to large institutions such as banks, insurance companies, and asset managers. Through this, we cooperated with AIA, BOCI, ICBC Asia, CMB Bank, very large institution, and they love this system. And also, last but not the least, we have very sophisticated AI-driven asset management arm, which can provide sophisticated strategies to the PI clients. In the retail part, which is very interesting and the cutting edge, is that we are providing one-stop shop for the investors' investable assets. And you can, from Acumen, you can achieve long-term, mid-term, and short-term investment goals in the single platform. And we have the best asset allocation product in Asia already, and it's all algo-driven. And also this year, we have thematic investment portfolios that are using multi-factor models to select the best stocks in different topics, which is quite amazing. For example, ESG, profit makers, tech stars. And as long as you have this idea, we can generate this portfolio for you, and everything is risk controlled, and you can just buy 30 stocks in one click with 10,000 Hong Kong dollar. Institutional level, we are providing very sophisticated and API connected wealth tech system to the banks, and we have covered more than 100 financial institutions. Among them, most of them like the robo-advisor system, and this year we not only have this kind of white label service, we also push to robo-advisor as a service, which is quite amazing in Asia. And in this year, we aim to have more than 50 more clients to use our Acumen robo-advisor system. And as a management part, you can see that we have more than 30 different strategies from the bond to the alternatives. And we also have licensing in China, mainland China. And this year, CTA is pretty good. And our flagship product is our AI China Alpha strategy, which is cooperated with the China MC. So the shareholders, we in the past 5 years, we already have some very large outside shareholders. For example, HKUST, Alibaba Entrepreneur Funds, BOCI, Landover Capital, and Cyberport. And I think the past journey, you can see that wealth tech is not an easy journey. In the past 3 years, we see a very exponential growth in our 2C business. Last year, we grew more than 350%. And this year, we are expecting more than 500% growth. But in the earlier 2016, 17, and 18, it's a very hard year for us to get prepared for the license, to build up our track record, and also to knock the door of the financial institutions. License is very important in this area, especially in wealth management and asset management. So we are licensed in Hong Kong, type 149. And we also licensed in the US. It's a registered investment advisor. And also in China, we are private fund management license. Yeah, we have a lot of rewards in the past 5 years. Last year, we got recognized as China's top 50 leading fintech companies by KPMG. And I think this year is going to be another very good year for Acumen, because I see the whole market is turning to digital wealth management. Yeah, we have covered by more than 100 medias, and people like our idea, especially we come from Hong Kong, and also we have our Shenzhen office, and we do both 2B and 2C business in this area. And I think the professional image and also the trust is built in the past 5 years. This is very essential and important for this industry. Yeah, that's basically my introduction to the company. If you have any questions, please ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you. This is really a stunning success and milestone that you achieved over the past years. As you mentioned, it started with difficulties as usual. I think entrepreneurs know that very well, but really interesting to see how fast you're growing now, even after like 6 years of operation, where very often the growth rates start to level flat a little bit more. You are still boosting as hell. So very well done. Congratulations on that. I had maybe 2 quick questions for you, conscious of time. First one is for us and the audience to really understand how Acumen is working. So I understand that you are providing an algorithm that is optimizing obviously the portfolio of shares and stocks or bonds that the investors has. But when you were talking about selecting those shares, you know, with the thematic, for instance, investments, I was curious to know if you were also relying on the algorithm to select those shares based maybe on the historical progress of those shares, or do you have 2 separate actions there? One selection of shares, then the algorithm that just do the day-to-day portfolio optimization?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. Actually, the thematic stocks portfolio is also using 100% pure algorithm-driven methodology, which is from our ACUS, AI China Alpha strategy. The factor base we are building in the past 3 years is some research program with China AMC. We have been launched a very successful private fund using this methodology to select the best stocks from the A shares and the H shares. So when we provide this service to our professional investors, we do see the potential of the needs from the retail investors that they want to express their investment goals by selecting the best stocks. So we apply this methodology to the whole markets. For example, in the US stocks, and when we are choosing the pharmaceutical stocks, a lot of people just know Pfizer and some other names, but they don't know how to justify or how to certify that which is the best company in their shelf. And also sometimes they're very concentrated. So this factor investment methodology can help you to select the best stocks. We are using 200 factors. That is not only from the historical price volumes, but also from the other factors from the financial statements, right? Every like month, we can have this new data come to our database, and then we do the data cleaning and the adjustment and calculate the best portfolio to the clients. So it's not just a static portfolio. It is moving along the way, and also do the adjustment like quarterly. So I think for the retail clients, it's one of the best investment they can have.
Okay, thank you, Kelvin. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we will stop there, but that was really impressive. Again, well done and congrats, and hopefully see you soon. Yeah. We'll keep in touch for sure, and enjoy the conference. Use the Pine tool to mingle with other entrepreneurs and hopefully some future customers for you. So yeah. Enjoy, and thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
Fantastic. So now let's meet with Dayta AI. So coming from fintech, we'll go into more marketing, retail, and business intelligence towards the retail industry. Thank you, Patrick, for being with us. And I will leave you the floor to explain what exactly Dayta AI is doing. And I'll be back for some questions just after that. So please share your screen and you can start.
Thank you so much, Nicolas. I'm Patrick from Dayta, and I'm very happy today to be invited and go through about my businesses. So All right, got it. So first off, what we see currently in the market right now, a lot of people talk about e-commerce, online retail, but in fact, we see that the global retail value, 80% of them still account for the offline retail value. So there's still a very huge market in the offline retail sector. However, when we look into the retail reality right now, on the online perspective, there's a lot of perfect tools. There's Google Analytics, there's HubSpot, there's Hotjar, helping you to evaluate your businesses, helping you to understand your customer behavior. But when we look into offline sector, well, we all see, there are still retail shops using very traditional manual counting method, clicker to count, the people going into the store, or there is something better, some sensors, infrared sensors, occlusive sensors tracking your devices, but they are all very traditional and it requires you to do a lot of hardware installation, a lot of integration, and it's probably not getting enough information for you as well. That's starting to come up with an idea on our side that why don't we try to use AI, computer vision, to process all these video. We perform a video analytics solution for our retail customers while everything is on cloud. So we don't need to put on any hardware onto our client sectors. So that's why we built our solution, Cyclops. So Cyclops is a very simple solution. It just takes you 3 steps. So the first step is that we stream your existing surveillance camera to our platform. There's existing surveillance camera inside your retail shop. You don't need to install any extra hardware. You just need to connect them to the internet and we can stream it to our cloud server. And once it's on our cloud server, we will start processing all these videos. Our proprietary AI model will be measuring and evaluating all your customers' behavior. We'll get you all the data, including their demographics data, their portfolio, their age and gender. We'll also tell you the engagement rates of your customers, whether they are engaging or impressed by your product, or they're just a simple window shopper. And with all these data, we will be delivering it back to you through 2 different ways. The first way, we'll be having a real-time dashboard helping you to manage your businesses. And we also have business intelligence report that will give you recommendations, will give you the insights on how you can do better and how you can impact your businesses. So going through a little bit on the core technology perspective, we are very strong on our cloud infrastructure. We are very stable and very scalable. No matter how many cameras are connecting to our platform right now, we can scale at ease. So for example, if I have like 1,000 camera footages on our platform right now, and tomorrow my business is booming and I have 1 million cameras onboarding, our cloud server can still handle them at ease. And nonetheless, we also have our proprietary GPU reprogramming capability that we reprogram how a GPU works. So right now, comparing to most of the common AI solution, we are 4 times more efficient than them with the TRTIS AI model hosting technology. And last but not least, we also have our patent pending algorithm, which is CRNN, which is a technology that we perform a sequential-based video processing algorithm that is enhanced a lot of accuracy issue in terms of sequential-based behavior. For instance, when there's two people, when they are covering each other in a space, for example, in your retail shop, a lot of the normal AI model, they will only recognize there's 1 person there. But with our CRNN model, they will remember that there's previously 2 people at that spot. So once even they cover each other, the AI model still remember there's two people, so the calculation won't be off. So in terms of accuracy, well, we are also much more better than our customers. Our competitors, who are doing around 98% accuracy in our human detection algorithms. So with all these capabilities, we can offer our solution in a SaaS way on our cloud platform in a monthly subscription basis. So all we do is that we calculate, we charge based on each camera footage that's linked to our platform. So we have different plans. We operate in different pricing model, and all you need to do is say you have 3 cameras on your retail shop. You connect to our platform, and you pay a few $100 per month, and you will get all the data that you need to improve your businesses. So for now, we have been doing our businesses in Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Australia, and we are also expanding our reach to Thailand and Northeast Asia countries like Japan and Korea. And we believe that our application can also be delivered into a lot more different sectors. For instance, we are currently working on a lot of third-party integration with CRM system and POS system. So with this integration, we also enhance the data offering to our customers. And not to mention, we also integrate a lot of different AI models, including business intelligence model or some building management system that we enhance the offering to our customers. And with all these capabilities, we are currently selling our solutions to the retail sector and to the shopping mall sector. And we are also moving into the smart city sector right now. And in terms of geographical expansion, as I've just mentioned, we are heavily based on Southeast Asia right now. And we're also looking forward to expand our solutions into North America and Europe sector. So I bring to you guys some of the showcase on how actually we can help a retail shop. So first off, we have very nice looking UI that we allow our users to manage their stores at ease on our platform. No matter how many stores they have, say 100 stores on our platform, they can also easily manage them all at once on our platform. And we also have a lot of visualization to help our customers to understand better about their shops. This is one example. This is a food store in Hong Kong. And they are very traditional food store. They don't have any analytics offline. And what we bring to them is, first of all, we help them to understand what's going on in their shop. Turns out we found out that people that is passing by their shop is much more than what they have been expecting. They thought this is an okay area with some traffic outside the store, but they never thought that it's a lot of the traffic out there, and they've never been able to capture them. So we recommend them to put the best-selling item at the store entrance, and right after that action, they gain 5% more traffic flowing into the shop. So these traffic can hugely bring huge impact to the business sales as well. And on the other side, we also been doing helping them to evaluate different zones in their shops. For instance, we find out their dry goods zone area is doing much poorer than frozen food. So we recommend them to do some marketing campaign, and right after that month, they gain 4% more sales in the dry food area. So you can tell, a lot of these application is very simple. By the data we get, we give them recommendation, and we bring immediate impact to their businesses. So apart from all this, we also been offering a lot of different KPIs to our customer sector. Visual merchandising strategies improvement. There's a huge topic in the retail sector. We also help them to predict their sales and traffic. We'll help them to benchmark different stores on their perspective as well. Ultimately, what we want to bring is to lower their response time and help them to get more sales. And currently, we are doing our fundraising project. We are targeting to raise $2 million, and we're targeting to close the round in Q3 and in 2021. So for anyone who is interested in reaching out to us, please feel free. And last but not least, I would like to go over a little bit of our company profile. So we found our company 3 years ago, and we have been devoting our time into the retail sector. We are very honored as well this year that we have been awarded the Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia in the retail and e-commerce sector. And we'll definitely keep on paying all our effort in improving our solutions. And we hope that we can deliver the best product to the retail sector on a continuous time. So this is my contact, and feel free to contact me for business-related matters. Like if you want to try our product, please feel free. Or if you want to take a look on the investment matters, please feel free to contact me as well. So let me pass the time to Nicola on the Q&A section. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Well done. Fantastic presentation, just in time. We have some questions for you indeed. Obviously, one of the burning questions when talking about the retail is how you would see the retail recovering from COVID-19. And also maybe if you can share with us your point of view on what is called the O2O trend, which can go both ways, by the way, because in the past, everybody was thinking about going from offline to online. Nowadays, we can see some people going back from online to offline. So how do you see that trend moving on in the next months, if not years?
Thank you so much, Nicola, for the questions. It's a very good question. Two very good questions. First off, in terms of the COVID-19 recovery, we see a huge rebound in the Southeast Asia market in the retail sector. Last year is I would say the market is really slow. A lot of innovation idea has been very difficult to be pushed in the market. But this year, when we see that there's more vaccination getting going on in the country, a lot of the retail people, they foresee that spending behavior of these people will be coming back to the market. So the retail market is rebounding really fast, and we can tell from how fast they adopt new solutions. Our businesses have been doing really good in this year, thanks to the recovery from the retail sector. They have been putting resources into getting better technology that can help them to grab this retail rebounds, because they believe that if they have better solution offered to their customers, be it a better customer experience or be it some technology that can help them to experience their product better, they can grab this huge market value from this rebound. So we can tell we are not worried at all about the retail market in the coming 1 to 2 years. We foresee the Southeast Asian market is going to be boom. And in terms of the second question, I think I'm sorry, Nicola, can you repeat the second question again?
Yeah, about the trend, from in the retail industry,
the O2O.
from people going to O2O both ways. Where are we going now?
Got it. O2O is as well a very big topic, huge topic on the offline sector. I think it's somehow, in the retail sector, people are starting to realize that online retail is not just the sole contributing factor. Offline retail also contribute a lot of experience to the customers, how you feel the product, how you experience the product. And a lot of time from the research, which shows that people always engage with the product and have a feel on it before they make a purchase, if the product is in a more higher pricing categories. So it affects a lot on the luxury retail perspective on how to build their offline shops. And that's how we kick in. We bridge between the online and offline. First off, when you do a lot of online campaign, you should be expecting a lot of offline traffic, right? You do a lot of Facebook campaign, Instagram campaign. You're expecting people to, yes, of course, purchase online, but probably you're also expecting people to come offline, right? But there's an inefficient tool in the offline right now to help you to get all this data. You have no idea, did your campaign make enough traffic to your space? So we come into the place and we'll help you to evaluate that. And second of all, we also been partnering with a lot of online to offline agency that they are bringing in very fancy and nice idea into your site. For example, one recent campaign is an agency bringing a smart mirror for a cosmetic brand. So they are encouraging their customers to go to the brand, go to the shop to experience how the smart mirror can basically help you to experience a better cosmetic experience. So that smart mirror, they are there, but they never know how many people actually play with it, engage with it. So we also kick in and we help them to evaluate what kind of people is playing with it, their age and gender. Are they teenagers or what target audience? And second of all, we also tell them the average engagement time. So how long do they engage with the smart mirror? How long did this smart mirror help you to catch their eyeball and catch their attraction? And eventually we also match with their conversion, and we see how engagement can convert eventually to your sales. So all this you can tell is from the online to offline, and nonetheless we also help them to convert from the offline to online, because our stores right now, they're trying to put QR code at their stores to try to convert the sales to online. So how much is this QR code attracting the people? We can also evaluate them with our solution. So we are basically helping our customers to better evaluate online and offline businesses with data on both sides, so they can have a better understanding of what's going on as well.
Fantastic. Patrick, thank you very much again for sharing with us all those insights. Obviously, you are on the right track to disrupt and improve the retail industry as a whole. We are very happy to listen to that. I will let you go and enjoy the conference now as an attendee and an entrepreneur. No more pitching needed, so you're free to go. Thank you very much for being with us, and we wish you the best. See you soon, Patrick.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Right, fantastic. So from the retail side of Hong Kong, let's go to the US and meet with Fidotech or Fidotech Corporation and our friends Andy, who is joining us today. The Fidotech Corporation is an health tech, and they are a provider of advanced and comprehensive pet wellness solutions intended to help pets enjoy happier, healthier, and longer lives. So let's see what Andy has got for us. Andy, can you hear us? Maybe Andy is missing. Let us see. Yeah, it seems Andy is missing. Do we have just the next one, or other way around? We make a short break, maybe 10 minutes together. Enjoy the platform. Go and discuss with your friends. Have a look at Pine Tool. Remember to network and to make some meetings with important people like investors, entrepreneurs. And we'll be back in 10 minutes from now with the next company. Thank you all. See you very soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back on the Founders Track. We had to take a little break because live stream is what it is, and one company was missing. But no worry, we are back, and we have with us coming in the next minutes a fantastic company that has committed herself to helping the globe achieve zero food waste by providing composting solutions for all kinds of businesses and homes. I do like that kind of objective, Chelsea.
Thank you so much.
Food waste. This is great. As my friend Bill Gates is stating, you know, a 90% reduction will not do it. We need to go to zero. And so that kind of very ambitious objective is really great from you. Chelsea, thank you for being with us and introducing us to Michael. We will be listening to you for 10 minutes. You can pitch the company, show your screen, etc. And I'll be back on the screen within 10 minutes from now to just let you know that we are ready for the Q&A session. And then if you can come to a conclusion with your presentation,
thank you so much.
Great. The floor is yours. We are all listening. Zero food waste.
Thank you, Nicholas. And I'm totally excited to be at the Scale Up Impact Summit this year. And I would like to share today on food waste management technology for the cities. What is happening now? Let's look into the problems that we are facing. Every year, 1.3 billion tons of food waste is generated globally. Now, what is happening now? If you look at Malaysia, Malaysia is generating basically 15,000 tons of food waste on a daily basis. Now, if you take food waste as a country, then it would be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter after the US and China. So this is really a detrimental figure that we're looking at. So what is commonly happening now? It's a very linear economy approach, it's everywhere, especially developing countries. So food waste are generally collected and transported to the landfills, and that's it. So it gets to rot there in the landfills. This is a very linear economy, which we do not want to practice. So what we have done now is, you can see that it also creates a lot of environmental issues like global warming. We know the gas traps about 30 times more, in the landfills, and we have toxic gas like methane gas, which makes up to 7% of the total global greenhouse gas emission. Then we have carbon footprints because they are all hauled out into the landfills, and landfills are now getting further and further away. And in terms of the landfills in certain countries, there are also lack of land space, and it's getting further, like I said earlier. So in terms of the industrial impact, you can see that you have a lot of other things that you need to take care of, like pest controls and things like that. So all these are the environmental issues that we're facing, not only in Malaysia, where I am now, but all over the world. So what Mako has done is we're providing a valorization solution where food waste is basically looking into a very circular concept where you recover them, and we have a solution that will convert it into composting within where the source of the production of the food waste is, and it's being recovered and converted to compost, or we call it organic soil enhancers. Then it's taken to the farms for organic farming and urban farming. Then it is one of the food source that we have also for us. All right, so what is the solution that we are looking at here? So if you are looking at the solutions that we have here, you can see that the food waste is being converted. So all types of food waste, whether it's cooked, eggshells and all that, Mako machines and solution takes any types of waste from the kitchen to cook waste. Now, it combines both mechanical and biological. Within the next 24 hours, it converts it into compost. 100% of it is converted, yeah? Okay, so the next thing is, we are very unique in a sense that we are a city solution. You can basically adopt it immediately, all right? And it's very scalable. If you have, would like to start small, you can start from 30 liters onwards and that. So we have different types of capacity which fits to your capacity that is required or your needs. And we also have the farm sizes. We can see at the bottom, at bottom of the bottom left of the presentation, you can see we have different sizes for the farms as well, which we have just started that particular series. So we are very unique in a sense that now you may have bones that is thrown into the machine. So we have the crushing that is done. We also have the grinding for smaller bones like chicken and all. And we also have the liquid digestion series, which basically converts your food waste into liquid, and then it is then being sent into your main grease traps within your building or your hotel or your central kitchen. Yeah. Okay, so this is something that I want to really stress on is many people think that planting trees is one of the easiest way to sequester carbon dioxide. But let's put it this way. Now we have given you a solution. Basically, if we want to tackle all the food waste at source, and by using our Mako solutions, you basically reduce the greenhouse gas by 66%, which is tackling anything that we want to throw into the landfills and stop that and put into it, and you can reduce by 6. So you could actually do away with, I mean, I'm not saying that tree planting is not important, but we can do something that is really just next to us, yeah? Okay, so currently our compost is basically used for urban farmings, for landscaping. We have our organic farm. You can see me in the photo there. It's an organic farm. I'm holding something called pak choy, and then our compost is also taken to schools for educational purposes. We also engage with the communities. You can see we have composting on wheels. So we go to places where the community is, and we have an exchange programs like food waste. You exchange compost, you can bring it home and do the things that you need to do, plant your herbs, or your vegetables. We also have events that it is also done at food streets, Ramadan food streets and all that, so that all these food waste are not left there to rot. If any of the trucks don't come in to pick it up, we can basically compost it immediately in and on our composting on wheels machine, the truck. Okay, so we have different adoption models in Malaysia, which we practice now, which is outright purchase. We have now moved into a very circular economy model, business model, which is we are leasing it, renting it, and then we also have events and programs like educational talks and community programs that we offer as well. Okay, these are some of the segments that we have. We cover hospitality, wet markets, you name it, anywhere. You can find food, eateries, kitchen, so that's where we are going to be. We can be in residential areas like property developers. We could be in the schools. We can be at your commercial areas. We are rolling out at gas stations with Shell. So these are the things that we can do. And we cover many of the segments that produces all this. Yeah. Okay, so the triple bottom line benefits of adopting Mako food waste composter. I think this is very important. First of all, a lot of people would be asking me, what are the ROIs and what are the EROIs and SROIs? So we basically cover all these three, from the economic to the environmental to the social. You can see if it's ROI, basically our customers will reduce their haulage cost by just investing in a composter or by leasing it only. And then there will be this positive resource where you have a compost, which landfilling doesn't give you any. You can reduce your pest control expenses on a monthly basis. And then if you're talking about environmental ROI, we're talking about the reduction of greenhouse gas on a monthly basis, which could be calculated based on our LCIA reports that we have taken and done. So this is very important for a lot of organizations as well to, and also for social. It's now sustainability is reputation. We know it's brand recognition. So a lot of all these are very high positive value returns rather than just landfilling it, which is something that we do not encourage to be practiced now and also in the future. So some of the project sites I would like to show you is we have different sites, as I said, in different segments, in hotels, schools and factories, even in power dams. Some of the sectors I can see here, I would like to show you further is convention center. This has significantly reduced the greenhouse gas by 66% and also reduced their haulage cost by 30%, all right, by just handling it at source. And we have also our local governmental hospitals, which also the key benefits is to reduce pests in the hospital compound where food waste is no longer available for manifestation, yeah? So, and the haulage cost has also been reduced. We have in hydro dams where it's a mandate not to burn or bury your food waste. Yeah, so it is also handled there. We have universities taking into this to get compost from it. They recover all the food waste, turn it to compost and use it for the landscaping within the university. Then we have schools to do this as a CSR program. We have banks who purchase it and place it at schools. We run programs with the school basis. And then we do have at cafeterias of certain organizations, where the employees get collect the compost. So this is all the things that we do, not only by reducing, but we can also create a resource for other purposes and usage within the organization as well. So you can see shopping malls as well, which is very good. They can manage all the food waste there, and compost is readily offered at the mall free of charge. Yeah, we have hotels also having this for the landscaping. And over the years, during our journey, we have been given awards and credentials, ranging from our local awards to overseas to the United Nations. And these are the people behind myself, in strategic planning, and then I have May in the biogenetic. So it's a combination. It's a combination of both technical and also biological. It's a good fit. I always see this. So we are looking for partners, global partners, and also impact funders, partners who can strategically grow us globally and scale globally. Please feel free to call me and we can talk on this, and some impact funders for us to scale our daily recovery to a higher volume recovery. All right, so I have a video. Do I have time, Nicholas? Could I?
We still have 3 minutes, so
okay.
I'd like to ask you some questions. So
okay.
if the video is very short, we can
the
go.
video, yeah, okay. The video would take just. I'll just go through this very quickly, and I'll just off this. It's a very localized video I would like to share with the floor, and we have a lot of food waste that are being recovered. Some of them because of COVID and the pandemic, we have recovered a lot of the food waste, even from the markets and all. And we turn them and we separate the plastics and all that, and then we turn them into compost just within the next 24 hours, as you can see from here. I'm sorry, the video is skipping. We just put it in, and then it's very simple. You don't need a high-tech operator to do this. A simple operator, then you can of course, discharge the compost the next day and use it for your landscaping.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
We've got a question from the floor, so I would like to share it with you.
Okay.
How do you manage the cost of picking up from all these composters and the different sites? And that links to the other question: is in those circular economy, how do you motivate and connect all the stakeholders that you need to succeed?
Oh, okay. Let's tackle the first what do you call it? The questions. Okay, now how do we reach into the? We actually basically rent it. I'm not too sure I get the question right, but we lease the machines to organizations where they basically take care of it at source itself. So how do we normally our customers will use the compost for their local landscaping with this at the place itself. So leasing is the model that we practice. And how do we put all the stakeholders together? Now, we do engage with the local communities who needs the compost. We will get them to come and collect the compost, and then we will teach them how they can plant whatever they need to. And then at the end of the day, if you're basically using it for a CSR program, we will run it programs with the school. So basically, our stakeholders are connected via NGOs as well as organizations who are in a sustainability space as well. If I answer that.
Okay. Yeah, I think the more specifically the question from Philippe Chow, who is director of Autarky Ventures, was really on the cost of collecting the composters. No, the composting product out from the machines that you rent to people, because then you need to collect them to bring it and have some value out of it. So
Oh, definitely. We don't collect it on a daily basis. It's not going to be justifiable for carbon footprints anyway. So what we do is we have a certain time where we only collect them once in a month, and most of the time, 30% of them are used for their own landscaping, and 70% will be collected by us for free if they lease the machine. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chelsea, for those insights, this fantastic impact that you are trying to have on Malaysia first, but very soon, I hope, in other countries as well.
Oh, yes, we start in
Please
Thailand.
Yeah,
Thank you so
enjoy
much.
the conference now and keep in touch. Try to chat a little bit with the investors as you were looking for global partners as well. That's
Yes,
the right
yes.
opportunity
Will
for
do
you
so.
to find those in this conference. Thank you, Chelsea. Talk to you
Thank you,
soon.
Nicholas.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks.
Okay, so now let's come back to Hong Kong and talk about a fintech. We are now welcoming Lutech Global on stage, and its CEO Ray Wong. Lutech is a developer of cryptocurrency mining hardware, which intends to offer easier, simpler, faster, more profitable facility construction and operation. That's a very interesting subject that we are wanting to talk with you about, Ray, because we all hear across the planet about the problem of energy consumption of mining, and even our friend Elon Musk has made quite a lot of noise and a big hole in the Bitcoin graph by just talking about that problem. So we are very happy to welcome you on stage, Ray. I will leave you 10 minutes to present the company, and then we'll be back with some questions. The floor is all yours. You can share your screen and unmute.
Thank you.
I can't hear you, Ray.
Hi, everybody. Yeah. I'm Ray from Lutech, and thanks for the kind introduction. I understand Bitcoin mining is a very hot topic. Our company was founded in 2018, Cyberport based, and we're actually covered by a lot of energy media, so we can talk about energy as well, and also Yahoo Finance, etc. We also participated and finished the Clean Tech Open Accelerator. Very exciting field right now. So I come from like an investment banking background at Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse, and also actually led the corporate finance team in the environmental ListCo. So what we do is we help clients on doing mining as a service. So we help our private clients on mining Bitcoin and are using very efficient energy and operations. So the product we have is basically mining as a service with the expected return, 3 years of net return 200% and net IRR of 80% a year we expect. Now the Bitcoin price is around 40K. Before it was a bit higher, around 50K. Our production cost is around 20K, which is half of it, including amortizing all the equipments. So, but for operating break even, we are talking about 8,000 that we talk about. So we have an experienced team in providing this service for over actually 5 years before founding this company already. And currently we have a strategic partnership with a US listed company, and we will potentially start a JV as well. So let me talk about a bit about the market, the Bitcoin market. I think what we know about is mainly digital gold, and it's actually heavily traded in market of over $60 billion traded in a day. So it's a very liquid asset to liquidate in market at any market condition. So compared to gold, it's around 8 times more valuable than Bitcoin. So talk a bit about Bitcoin mining. So what is Bitcoin mining? we use these machines in data centers to process a lot of Bitcoin transactions. In the process, it uses a lot of electricity. So it needs to be so we need to source low-cost electricity, which is highly stable. So, as a result, the miners that we call are rewarded in Bitcoin. So compared to gold mining itself, Bitcoin mining for payback period is around a year. But if you talk about the salvage value of the machine, so it's easily net, like as I talked about in the first slide, like 80% in the first year. And for gold mining, it takes like 6 to 8 years to recoup the investments. So our key advantages are we have established relationship with hardware suppliers, we experience delivering the solution, and we operate in favorable jurisdiction in North America. We have on-site operation expertise and also strategic partnerships with the ListCo. So our experience is we have helped family offices, investment managers, billionaire ListCo companies for delivering this product. And this is a case study that shows these are public information on a public ledger. So our clients actually, they started a contract like last September, and basically these are the exact Bitcoins they mined, and then they made multiples of returns within a year. So just to talk a little bit about the environmental impact. So more than 70% of the Bitcoin mining is actually powered by renewable energy. So that's a little bit of misnomer of like how people look at this industry as highly polluting, etc. But it might not be the case as we thought about. So we do it in Canada, very beautiful Canada with stable jurisdiction, favorable environment, and plenty of energy. So the process we do is basically from gas to cash, utilizing the clean energy. Then it feeds into the Bitcoin mining side of things that's in the box. And then we deliver the Bitcoin to clients' wallets. So this is like the data center in action right now. We hear the noise that how money is printed. So this is how like we typically work with our clients on an operating contract. So we are also establishing a fund right now of around $20 million. So a typical contract size is $500,000 to $1 million US dollars. A 3-year contract with expected return around 80% IR in a year, expected return 80% a year net. So we are very favorable like hosting costs and also operating expertise currently up and running in Canada. So we can deliver our product at scale. And we do align our return with our clients with a profit sharing side. So I think that's about it, and happy to answer any questions. So maybe I'll talk about like the whole process. It takes within 1 month for us to deliver our contract, our service within upon signing the agreement, and also receiving payments. And it's a 3-year contract, and afterwards the clients can decide whether they want to continue for an extra year. So very interesting, exciting, and profitable space. Very proven profitability for the past more than 10 years on the Bitcoin public blockchain. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray, for the presentation. Let me maybe start by coming back briefly to the product itself, just to make sure that everyone understood exactly what you're doing. So are you providing the full infrastructure for people to mine Bitcoin, or are you mining yourself Bitcoins?
We do both, but we mainly do mining as a service for our clients. So this is like a typical like term sheet or contract we provide to our clients. We receive cash and we do all the dirty work, all the grunt work for the clients, basically. Make sure the operations and maintenance are done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would provide to those guys the full farm of servers and okay.
It is a
and then where where does the, I would say, the improvement of the environmental impact of Bitcoin mining comes in place in your scheme?
Yes. So I think nowadays, I think there are a couple of things. I think jurisdiction stability or political and environmental issues are looked at. For example, I think a lot of the Chinese miners are considering to move abroad. So I think the ability to deliver the product or the service at the right rate, and then also explaining clearly to clients about the risk and opportunities, I think is very, very important. I think there are a lot of innuendos of even like sourcing the equipment is not as easy as everybody thinks about. It's not about working with the right suppliers, sourcing the right equipment, whether it's first-hand or second-hand. And then we also have some plans on trading the equipment side as well. And then we deliver the hosting cost. That's one of the lowest in the industry. It is, compared to China, we actually offer a lower cost versus than compared to China. But all our electricity is legitimate. And it's
generally and what you're saying, because coming back to what Elon Musk has been announcing on Twitter about the fact that basically the main problem of mining is the energy consumption. I understand that you do focus on somehow clean electricity to power your servers and the installations that you do for your customers. Do you foresee any other ways to reduce the environmental impact of Bitcoin mining in the coming months or years?
So we have been using like hydroelectricity and also coal-fired electricity in China before. So I think that is, I think people are going for cheap energy. And then now I think a few listed companies in the US, they come together and look at using renewable energy. For example, hydroelectricity is, they have a very low cost base as well. For us, we decided to use clean energy right now because I think of the low cost and also deliverance, and also we partner with a listed energy company. So the carbon footprint is very low for us as well.
And in terms of financials returns, what you're saying is that you can get some clean energy in good financial terms. So that means the price is not very high.
Yes.
And hence the Bitcoin mining stays something profitable for the miners. Even by using clean energy, because we heard a lot of people saying that basically today, on average, clean energy is rather more expensive than less expensive than fuel-based electricity produced by coal plants or fuel or gas plants, and that's the main problem. There is a sort of green premium to pay to get the clean energy. How did you get around that problem? Did you find insufficient energy sources in correct prices ranges?
So that's one of the reasons we look at Canada, because there are a lot of natural resources, not just Canada, but North America. A lot of the, I think, unused or untapped energy sources, especially on natural gas and also hydro side of it. I think those are very favorable as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ray, for being with us and answering all our questions. That was really a nice talk, and we hope that you can help miners to mine in better condition, both on the financial side and the environmental impact that they are doing. Thank you for that impact, Ray, and talk to you soon then.
Sure. Thank you so much. Happy to help. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Enjoy SIS. Stay with us and network a little bit on site.
Sure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Right. Thank you to Ray again for his testimony and presentation. Let's move now to the next company that we are welcoming on board, coming from the UK. And that's a company about climate, which is also a huge subject, I think, nowadays worldwide. So we are very excited to welcome on stage Gokhan, who will be talking about Faraday, which is a manufacturer of a Provolta energy operating system intended to optimize heating, ventilating, air conditioning operations of commercial buildings. Obviously a huge market or a huge problem if we look at it from the environmental perspective for sure. Gokhan, happy to leave you the floor so that you can present Re-Engine to the audience, and I'll be back in 10 minutes with some questions for you.
Okay, can you just please confirm you can see my screen before you go?
Yeah, just coming up. Yeah, now we can see it and we can hear you 5 on 5, so you can go. Thank you, Gokhan.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicholas, and much appreciated. Obliged. Hi everyone, this is Gokhan speaking. Re-Engine is a global supplier of energy and sustainability analytics solutions. It's recently renamed as Faraday, and as you can understand from the first statement, it is a software company. And the platform is called Energy AI and IoT platform. And again, as you can infer from that statement, the company is utilizing artificial intelligence, mainly machine learning, and Internet of Things technologies. And the solution is used mainly by Fortune 500 companies across different verticals. Some noteworthy ones are banking, retail, healthcare, government, logistics, etc. And by AI, what I meant is predicting load in energy systems, comparing the portfolio of commercial properties and providing the best use of energy for a single property. Or it could be predictive maintenance, understanding the problems through electrical leakages in advance. Those kind of things, what the company measured through utilizing machine learning algorithms. And why it is important for the clients or partners or customers, because of the 4 main reasons you can see at the bottom of your screen. The first one is reducing energy bills up to 15% with optimizing or automating the system. And the second one is lowering carbon emissions, as Nicholas said, referring to sustainability. We have been hearing about the concepts like carbon neutrality, net zero emission, reducing carbon dioxide emissions, things like that. And these things will become much more important going forward, and especially given we have the COVID and post-COVID period, we will be more looking at low carbon emission solutions. And in that, we are providing a measuring mechanism. So basically, in order to manage a system, you need to measure it. So, and we are providing a measuring mechanism, and so that you can compare before and after and say, I'm okay, I reduced that much, or no, I'm not okay, I should be taking extra precautions, etc., etc. So it's a platform that you can manage and provide AI-based insights for reducing carbon dioxide emissions. And again, the other key value the company create is improve living environments, basically improve well-being of the inside environment. And last but not the least, increase operational efficiency. For instance, you can have KPIs for the employees, and then you can track their performance in terms of energy management or energy efficiency or sustainability. And that then helps your company to increase operational efficiency. So this is what, in a nutshell, the company does. And in terms of traction, it's operational in 10 countries around the world, ranging from Latin America to Southeast Asia. In Latin America, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia. In Europe, UK, obviously, and Spain and Turkey and Germany, and in Middle East, UAE and Qatar, and in North Africa, Morocco, and the list goes on. And currently more than 8,000 facilities is being monitored and provided AI-based insights, and some of them are remotely controlled, depending on the client requirements. And the company established in 2012, fully commercialized in late 2016, and in the past 5 years, it has reduced 1.2 gigaton of carbon dioxide for the clients or for the entire world, and also reduced energy bill by 3 gigawatt hours. At the bottom of the screen, you see some of the noteworthy companies that Re-Engine is currently working, or Faraday is currently working. It has a wide range of implementations, like in retail, for instance, IKEA, Zara, and in factories, PepsiCo, P&G, in office building, Vodafone, banking, BNP Paribas, BBVA, oil and gas, Shell, and then so on and so forth. The list goes on. And the problems the company solves is basically increasing connectivity in the building and making the building smart. And we have wasted operating expense, energy prices are increasing, and there is limited connectivity and visibility across energy systems, or that, to be honest, there is even none for many buildings because the buildings are old and data is fragmented. We don't have a meaningful data, and operations are manual and ineffective. And then there is obviously regulatory push. Many countries have been talking about Green New Deals or green resolution or 10-point green deals in the UK, for instance, those kind of things. So there is regulatory push as well. So that's why energy management or energy efficiency, or in a general sense, sustainability and reducing carbon dioxide emissions is important. A little bit of technology and how it works. The data is gathered from various sources like energy storage, inverters, utility meters, wax systems, as Nicolas mentioned, and many others. And even the software systems can be integrated into the existing software, the systems like SCADA, ERP, BMS, BIS, any type of building management systems, that the system gathers data and send them to the cloud with a gateway. And on the cloud, the machine learning algorithms are being utilized to define the patterns for the usage for each and every asset. And the end results are shown to the end user with web user interface or mobile applications. Mobile application is available on both iOS and Android. And the whole system is device agnostic, and cybersecurity is given utmost importance. The data is encrypted in all levels. And what it differs from the existing solutions in the market, you see a couple of items on the screen, but I can tell there are three main differences. The first one is, as I mentioned previously, it's device agnostic. So it can get the data from any source, even the critical systems like UPS and generator, these are moving objects. So there are problems of data loss during the moving part, or you may have a limited internet connection, or you don't have the full internet connection always. That's why edge computing is quite important. But all to sum up, it's the device agnostic or hardware agnostic and can get the data from any hardware. And the second one is, since the most important thing in machine learning is the data itself, and since it has seen 8,000 cases for 14 different verticals and for more than 5 years, and the algorithms are providing utmost accuracy and provide actionable insights. Those insights could be like, start your Hoolah systems at 6:43 rather than 6:30, depending on tomorrow's weather forecast. Or it could be, by your asset type, it's better for you to work with company A for purchasing energy, referring to tariff management, etc., etc. And the third one is affordability. In terms of price performance, I think it's one of the best in the world. And then you can get a high quality for a cheaper price. The team, there are 25 people, including freelancers and interns. The founders are very educated. They have spent all their life to energy management, energy efficiency, and sustainability topics. They have degrees from top universities of the world like MIT, Berlin Technique, and Matthew, and others. Then they have worked with companies like Siemens, DHS, IBM, and dealt with energy management and sustainability topics. Actually, the company is an academic spin-off. It's the master thesis of the three founders that they brought together. Some use cases, for instance, digitizing PepsiCo factory provided 3% energy saving and 60% increase in operational efficiency. For Zara, digitizing 400 branches provided 12% energy saving and increase in 40% for employee and customer comfort. BNP Paribas digitizing 550 branches had to reduce utility bill by 7% and reduce carbon footprint by 10%. And for Vodafone, decreased energy saving by 6%. Business model is based on SaaS subscription for 36 months, and companies backed by international investors, Capri Ventures from US based in Seattle, Goldacre from UK based in London, and Idea Capital from Turkey, and approximately 10 angels sitting on the board. So that's all. I think I'm on the time. I use the time efficiently. It's already 9 minutes. And looking forward to talking more about potential partnership. We are looking forward to be working with energy service companies, system integrators, or facility management companies to grow in the international markets with bundling solutions together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gökhan, for that presentation. And indeed, please leverage the conference to get in touch with partners. So I'm relaying here and re-saying after Gökhan that Re-Engine is interested in partners in Asia. So please connect with Gökhan, absolutely. Gökhan, I'm really pleased to listen to your presentation because I see that your product is not only analyzing the systems and the operations, but it's giving some action plan, which is very often lacking in those business insight solutions where you stay with a sort of dashboard and then you don't know what to do next. So I really like it. I think it's a very important step. I listened also to you saying that you could go as far as if I may say so, as far as suggesting changing the supplier of energy. And there I have a question for you. Where do you see that energy supplying market going? Are you quite optimistic that we are going towards a greener energy and in the same time not too expensive energy, which is very often the problem because there is a sort of green premium on top of prices as soon as you want to get clean energy? What's your sentiment about that?
Thank you so much, and very good question. Absolutely, that's why the company is working for reducing energy consumption and making the world a greener, much more greener. And regarding your question, I'm observing that many countries are trying to utilize the best use of energy. There is this concept called reactive penalty. So that means as a commercial property owner or building operator or property manager, especially for industrial facilities, I think it started with industrial facilities and it will expand going forward. You need to tell the main authority, could be energy main authority in any country, energy regulatory board or whatever it is, how much energy you are going to consume for the next day, week, month, quarter, half a year or year, so that they can arrange the energy production efficiently. If you're above the amount that you claim to be used, or if you're below that limit, there is a penalty fee for that one. So you need to be in a certain range. That's why we are utilizing our AI algorithms as well to avoid any penalty fee for reactive penalty. So this is a good because you are trying to predict and generate energy based on the claim given by the commercial property or property managers or whoever the person is. So, rather than just producing 100 units of energy and then sell it in the market, it's quite problematic because you don't know how much of them will be used, or maybe you're producing less than the amount required. So that's the concept, and many countries are following this pattern. So that's why I think it will be a greener future. And one quick note as well, I mentioned in my talk, UK and US Green New Deal, 10-point sustainability amendments in the UK and the US Green New Deal, etc. So those regulatory pushes will be helped for us to become greener for sure.
Yeah, I understand. You're trying to optimize the famous grid problem because electricity is complicated to store, right? So if you produce too much, you have to get rid of it, which is a shame. And if you don't produce enough, then you get into trouble. Now, do you see maybe your product going to the next step, which would be taking control of those buildings and all those devices? Or because you mentioned those devices were very different depending on the building, is it something that you think we are just dreaming of, but will be a complicated next step?
I think I have 1 minute, so I will be quickly answering your question. Yes, we will go to that point, but I think it will take time. The company is focusing on utilizing blockchain-based peer-to-peer transactions, predictive maintenance or prescriptive maintenance, or Industry 5.0 applications to have the whole control of everything. But I think it will take time. It's not that it will not be an overnight thing, to be honest.
Okay, anyway, Gökhan, we rely on you to get to that point for us and for the planet. That would be great.
Thank you.
Congrats, fantastic achievements from the company. We've been looking at you for some time now. We met already in one competition, and I remember that you were doing very well in terms of expansion. So really, congratulations on that. Thank you for being with us. And enjoy the platform, enjoy the conference, and feel free to reach out if you need some push in Asia as well. We are here to connect you with the resources you need. So it will be a pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Thank you for providing this opportunity. Bye.
Thank you, Gökhan. Okay, now going from the buildings and the energy to education, which is for sure a very important sector, in the sense that I think everything starts with education. And if we also want to change, the world for a better place, that will go through education. So I'm very happy to welcome on board Christopher from the company BSD Education, based in Hong Kong also. So welcome on the stage, Chris. As you may know, I will leave you the stage for you alone to present BSD Education. You can share your screen. And after that, we would be happy to throw at you some questions. So see you in 9 or 10 minutes from now, Chris. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicholas. I am just going to share my screen very quickly. Here we go. So that should be visible. Perfect. Yeah, so my name's Chris Geary. I'm the co-founder and chief executive of BSD Education. We design, develop, and deliver programs of learning for digital skills. I think, anyone who's watching this has probably come to appreciate very clearly the importance of digital skills for the future of every young person nowadays. I just draw you on this slide to one quick statistic there that really stuck out to me when I was looking at some of the McKinsey data, was that 88% of executives are going to need to retrain or replace over half of their workforce in the next 5 years. And that correlates really to not just the specific skills that people know, but the way that the working environment is changing. So we're spending a lot more time in the application of technological skills in our day-to-day life. So what we started off doing as an organization 8 years ago was we started off as the teacher. So we used to go into companies and go into institutions and we would teach. And then more and more other educators came to us and said, we want to teach what you're teaching, but we don't necessarily have that, have the experience to do that. But that was the key to scaling our approach. So we focus on enabling educators to teach digital skills. Digital skills and the way that we define them is not just technological skills. It's rooted in coding. But what we look at is the broader base of hard skills, inseparable from soft skills. So, you're not going to be a jack of all trades now in technology skills because they're so complicated. You need to know what you know. You need to know how to work with other people. And then you need values, a set of values that's going to take you on your lifelong journey of learning. So you need to understand curiosity, adaptability, resilience, and empathy. the approach that we took when we approached enabling educators, we were dealing with a group of people who typically do not have strong technology skills. So what we need to be able to do there is to offer a scaffolding. So we've got the data that educators need instantly available to them, whether that be an answer they need to give, whether that be enabled to understand how a student's doing, how to direct a student's learning, but really enable the educator to focus on the best practices in teaching and learning. And so we've created a pedagogical software environment that enables that. We also provide software resources, curricular resources. Curriculum hasn't been created for digital skills before. Mathematics has been taught for 5,000 years. There's a lot of resources for that. But digital skills curriculum hasn't been created before. People don't have the time to make it. It changes every year. So we've created that, and it's fully resourced. Assessments, quizzes, all of that stuff. And then the final part is training and support. Now, the training and support for successful implementation of an educational initiative is not fairy dust. The support is absolutely critical. And what you're having to do is you're having to, again, confidence build. You need to familiarize with these great resources that are created. You need to be able to train skills without cognitively overloading. So that means bite size, ongoing coaching. And then at the end of all of that, you always need a helping hand through a live chat or always ready human interface to be able to do it. So we've been able to scale that system of support, and no one waits more than 5 minutes to talk to us if they ever need to contact us. And we're a partner. So again, we work with schools, but we nowadays work with, from our, call it our humble beginnings in Hong Kong, we work with groups of schools now, we work with governments as well. And we need to understand, okay, how is the success of the implementation being viewed? How are is the student's success being measured at a ministerial level, at a head of a group or a district level, and at a school teacher's level. And as you can see here, now we're working across 13 countries, over 200 institutions, 60,000 students, 3,500 teachers, and that keeps on growing. Our usage grew 55% last year. You might have heard, you probably haven't heard of constructionism as a way of creating content. I said to you before that the content for digital skills education hadn't been created before. So constructionism you might not have heard of, but you probably have all heard of Lego. And so Lego were the biggest patron of this approach to creating learning experiences. And what it is, it's about enabling the lowest possible floor. So I said, educator, low confidence in technology, wants their students to have digital skills. So we need the lowest possible bar to entry. But then what we need for the students is they need the freedom to be able to progress. They need the freedom to show their independent creativity. And so they can stand out to potential employers and opportunities in the future. And so that's where a constructionist framework, and that shows itself through our learning experiences in students, first exploring concepts, then learning about concepts, and then becoming creative with them. So we develop learning around the principle of being very highly experiential, highly project focused or project based. Students understanding the direct correlation between what they're doing and how that realizes itself in the real world, giving the students the option to go at their own pace, but always, like I said before, keeping that support front and center. Help is always within reach. The learning of digital skills, the online environment that we created, the fact that we took a pedagogical direction has been really strong for us in transitioning seamlessly to supporting virtual, hybrid, face-to-face learning, a teacher at the front of the classroom or at the back of the classroom. So all of those modes of teaching and learning are supported by the resources and the product that we've created. We also, in order to make the learning experience that students are going through feel attainable, be relevant to them, we have to be very, very aware of the messages of the curriculum that we create. We have to understand that Bill Gates is not a relatable example for most students in school. So we need to make sure that the examples that students get, the success cases that they study, are culturally appropriate to them and are something that attain them and can therefore aspire them. Digital skills from an impact perspective is an incredible opportunity from assessment. Students in an industrial model of education, an outdated model of education, they're tested at the end of their career from everything that they've learned up to at that point, which is a huge driver of inequality. With digital skills, they haven't really been tested before. So it's a great opportunity to really judge students by what they do, by the work that they create. I mentioned about independent creativity of a student, and that's exhibited through the portfolio, and that's where we judge young people. A couple of case studies in the Philippines, Good Samaritan colleges, Zero Tech program. We work with them Their kids get 80 hours a week now, 300 students a week drop in on labs. The Pathway School, a neurodiverse autism spectrum school, their students, typically in the autism spectrum, students are 90% unemployed. Students from this school are able to show what they can do and they can get jobs. And within the Philadelphia School District in the US, 2 of the schools here finished first and second in the Philadelphia Technology Expo, which I think really shows when you give students real world relevant learning experiences, the results that they can deliver. Now, growing in education is a big, complex system. It's full of friction and it's full of challenges. So how do we structure an organization to be able to grow in that scenario and maintain our high levels of support and our high levels of learning? And so with that, we really focus on mid-sized organizations. We're not going for the biggest possible in the world right now. In the US, we go for mid-sized school districts. There are 6,012 of these with millions of students in them. So it's a massive market any way you cut it. In Asia Pacific and the international markets, which are heavily localized, we directly work with international schools. And we have 15 countries of distributors now who we spent 18 months onboarding, and they work, and they've been bringing us to the government table and helping us to work our way up that food chain. The final piece I really want to cover before going into questions and really digging deeper into any points that you want me to is around what next, because we've given access to digital skills education to thousands of students and in the future to millions of students. What we're looking to next is to connect the access to the learning to the opportunities of that learning. And where we're seeing that is through, one, obviously further professional learning, but then credentialing. And what does that mean? So what we're now creating is to say, we're not going to say you're all set with BSD, but we're going to say we can prove it. And so what we're doing now is we're unearthing the data of learning from the students that learn with us. So we're looking at what is the skill set of the students. We're looking at where are they on that learning journey, that learn, explore, and create. What is their competency mix? And then we're taking those, surfacing them against the evidentiary portfolio and connecting that to the credentials available to them. What are the credentials that this student has earned simply by doing their work? What are the job opportunities, the internships that these students can achieve and can apply to purely from the data of the learning that they have achieved? And so what this means is truly we're going to be able to deliver students opportunities where they can be judged by what they have learned, by what they have done, not where they learned it, what score they got in their last test, but truly real world opportunities based on the work that they've done, evidenced by their portfolio. And this is on the outside, this is something companies can simply interactively click into, and they can see the evidence for themselves and connect with these students directly. So I'm just on my time now. So I'll stop sharing my screen and love to take any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Impressive presentation. And I must say, very exciting insights and content, because we start to see the global picture of that. I think it's quite exciting to see that those digital skills are probably completely country agnostics, right? Because you can code, and by the way, coding is using a language that is a sort of universal language as soon as you know that language. No matter you're coming from India or Malaysia or from the US. So that's really exciting. But do you still see, and you mentioned some of them, frictions, as you said, do you see some challenges yet that could be in your way to getting those pupils like universal potential coders for companies to hire them? What's the next challenge, you think, on that path?
Yeah, and I think so. One of the things we're seeing is all around the world, we're seeing the age that students can think about entering the workplace getting a bit younger. You know, it's not necessarily that students won't by default just wait till the end of university. And most university experiences don't give digital skills. And so where students want to pursue a career with digital skills now, that 16 to 18 period is incredibly relevant. There is a bar to entry to companies are getting their heads around this, but what companies want to see is not a high school grade book, because it's meaningless to a company. A company needs to see the evidence of what a student can do. They want to see, okay, can I hire this young person to as a front-end developer? Can I hire this young person within my digital transformation team? If I can see they've got a strong ability in applying technology to create solutions to complex problems, then I'm going to recruit them based on the evidence. And so from a recruiting and a talent acquisition perspective, companies have always recruited on the basis of evidence. When we're, as adults, when we're recruited, we have references, we look at what we've achieved in our last roles, and that transfers to our next ones. And that's where I believe assessment and education is going. At an educator level, we still, we fight the good fight to win over educators and to get those confidence levels up. But the more it happens, the more the momentum builds. And I can tell you, when I walked into schools 2013, talking about this 8 years ago, I was looked at in a very different way to now, where people proactively come to us and say, we want to do this, how do we do this?
Okay, and you mentioned, and that's great about your model, that you have a sort of multiplier effect. So by helping the teachers, you can help them and the more children, more students at the same time, and make them progress.
Yeah.
Do you see any limit in the market? Because sometimes what we hear about education, especially in more developed countries, maybe, is that we keep on educating people on the wrong skills compared to what the market is expecting. So do you see any limit in the numbers of I would say digital savvy people that you can get hired on the market, or this is really a huge opportunity that you are tackling?
So I think it's a huge opportunity, because we're not only looking at creating programmers here. One of the mantras that we have, and why we actually use the term digital skills, is because we say not everyone's going to be a programmer, but everyone works with technology. And that's where that opportunity is. It's those applications of technology and knowing how solutions combine, because that's where the career of the future goes. And as the human role in the workforce evolves, and the base layer of tasks, gets impacted increasingly by automation, again, we need those solution architects. We need those problem solvers at the top level. But that has a whole big bucket of technology hard skills, but it's a mixture. It's not just one thing. So I think that is big. Within education, we do come across systems of education that don't necessarily agree on what type of technology is the right approach to take. But it's a massive, massive system. In money terms, it's 5 trillion globally. So, there are areas where we say, look, we're going to have to wait until we can make progress in a certain place. But there are many, many countries and many millions of students coming online right now who, the ministries and the schools and the businesses they're all ready and they're all pressing ahead.
Fantastic. On that very optimistic and exciting note, we will close the session with you, Chris. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your energy and passion. We really feel it when you present. That's great. Please enjoy the conference. Leverage the contacts there, and feel free to reach out to us in the future. We'll be very happy to help if we can. Thank you, and bye-bye now, Chris. Have a nice end of the day.
Bye.
Fantastic. So now that we have educated a lot of young people and we are ready for the next world, let's get back to fintech, and maybe more precisely to RegTech. We are welcoming today on the stage Know Your Customer, which is a business software company facilitating, of course, the customer onboarding process. And I'm very happy to see you again, my friend Klaus, on stage. I hope everything is well with you, Klaus, in those interesting times. Let's put it that way. Very happy to see you there. I will now let you the stage, because you're here to present Know Your Customers to the audience, and I'll be back with some questions. The floor is yours, Klaus.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. Great to see you again, and thanks for inviting me here. Let me share the screen. There we go. So, as he said, my name is Klaus Christensen, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Know Your Customer. We are a Hong Kong founded and headquartered scale-up. And our mission is to radically simplify the way banks and other financial institutions onboard their corporate clients. We concentrate on corporate customer KYC or KYB because it is the higher value activity compared with the relatively simple individual KYC processes. The current environment is largely manual and paper-based still. And this approach is too slow, too risky, and it is unscalable. As we have seen, it also easily breaks down in a pandemic. Even worse, current tech-based solutions often fall short. Simple entity databases that are often used don't actually satisfy regulators, and typical in-house digitization efforts often just try to reproduce a simple paper process as PDFs. We built a KYC end-to-end compliance platform that deeply automates the most labor-intensive and problematic steps in that journey. You can see we have built a lot of functionality here. This is not just an MVP, but I'll pick up only 3 areas where we are absolutely exceptional as a company. First, we built the system on a completely different basis than anybody else in the market. We use live connections to company registries around the world. Live as in real time, not on the basis of a static database that would always be behind the changing reality. Remember, company entities are dynamic by nature. People don't change their identities. I'm always Klaus Christensen, but the company entities has directors and shareholders, and they can change any business day. So in our system, the second our clients request information, we connect to the respective company registry, we buy and download official company filing documents, and then we use the second part of our unique system. We found just the right combination of machine learning, natural language processing algorithms, and OCR that allows us to convert these scanned filing documents that we just sourced automatically right into structured information in real time. We extract controlling entities, directors, and shareholders, beneficial owners. And the system continues the process automatically for any entity shareholders, thereby unraveling automatically even complex corporate structures up to the UBO on top, the ultimate beneficial owners. That saves our clients a lot of manual work, and it eliminates the room for manual errors. And the third very unique feature that I would like to point out is the way we approach ongoing monitoring. Financial institutions really need some help here. It's difficult enough to source all that information in the first go, but it's even more difficult to request the same information and documents from clients again and again every 1, 3, or 5 years according to risk, as regulators require. With our automated system, we do this quietly on the schedule in the background. We go back to the company registry, find out about changed directors, new beneficial owners, and we flag them if needed. This goes way beyond what you can achieve with traditional compliance systems. It is continuous compliance. We're official partner of Refinitiv WorldCheck, and we automatically screen every person, every entity, and ultimate beneficial owners in a structure against sanctions, terrorist financing, financial crimes, politically exposed persons, and so on. But enough promises. Here is how the actual product works. We start with just 2 pieces of information, the company name and jurisdiction. The system builds the connection to the company registry, finds matching entities, and we create a case. The system then fills that case with information in real time from the company registry. You can see we get corporate identity, we get documents, and the documents are important. This is our actual certificate of incorporation from the Hong Kong registry, sourced from an official body right to the financial institution. There's anti-money laundering checks, there's Google search results, and here is controlling entities. Controlling entities would be the directors and corporate secretary. Here's the shareholders. All that information is unraveled in real time for our clients. Here's a real-time corporate structure chart with the UBO pointed out. The user interface is super simple. Little check marks, just what the compliance team likes, checking things off. And in the end, you get a compliance report automatically generated by the system. So that is how it looks. But that's just the inside view from the compliance team. Here's what the product does for our clients. It changes the whole user experience for their customers. Using our solution, our clients can reduce a very complex process with at least 11 steps and an industry average of 26 duration to 5 steps and 1 day, or all the way down to just minutes. But even more important than time, they no longer have to ask their customer for documents and information that we can retrieve automatically, more conveniently, and more securely from the official source. And that is a game changer in terms of customer experience. And it's something you don't get with any other solution. If I had to summarize our system, we do this process the right way, like a diligent compliance officer would do it. 100% compliant with regulations, but we deeply automate significant portions of the process. And in doing so, we deliver a much improved end user experience as well as better compliance. Oh, and at lower cost. Let me give you also a bit of background about our company. My co-founders and I started KYC in Hong Kong in 2015, as you saw on the certificate of incorporation. But we set up the company as a remote organization from the start. We have offices in Hong Kong, obviously, Singapore, Dublin, and Shanghai. But most of our staff are working remotely and have always done that. Came in very handy in the last year. But what I love most about the setup is the diversity. It's working with staff from 17 different countries on a daily basis. It kind of mirrors the experience of Hong Kong, where all the nations come together and work together. As you can see, we have won a good few awards and a lot of very satisfied customers in very diverse sectors apart from just banks. These are only a few of our clients that I can disclose publicly. As the ones I can't mention by name or logo, we recently won a couple of Hong Kong banks as customers, one of them in the top 5 here. And we won one of the top 3 global credit card issuer. Plus, we won Asia's largest corporate services firm. So these are logos you don't see here. Surprisingly often, customers prefer us to stay in the background and their competitors not to know about us. But we're happy about that. We don't need to be in the limelight. All right. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your attention. And please do connect with me. Details are here on the screen. Ready for your questions.
Thank you, Klaus. As usual, amazing presentation and an exciting space where obviously you've been successful, and we do enjoy that. Circling back to what makes you very special on the scene, I took note of course, the timing, so the speed that you are providing to your customers, the cost reduction, but more interestingly, I think, is the customer experience. We are all users of certainly banks, insurance, and other companies that are nowadays asking us for a lot of documents to gather and share. And that's really painful. So I can understand that it's a very important difference. I was curious to know, without naming, of course, any customers, but globally or on average, what is the main feedback of your customers on your solution? Do they say, hey, this is really extraordinary in terms of customer experience, or do we really like the cost reduction? What's the sentiment from your customers about KYC there?
They do come often for the simple reason of cost reduction, but they more often by now come to us for the user experience. We have a lot of digital players in as clients by now, and that kind of mirrors. They are not used to the traditional processes, so they want digital first and mobile first immediately. So the feedback we're getting is we're here because this changes how our clients interact with us. You just provide the basis for that, and that's exactly what we want it to be.
That's great. So we have 1 more minute, but I would be happy to know, because you've been working obviously with unknown big customers who certainly have huge legacy systems, and we very often listen and hear across the ecosystem that startups and scale-ups are struggling with those big customers because it's complicated to integrate with their legacy systems. How does that play with KYC? What solution did you find to be so quick to be implemented in those environments?
Yeah. The answer is twofold to that question, really. One is we built a solution based on the cloud architecture, which means we can make deployment extremely flexible and extremely fast. It is literally running a script, so it can be done. You can be set up and running in 24 hours. Configuration and training is separate to that. But as to the integration with legacy systems, cloud makes that easier, a lot easier, but there are still legacy systems that are on premises and they're harder to integrate with. This is work, but that just means you need to have a very flexible development team that knows how to execute really, really tightly on a very complex specifications and get them into software. And we built that. We have a team that by now, I'm very happy to see the latest projects are always on time. And I don't really want our customers to know, but they are profitable. So individual development projects to make things work for a bank and integrate with legacy systems, by now we got a good handle on it. Yeah, but it's work.
Fantastic. Klaus, we're coming to the end, but I'm so happy to listen about, a diverse team who is becoming so performant. So it's a fantastic example and role model that you are bringing to the scene. Nowadays, it's doable to work worldwide with a diverse team. Thank you for your testimony. And yeah, it's fun. You're right. Thank you for the testimony and your insights. I hope to see you soon. It will take maybe another conference that we'll do for that, or we may come across somewhere on the planet, and that would be a great pleasure to have a coffee with you. Thank you, Klaus,
I've got
for
my
being
shot
with
and
us.
set up. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that travel as well. I'm rearing to go. Nicholas, so good to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
As I said, to contact.
Enjoy the conference. Bye-bye, Klaus.
I am. Bye.
Till the next time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have? We have a fantastic company from Spain talking about diversification and worldwide reach. Carlos is there to present Positivus, a very intriguing company. I had a look, Carlos, your short video on your attendee card, and I invite the attendees and the crowd to have a look at those cards. Very interesting material there. And I saw your very short demo on your product. It's quite exciting to see. So I'm happy to welcome Carlos on stage. Carlos, I will let you the floor for the next 10 minutes. And I'll be back with some questions for you. So please share your screen and mute yourself and off you go.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. Hello, everyone, and a great event, amazing. Thank you to be here. So my name is Carlos. I'm founder of Positive Us. The problem I want to start with a little bit of a digging into what is communication. And before to do that, I want to ask a question. Can we change our life by using positive words? We are communicating 70% of our time, right? The problem we're trying to solve is negative communication has a negative impact in every type of our relationship, at work, friends, and family. Like I said, we're communicating 70% of our time per day. But let me tell you something. We don't know how good or bad we're communicating. We don't know how to change our communication. And we don't know what impact we create on others. We're living right now a communication transformation, being accelerated by the pandemic. Everyone is working on remote. There is a lot of communication issues. We have not been born knowing how to communicate through a webcam like this amazing event. So we need new solutions to this new challenge that we're currently facing. Let's dive in directly into the team. So we're a team of 5. I'm 3 times founder, creating my first company when I was 24, global service of college students. Second company, media, creating the captions for Netflix, Hulu, HBO, reached to a team of 25, reached to a revenue of $2 million, did a successful exit 2 years ago. So yeah, it was had a stability, long-term plan, but there was negativity at work. Decided to step out and created Positive Us. Andrea, he's an AI NLP expert. He's also a teacher for deep learning. George, he's a front-end, back-end, senior back-end, 14 years experience. He worked for Stripe, and he's also a teacher for bootcamps. Joseph, he's a senior front-end. He's 15 years experience. He also worked in InFly and Una. Susanna recently started working with us. She's our CMO. She worked for Cabify when there were 4 employees until there were 200 employees. Her participation was key in the growth of the company. All the employees are full-time. And let's dive in directly into the product, the most exciting part. So by using Positive Us, you're able to improve your productivity, you're able to improve your performance. On a company level, you're able to improve your retention rate, you're able to improve your closing, you're able to close more deals. And more important, you're able to improve your relationships. So how do we do that? We developed emotion artificial intelligence, putting the focus on 27 emotions. We recently have done a partnership with Stripe Technology School to speed up that technology development. I want to share a real case. So we're starting on Chrome extension on email. So let's dive into an email. This is actually a real email. So it's actually a deal breaker. We received it from one of our providers. So let's dive in directly into it. So it is impossible. You can't ask us to go back and redo everything again. This is getting out of control. So we have a real email scenario. We have, if we put our mouse through it, we have 3 emotions: disappointment, annoyance, and neutral. The most relevant keyword is impossible. So Positive Us is sad face. He's telling us an overall score is disappointment. We don't want to send this negative email, so we are able to, let's write a more positive message. So it would be great if we could extend the deadline. So we have a more positive message. 3 emotions: optimism, excitement, and admiration. So we have red means negative, blue means positive. Positive Us is telling us he's not really happy with the overall score. Here we have the overall score. We check results. We have per sentence analysis. Per sentence analysis, red means review. We can provide feedback on the model if we agree. Here we got the percentage scoring, the percentage remaining for before we jump into the pro pay plan. So we don't want to send this actually email. We actually just provided from us that they are not working with us anymore. So right now, overall is negative. We delete the negative sentence and we are We have happy, positive us. We're good to send this email out. So we're starting on Chrome extension, 4.5 billion users, more precisely on Gmail, 1.8 billion users. The reason why we choose email is because most of the conversations with customers don't take place on face-to-face, they take place through email. 9 out of 10 users on the internet have a Gmail account. And the reason why we choose a Chrome extension is because it's fairly easy to adapt the development into new platforms such as Slack, Outlook, Facebook, WhatsApp, and many more. So let's take a look into competitors. So we have Brandwatch, Repustate. They're both text sentiment analysis. We're mainly focused on social media to analysis to get an overview of how your brand is positioned towards the competitors. Wordtune is a text suggestion. Grammarly mainly focused on getting the message grammatically correct. We started the company the 1st of January this year. Headquarters are in Spain. Did our first initial investment from founder myself, 140,000. Launched the MVP this not even 1 month, 22nd of April. We already have 100 users and 4 reviews. Our business model is B2B2C SaaS, free 3 plans, free, pro, premium. We're going after small, medium businesses for age of 20 to 40 years old. The business type we're looking at is client-facing support centers, employees from organizations, as well as companies that are trading internationally. Finally, we have our seed round open, 600,000, 30% already allocated in order to identify new users, product metrics, and reach 10,000 users. We believe we can change our life by using more wisely communication, by putting the focus on the emotions we create, because how we communicate matters. Thank you so much. I think we have time for Q&A.
Indeed. Thank you, Carlos, for the presentation. Quite an interesting idea, I must say, original one. So that's great as a start for a company, for sure. Now, the question would be first on the product. We saw the demonstration, and it seems quite seamless to get the analysis of what we just wrote and suggestions of improvements. So that's great. What sort of research or data do you have on I would say the practical impact of a more positive communication? So I'm thinking about, you've been telling us that indeed you improve the relationship between 2 human beings, which is great, and especially within an organization, that would be very important. But I'm curious to know if you have any data on the impact, say, when you are dealing with a customer or a supplier. So do you know if that solution would improve in concrete terms the relationship, and so I would say the revenue if we are talking to customers, or maybe the conditions of supply from a supplier? Any insight for us on this?
Yeah, so we're currently there are many companies that are have approached to us that are willing to put that into their support centers. Mainly like we're looking at integrating with Zendesk as a great tool to improve that communication with current, but also to close new deals, right? So yeah. It is indeed a new technology. Most of the companies are, there are not a lot of companies doing that. The ones that they're doing sentiment analysis, positive, negative, or neutral. We're doing 27 emotions. So in terms of getting real metrics of how we can that be transferred into an enterprise world, affecting the profit, employee retention rate. So we're currently gathering that data. So as we walk through it, we will be able to get more data. But there is many studies, scientific studies, that back up the results of how you communicate actually have played a big impact on performance on an employee basis.
Yeah. Agree on that. So it will be very interesting to follow up and get some news from the data you collect from the customers for sure. The second question would be maybe more related to the tech itself. So we don't know exactly how you do handle the data from the customers. Say, I'm writing an email, you are looking at it through the application, through the product, and you are giving me some suggestions. What happens to my data? So the text that I've been writing in that email, there may be some sensitive information from the business itself. How do you deal with that sort of privacy security level of data?
So we're pretty much aware and alert of how everyone is very sensitive when it comes to data. So we take good care of data protection, meaning that all of your data doesn't go outside of the company. We're also GDPR compliant, and more important, we anonymize all your data. So let me show you a real case of what actually happens when we gather, when you put your data into us. We don't know, we don't disclose any type of your data, and the data doesn't reach us. It's completely anonymized, as you can see on the sample video.
Okay, interesting. And you would keep that data for long on your cloud or server, or you are going to destroy it as soon as the final text is written and sent?
Yeah, correct. We only use it temporarily, as long as we are able to give you the metrics, the emotions for you to shape the communication.
Thank you, Carlos. That was a very interesting discussion. We have now to close it because of time, but please connect with co-entrepreneurs on the platform. You can reach out as well to investors, and it would be a pleasure to help you in your journey towards growing the product and the company. Happy to have you on board there, and see you soon then, Carlos.
Thank you so much, Nicolas.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right, back to Hong Kong from Spain now, and very happy to have on stage Christian from Alfred24. This is a new product, a new solution developed by Packpobox, which is quite a known scale-up in Hong Kong, very successful in the logistics solution. I will let, of course, Christian explain to you the product, because he will do it much better than I can do. But we will be back, Christian, obviously, with some questions for you. For now, please share your screen and let us know more about Alfred24.
Yeah. Hello, Nicolas. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting to this amazing event. I'm very excited. And so my name is Christian Secchi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Packpobox. Our automated delivery solution enables courier to deliver more packages faster using fewer trucks, and online merchant to ship more, spending less. So we started our journey in 2015, and we have been building parcel locker networks for the largest postal organization in Asia Pacific, including Hong Kong Post, Singapore Post, Australia Post are among our clients. And yesterday, Carrie Express, MTR Shop, they launched the new retail solution project in installing 14 lockers in 8 MTR stations. So this is the first network of parcel locker installed in the subway station of Hong Kong. And also this network is powered by our technology. But in 2019, we have been awarded by Deloitte as one of the top 10 technology fast company in Hong Kong as a recognition of our work and our company. But today I'm here to talk about Alfred 24 and our vision to make deliveries sustainable, convenient, and efficient for all. E-commerce growth is pushing the logistic industry to the limit. And this growth is generating by 2030, with the deliveries on the rise, the freight emission are going to surpass the vehicle passenger emission. The delivery vehicles in the top 100 cities will increase by 36%, generating an additional growth of CO2 emission by 32%. So our solution is a sustainable delivery network powered by artificial intelligence, automated parcel locker, and electric vans to reduce the environmental impact of e-commerce and urban deliveries. Practically, we are reshaping urban commercial transport. Why? Because traditional logistics, usually to do 1,000 delivery to single homes, single point, you need 17 vans with unpredictable routing every day. And you have up to 20% of failed delivery, meaning that 2 out of 10 parcels fail to be delivered at first attempt. With our system, with Alfred, we need just 4 vans for 1,000 delivery. We can do same route every day and eliminate the problem of failed delivery. The system, the network is powered by parcel locker. Parcel locker, by nature, they are helping already to reduce CO2 emission up to 90% because we optimize the number of parcel delivered per stop, eliminate the failed delivery problem, and increase the single courier efficiency by 10x. One courier normally in Hong Kong can deliver around 60 parcels a day. With delivering to Alfred, can deliver up to 600 a day. And this is creating benefits, saving for courier companies up to 70%. And these savings are passing to online shop that can save up to 30% on shipping costs. The customer journey is very simple as using ATM. You shop online, select Alfred and check out, and then after receiving a notification, you can collect 24/7 and in total privacy for the nearest locker. We want to power our network by electric vans. Why? Because electric vans are not just normal cars to do delivery. Electric vans are batteries with software, and this software can be connected to our locker management system, to our customer management system, and put everything on the cloud. Last but not least, we are launching an initiative that we wanna distribute to our online merchant only plastic-free mailer bags. We are testing these dirty bags. They are made by plants, so we want to be also sustainable in the packaging. And our goal is to cut 50 million plastic bags by 2025 in Hong Kong only. Where we are today, we have more than 200 parcel locker locations installed all over Hong Kong, more than 300 pickup points, including Photomax and Circle K. We are testing the first electric van with Renault. We're testing the plastic-free, the plant-based bags with the companies called the Invisible Company. And what is our plan? Our plan is to raise 10 million US. Why? Because we want to grow the locker network. We want to continue to invest in R&D, in tech, and the people. We are testing now Bluetooth powered locker that they don't require any electrical installation and no internet connection. We want to grow our ESG logistic infrastructure with the sorting center and electric vans. Our expansion plan is to get to 1,200 local locations in Hong Kong in the next 24 months, and then expand all over East Asia and Southeast Asia. First, we want to target Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and then move to Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia by 2030. Why us? First of all, we are already a proven business, growing. Last year, we had a $6.5 million revenue, positive EBITDA. We have signed partnership with more than 60 location partners, including MTR Malls, Linkrate, and GLL. More than 12 courier, including DHL, 4PX. They're delivering parcel using our network. And we have more than 250 online shops, active merchants that they're using. They're connected to our platform on a monthly basis. As a team of co-founders, we have experience in parcel locker network. I started this business with InPost, that now is one of the largest parcel locker network in the world. They just got listed in Amsterdam few months ago. They have 11,000 locker and they got the valuation of 9 billion euros. And Eric, our CTO, is sitting in Shenzhen developing our product, leading our R&D team, having access to the largest supply chain network in the world. And our third co-founder, Sheridan, is the king of logistics. His family is more than 30 years in the logistics, is expert in cross-border logistics and e-commerce. Jack Ma last year said, oh, we need to make ready the world to deliver 1 billion packages a day. Let me add that we need to make this delivery more sustainable. And our goal is to really have greener and smarter cities around the world with fewer delivery vehicles on the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. So much energy. Thank you for that. We are all awakened again.
Thank you.
That's great to hear. And I really appreciate and like the holistic view that you are showing, you know, in tackling that huge problem, which is the environmental impact of delivery. You are tackling it right away and by using a lot of technology. This is I think very interesting, because we hear a lot of people, you know, in the world saying we should stop producing, we should stop even having babies, we should stop everything because we are going straight in the wall. And I like the entrepreneur's way of thinking, saying, okay, let's tackle this problem. We've got technology, we've got ideas, we've got energy, we can do it.
Nicholas, my wife just delivered our second baby yesterday.
Oh my God.
So that's why I'm one of the happiest person in the world in this moment. But I'm looking to my daughter, 3 years old, to my son, and we need to do something, right?
Yeah.
To leave them a better world. And I think technology can help us to do this.
Oh, congrats anyway on that, and very happy to have you as a young second-time father on SIS 2021, another event worldwide. Thank you for that, for sharing that news, Christian. Question maybe for you. I was wondering if there was any challenge on the side of users' acceptance, you know, not to be delivered in their own living room without moving from their sofa, but needing to go to a shop nearby or to a locker. What's your take on that? What's the experience of the company on that?
Actually, I can share with you one data. 35% of our receivers, they collect within 5 hours, right? And they collect 55% within 12 hours. So people, they decided to collect from a local pickup point. They have that need of convenience and options, right? So the market, you know, is wide, and there are so many different actors and different needs. We are going to satisfy the needs where our network satisfies the needs of convenience, efficiency, and privacy. And last year, there were 1 million people in Hong Kong that they collect the parcel from our network. So we are not worried about adoption. Actually, we are not able to scale fast enough to have more and more locations. We have people writing us, hey, I want to have a locker in my building. But you know, Hong Kong, the challenge of getting the location is the pace of getting the location is but yesterday MTR, they launched the first network of locker in South Station with Carrie logistics. This is an important moment. I believe that is a pivot moment, because if we put a locker in every exit of every MTR station, we have the most efficient, most sustainable, most powerful delivery network in the world, and everyone can benefit.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about your company that is growing fast, and you have also the experience on PouchNATION side, what is, you think, the key addition to the team that you may need in a very short term, and how do you address that kind of challenge?
Okay, so I think that I speak for every entrepreneur in Hong Kong in this moment. There is a shortage of IT talents, right? And this is very challenge I think for everyone. So how we are tackling it? We are doing two things. One, upskilling our team, right? And there are so many platforms. Accelerate is one of them. They're doing an amazing job. We're using them to upskill the current workforce. Second, we are building agile team all over the world. So Hong Kong, Shenzhen, we are starting in Poland in a couple of weeks, another IT team. So we're trying to build agile team around the world where there are more talents. And the immediate need that I need in this moment, I'm looking for a chief sustainability officer, right? Because this is a journey. This is a journey, and we need an experienced person that is passionate of changing, of making everything sustainable to join our company. So if there is a chief sustainability officer out there, please contact me, because we really need you.
That's great. And just to close the session, would you say that talking about that person that you're looking for, sustainability, is it really important to measure it and to be able to expose to the world where you are, what you have saved, maybe in terms of carbon bonds or whatever? Do you think it's really important to be able to do so as an entrepreneur?
It's fundamental. And we are working with several organizations in Hong Kong to write down a framework of the vision, the execution, and then measure the KPIs. Instead of measuring how much revenue are we bringing or profitability, it's important, of course, because if the business is not profitable, then we'll die. But we measure how many plastic bags we can cut, how many plastic bags we can save, how many CO2 emission, and then maybe transform them in number of trees that we are saving. So we are working with several organizations. One of them is also e-commerce. So we want to plant for every 100 deliveries, we plant 1 tree. And then we calculate how many CO2 emission we cut from the atmosphere. There are so many different things that can be done. We are writing this wireframe, and we need help, we need to support. So everyone that can help us to reach our goal toward be a fully sustainable delivery network is really welcome.
Fantastic. Well, we broadcast message to the attendants. You can come and talk to Christian and help him in his growth path. That's the whole idea of such an ecosystem that we are all building in Hong Kong very successfully, I must say. So hopefully we'll get you in touch with the good people. Happy to have discussed with you, Christian. Again, thank you for being there. I know that entrepreneurs are really busy. So I leave you there. Enjoy the platform, enjoy the conference for the last 1 or 2 hours that we still have. And very happy to talk to you soon.
Thank you, and speak soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Christian. And congratulations to your wife.
Thank you. She did all the job, all the work.
I know. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, after that inspiring session with our friend Christian from Alfred24, let's go back to the US. As you can see, we are traveling a lot, dear friends, across the planet, and without consuming any fuel, thanks to technology, so that's great. We are welcoming on board Matt from Wedge, and Wedge is developing a web-based one-way video interview tool to filter the hiring process for the companies. So obviously a huge problem, recruitment. We've just discussed that with Chris and Christian. So Matt, we are very happy to have you on stage. Please share your screen, open your mic, and let us know more about Wedge. And
yeah,
I'll
thank
be
you.
back for some questions.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here. I'm going to forewarn everybody, I lost my voice a little bit, but can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, and we can hear you. So do not force too much on your voice, but it's very clear.
Perfect. Let me just make sure we're seeing everything perfectly. Can you see my screen? Good to go? Let me do this real quick. And I think you should be able to see everything just, yep, perfect. Yes. All right, so ready to go. So yeah, thank you for the introduction. We are a Michigan-based company. Wedge HR was originally founded in 2015. I was a college student when we first started it. The whole premise was that in the current hiring landscape, companies don't have a lot of insight into who candidates are before they actually walk in the room. You have things like resumes and cover letters that are single sheets of paper. And on the candidate side, they don't get an opportunity to, pitch more about who they are as people. Same sort of thing when you're applying for jobs. The only thing you have to share in the application process is single sheets of paper like resumes and cover letters. And we feel like that's a missed opportunity, especially as the world's evolving, especially post-COVID. Culture, fit, empathy are so many important topics. And so that's why our product has really, really soared. Not only are we in the video space, but also we're a platform that helps hire for soft skills and truly who people are as well too. So the whole premise for Wedge is that we are a wedge in the hiring process. We are a video pre-screening tool. So a little different than Zoom. Zoom is a synchronous synchronous tool, whereas Wedge is an asynchronous video interview platform, meaning a company can set up a series of questions. Candidates can respond to those questions via video, and it allows the whole process to be a lot more efficient and effective while also hiring for soft skills as well. So without further ado, we can dive into it. Some of the biggest benefits to video screening is that video screening allows the whole process to be a lot more efficient, specifically the time to fill. So I think anybody who's ever hired knows that hiring is really hard. Finding the right talent is difficult, and the process takes a long time. So with asynchronous video interview, we can help reduce the time to fill, because a lot of the benefits of asynchronous video interviewing is you get to remove entirely the scheduling component. With phone screens or in-person interviews, there's a lot of scheduling that leads up to that first interview. Whereas as soon as a candidate applies, you can actually have a triggered automation, sends them an invitation to actually complete a video interview, specifically an asynchronous video interview. They can do that. The candidate can do that on their own time, and then the company can review that on their own time. So the benefits of that is it entirely removes all the scheduling, synchronizing, linking up at the same time, which is a major cost saver in the early stages of hiring. Second benefit to it is that with resumes and cover letters, you only get sort of single dimension of what somebody has accomplished, not who people are. And where an asynchronous video interview allows a cultural fit or a cultural understanding. Right now, I get to pitch a little bit more about my business right here. You guys get an understanding of who I am as a person. Whereas if I just get a pitch deck, you would have no idea who is behind this. You would have no idea, any of the story. You would have no idea of that. You would only have a single deck. Whereas I think when you add video component, you get to see the cultural fit to who people are. And I think that's really important with video as well. Lastly, from a company's perspective, you can customize the questions. You can customize the time candidates get. You can customize whether they get retakes, single takes, whatever it may be. And the candidate can complete the video on any device. They don't have to download any app. They can do it on their web browser, phone, desktop, laptop, tablet. As it sits right now, we're about 70% of the way candidates completing mobile and 30% doing it on desktop, which is pretty interesting. So how Wedge works is once a candidate applies to the job, they'll get an automated invite to complete the video interview. So the company would preset, here are the questions we want. So let's say we're hiring for a sales role. So in that sales role, what you could do is you could say, here are the 3 questions we want every single candidate who is applying for this job to actually finish, to answer. Once they've applied, then they get an invitation to complete this video interview. They are sent a link by email. They can do it on their phone, desktop, laptop, tablet. As you can see in the candidates record on their own time. And then a company, once completed, can actually go back and review all the different candidates. Really slick and not alluded to on the slide, but once a video has been completed, you can actually take and share that video with internal team members. That makes it really, really valuable because you can make for a collaboration. So for example, you may not have time to have every single C-suite person involved in a hire, but with a collaborative link, you can share that. Everybody gets insight into who that candidate is without having to deal with the scheduling of having people on that call. Really, really valuable in the collaboration piece. So, kind of as we laid out the hiring funnel, you've got resume review, you've got, a lot of screening for scheduling for screening. You have phone screens, you have in-person interviews, and where Wedge really, really plays is that pre-screen. So a lot of what we do is we remove sort of that entry-level phone screen, and we remove all the scheduling components that lead up to that, which are really, really costly. So I can send this deck afterwards so everybody can take a peek, but in here you can actually go through and create your own Wedge video. You can actually go and view a video as well too. So that way you get a gist for what it looks like actually on the candidate side and on the company side as well. So I can pass the deck along afterwards. It's also in my card so you can take a look at it. So one thing we're super proud of. So in the last 2 years, we've really, really grown. As of 2020, we had 925% revenue growth, which has been a lot of fun. And 2021, we're looking at doing about the same thing. In fact, we may even grow faster than that, but it's been really, really fun to have some awesome logos. Obviously, seeing brands like Chick-fil-A or Goodwill, not only on the nonprofit side, but on the for-profit franchising side, being able to help them with hiring, which has been fantastic. We in the grand scheme of things are relatively industry agnostic. We don't really touch any particular, or we don't really focus on any particular industry, but what we do focus on is more particularly roles. So manufacturing, retail, any customer facing or customer service roles, this works really, really well. Majority of roles this works for, we just don't really touch the executive level. It's really fun now to have built a product that not only companies reach out to us and say, hey, this made our hiring process that much more efficient and effective, but also it's made candidates reach out to us, say, hey, this is the first time that I felt like in the interview process, I felt like my story was heard, or this is the first time I actually had fun going through the interview process. Now, yes, we want to build a fun product. We also want to build a serious product, but the fact that we've been able to do both to me shows that we're onto something, earth-shattering and groundbreaking, which we're really excited about. The biggest piece to helping our growth is the applicant tracking system. So for those that are not familiar with applicant tracking systems, it's the system of record or the CRM that's used throughout the hiring process. And so where our tool comes into play is that we integrate directly into ATSs, and this allows us to scale up accordingly. We can be a feature, a part of their process, and these are some fantastic ATSs that we've partnered with that have really helped us grow. Couple last things, just our pricing model. This is a standard SaaS model. We charge an unlimited use. So, unlimited candidates, unlimited jobs, just a monthly subscription that you can pay for depending upon company size. And last but not least, we'd love to talk with you, whether it's for our next investment round. We just wrapped up a round about 2 weeks ago, which is fun. And, if you ever want to chat with us, about using our product, a part of your hiring process, or any questions for us, feel free to reach out at any time.
Thank you, Matt. Super presentation. Please rest a little bit your voice now.
Well, I was about to say, how many voice cracks did I have?
No, none of them. So it was quite amazing. But still 4 or 5 minutes to go. So hang on. First question for you, Matt, because very often we listen about the problem of size of files as soon as you are playing with videos or exchanging videos. So do you see any limitation in your product, technically speaking, about the length of each video that a given company could like to, share with, on top of that, like maybe 20 candidates, which makes 20 videos to handle back and forth?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our average video length right now is about 4.5 minutes. So typical video is about 5 questions, roughly about a minute response per question. Now, certainly some roles would warrant a little bit longer than that, and certainly some roles would be a little bit shorter than that. But the sort of value prop to that question is the fact that watching a 4-minute video on your own time is a much bigger time saver than phone screening somebody for 30 minutes, especially if you have to do many, many, many of them. So what our product does is, rather than phone screening 20 candidates, 30 minutes a pop, all the scheduling that leads up to it, you can actually review a video in 4.5 minutes, and in even 30 seconds, you can decide, nah, this is not worth me phone screening. You just saved yourself 30 minutes. And so that's where sort of the value prop on the short, sweet video really helps.
And how do you handle, I mean, the company, do they want usually to keep those videos for some times available to be seen by maybe other people in the team? And if you have to store them, what about the security of the data? Because those candidates and the company, by the way, are just exposed in that exchange that would have happened maybe in the room or over a phone. You could tell me that the phone is not fully secured, but still.
Oh, for sure. It's a great question. So we use Google Cloud and AWS. So all the videos are stored in cloud systems, and we store them as long as the company needs. With that, everything that's sent out is secure links. So, and secure links via the cloud. And so if you're sharing it, it's only shared internally. Also, same exact thing. It's all cloud-based. It's all cloud-based storage. So that way it's protected both for the company and the candidate. And then candidates can delete data if they need to as well, too, to protect that. So.
Okay, and maybe last question because of the time, but an interesting one, I think. I'm assuming that the product seems very scalable. So would you share with us, for instance, how many people you have in the team and how many customers / maybe videos you could handle with that team?
Yeah, so the nice thing about software is it's not totally dependent upon how many people you have. So we just wrapped up a funding round. We had 7 on the team. We now have 9. We're going to 14 in the next month. Right now, I think our current cap is about 2,500 videos a minute. So 2,500 videos a minute scaled up, is quite a few. So that we don't really have a scaling problem on that side. And if that ever runs into be an issue, we can obviously increase our capacity. So that's one thing we've intentionally built so that the product scales without, single dimensional people. That's what's been really, really helpful. So we've been able to scale accordingly. It's been fun to see, we've had multiple % of increase of videos going through the system in the last year, which has just been really, really fun to see. So we're excited about that.
Okay. And last question, as a conclusion, I imagine that you can handle several languages, right? Because it's quite simple. The candidate can answer in his own language or the language of the company.
Yep.
So that's great. Matt, thank you for that. And I think that is the way you will be able to expand to our regions as well. From the US. So very happy to welcome you in Asia. Feel free to reach out to us if you need some more contacts in the regions. We're there for that. And enjoy the last hour on the platform to connect with people as much as you can.
Thank you so much.
Again.
Appreciate you having me. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And get some rest for your voice. Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right, people. So we are approaching the end, which is quite sad because we've been so much enjoying talking to all those tremendous companies and founders. I hope that you shared that exciting moment with us. Now, coming from the US as well, the company Trillbit, which is developing a proprietary acoustic technology to transform any speaker and mic into a data transfer device. That seems quite interesting. I would like to know more. So for that, let us welcome on stage Bhaskar, right? That's the right
Yes.
way of pronouncing your name. Great.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Bhaskar, welcome on stage with us. Very happy to have you here in Hong Kong. You will get the next 10 minutes to present your company. You can share your screen, obviously.
Sure.
And we'll be back, the audience and myself, with some questions for you after that.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Can you see
we
my
see
screen?
your screen. We listen
Yes.
to you. Everything's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you everyone for having me. It's a great pleasure to present my company and show how we are creating the Internet of Sound. So let me dive into the problem directly before I can go into what we are actually building. So if you look at any kind of proximity authentication today, especially for IoT, it's very complicated. People are trying to use Bluetooth beacons, QR code, even GPS for geofencing, and NFC. All these solutions have very high friction for the user, are slow in terms of the whole process, and most importantly, they lead to a high cybersecurity risk, which I'll be talking about in a little bit. This problem of authentication is not just relegated into a very specific authentication problem, but it's general for a lot of authenticating areas, including provisioning or setup, re-authentication, or just providing the credential of the correct user to the IoT devices. And this problem is only going to grow, because as you all know, with the proliferation of IoT, we are expected to have over 1 billion new IoT devices installed just in 2022. However, approximately, when we look at the consumer space, approximately 1 in 3 users have a problem setting up of devices. And you might have personally experienced it if you try to set up a smart speaker onto your Wi-Fi network, or say even a smart console for your home. This involves multiple steps, have several cybersecurity risks, as well as create friction connecting between one device to the other. Approximately 22%, up to 22% devices are returned because of some problem regarding setup and authentication. And if you look at the cybersecurity risk, about 75% of all attacks, which we have all seen recently on IoT networks, are attacks on the network. So essentially using the IoT to exploit the vulnerability basically to compromise the network. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a solution which could solve all this without having the need for any additional hardware, by just using speakers and microphones that are already present in a lot of these IoT devices, and of course in all our handheld devices such as our phones, iPad, laptops, and so on. Well, this is not just an idea. We are already live in over 2 million devices. The idea is very simple. Any device which has a speaker becomes a data transmitter, and any device which has a microphone can receive this data. If they have both, they can do two-way communication, as in case of any other protocol. Essentially, the data that we are sending is inaudible and is encrypted. It's beyond the human hearing range, but still is supported by all normal consumer devices. So your phones, laptops, your normal smart cameras, smart doorbells, smart speakers, all of them supported. We are a software-only solution, and we have SDK for Android, iOS, web, and embedded C. So what is the advantage of using this? First, that it does not require any additional hardware. Hence, you do not need to necessarily change your IoT infrastructure or change your IoT devices, right? If they have a speaker or a microphone. It does not need network. So you can set this up even in absence of network, or can be used to set up the network itself before you provision it onto the network. It is cross-platform. So exactly the same protocol works for Android, iOS, Windows, embedded C, and so on, right? And it's extremely easy to deploy and consumes less battery than any other protocol, including Bluetooth. So if you look at the major applications, our major applications are in device provisioning and IoT setup and user authentication. So I'll give you the examples of some of the use cases, or more in more detail in our traction slide, so that you can get a better idea of where we are applying this technology. So here is a demo, and if we have time, I'll come back to this and show you the demo. It's just a 20-second demo, which might give you an idea of how it is exactly working. Our revenue model depends on the use case. It's either pay per device. So it's pay per device for every device that our SDK is installed on for IoT devices. And for any kind of transactions such as fintech or authentication, is pay per transaction or pay per authentication. So we have been working with some of the world's largest companies, including Cisco, Bose, and so on. And we have interest from even a larger group, which are not actually mentioned here due to NDAs. So let me give you two examples of how our authentication is working. Let me take the example of Cello. So Cello is the biggest ride public ticketing solution, public transport ticketing solution in India. And essentially they are digitizing all the ticket for bus transport and so on in all over India. And they were using QR code based solution for their ticket validation. This QR code had several problems, including security risk, but also there are movement in the bus, so it's difficult to align. The lighting conditions in the bus are not great, and so on. So with our solution, they were able to reduce the transaction time to under a second for every ticket. Essentially, everyone who walks in just needs to open their phone and tap on a button. There is no need for line of sight. There is no need for getting it exactly within 1 feet. You could be 2 feet or 3 feet away, and with a simple tap of button, your ticket will be validated. The other case is that I would like to talk about was with Bose, and this is for provisioning or setup of smart speaker. So today, if you set up a smart speaker, there's like a 3 or 4 step process, right? So first step is you generate a Wi-Fi hotspot, right? That's the first step. The second is you connect to that Wi-Fi hotspot. The third step is you download an app, and in the app you get to the right position or the right location and enter your SSID and password. Once you're connected to that SSID and password, once you enter that SSID password, you click on connect, and it sends this SSID and password to that device. Then you need to disconnect over to the hotspot so that the device can actually connect to the network. And there are several places where this goes wrong. In our solution, you simply go to a web page, and if you're already connected to the network, you simply click on connect, and the speaker, which if not connected is already in the listening mode and listens to this ID send over sound and connects to your network. So it's a one-step process without any pairing, without any kind of Wi-Fi requirement. So this is our team. I am the CEO. my name is Bhaskar. My other co-founders are Mrigesh and Shashikant. We have experience in using acoustic or sound waves for making 3D models of the Earth for oil and gas for a long time. And then when we saw that actually there are, there are more speakers in the people, there are more speakers in the world than there are people. And this technology could convert every speaker into a data transmitter and every microphone into a data receiver. We were excited about it, and that's how we started Trillbit. Apart from the co-founders, we have a great team. Rob, our president and board member is Rob, who has over 30 years of experience and has found in IoT and has founded over 3 companies and have successful exit from all of them. Our tech advisor is Professor Milika Stojanovic. She's a world leader in acoustic communication and a professor at MIT and Northeastern. And our Henry White is our a business advisor, and he has over 40 years of experience in building startups. We have had a lot of recognition in the 3 years that we have been in business. We were part of the Techstars Western Union cohort in 2019. We are winner of the Economics Times Power of Ideas competition, which has over 3,000 startups competing. We were incubated at Cisco Launchpad, and we have had several other successes since then. I think that brings me to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaskar. I think we still have 1 minute officially, but I've got 2 burning questions for you, if you can just answer them quickly and briefly, because the idea is quite stunning, I must say, both because I never thought of it as a way to identify devices between themselves and connect them. And second, because it seems to simplify a lot the world that we are living in. But a quick provocative questions. Let's go back to the bus in India. You were talking about the lightning atmosphere and the alignment of the QR code with the QR code reader.
Right.
Is there any problem with a very well-known phenomena with the sound, which is interference?
Yeah.
Because there will be a lot of noise in the bus in India, I think.
Right. Yes. So not only bus, we have also had use cases in stadiums with full stadium, and that this was before Corona, and with a lot of noise. And our protocol is able to handle even up to 50 dB, 60 dB of noise. So so for more or less most of the use cases, it does not matter. Like, we are able to cancel that noise, unless the noise is so much that the microphone itself is overwhelmed. So, but for any use case, we have not seen noise as a huge issue for us.
Okay, and the tech you're using can be handled by the vast majority of devices. I mean, you don't need a specific quality of speakers nor of mics.
Right. So we try to handle that using signal processing. So we have tested over 250 different types of mobile devices, especially all different manufacturers and models of Android and iOS, of course, but also different devices, consumer devices, which are in the public domain, and it does not have a problem.
Okay, I will go for the last one. I'm gonna get in trouble because we're late, but very briefly, any competitor in that space?
Yes, we do have competitor. One of them is called Listener. It's based in Cincinnati in US, and they are working on building an alternative to NFC for payments.
Okay, thank you again for being with us today, Bhaskar. Very exciting product, I must say. Let's keep in touch. Enjoy the platform, connect with fellow entrepreneurs, and leverage also the Hong Kong ecosystem to grow your company. We will be happy to help. I let you go now. See you soon. And thank you again for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Great to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's go now to France, the country I was born in, if you haven't already guessed by my accent. We will welcome on stage Jeremy, CEO of Shift Technology. This is a insurtech based in Paris. So let's see if Jeremy is on stage already or if we are waiting for him. Here he is. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Great, great. Welcome to Hong Kong. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave you the floor right away for you to present Shift, and I'll be back in 10 minutes, 8-10 minutes with some questions for you.
Okay.
So please share your screen and feel free to start as soon as you're ready. We're listening.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. So sorry, I don't have slides. I thought I'll just explain what we do. I hope I won't have a very complicated description, so it doesn't need slides. So thanks everyone for having me. It's very weird to have no faces on the screen, so I'll be talking alone. So I'm the CEO and one of the founders of Shift. Shift Technology is a company we started in France in 2014 with two friends. And we started focusing very heavily on AI, artificial intelligence for insurance companies. So we actually started with helping insurers to detect fraud. So it's a very niche, precise market. And in 2014, convincing insurers to work software as a service, which means sending their data to an external provider, was really not easy. At the time, we were 26-year-old. And so going and see big insurance company telling them, give us all your data, we'll detect fraud and send you back alerts, was nearly impossible. So we started looking for money in 2015 and raised a seed round in France. And then we managed to get a very big expansion very quickly. What's really interesting is that our first customer was not in France, was in Singapore. And this is where it started. And our second customer was in Hong Kong, actually. So I've been going to Hong Kong every other week for 2 years. So I think I start to know a little bit more the city, and then things took off, because when you get to a country and you detect a ring of fraudsters, other insurers will want the same solution. So you can go very quickly from one customer to lots of customers, and be the national platform for fraud detection. By the way, it's public. We today are the national platform for fraud detection for the Hong Kong market, working with the Hong Kong Federation of Insurers, helping them to detect rings of fraudsters in auto insurance, healthcare insurance, travel insurance, workers' comp. And we do the same in Singapore, France, Hong Kong, UK, Canada. And yeah, in Belgium.
And how does that work? Can we stop a moment there? I was curious to understand. The fact that you gather everyone on one platform can help in detecting some fraud schemes. Is that the idea?
Yeah, exactly. So we take the data, we create a huge network linking entities when, for instance, two people, when they have the same phone number, when they live in the same place, where they have a claim together or a policy together. And also we link providers. If a doctor knows this patient or a workshop, body shop repairs this car, they got linked on the huge network. And then we detect sub-networks of suspicious activities. So it's not someone that has a scratch on his vehicle and is not covered and try to take a new coverage. It's more, for instance, one of the most famous cases we detected in Singapore was a group of people that were buying cars by cash in Malaysia, taking it to Singapore cross-border, having taken an insurance policy, having real crashes, getting back the money by wire and sending it to Indonesia. So it was a money laundering scheme through Singapore that helped in laundering several, I think it was $7 to $8 million US through car insurance. So this is the kind of networks we detect. And so the way we detect it is really we replicate what an expert would have done if they were looking at all the data at once. So if very good experts in fraud detection could see the whole network at once, they could say, okay, this is suspicious, right? Why these two people are having several crashes together with new cars and they're all total losses? Or for instance, why this workshop, body shop is always more expensive as a repair when he's using this kind of experts. So
okay.
When,
and I imagine that that's where the AI strikes in, right? Because humanly, it would be difficult to get to that stage of holistic vision in one go. So your product is about detecting those schemes automatically.
Yeah, exactly. And it sounds simple like this, but there are a lot of things that humans do when they look at data that is not easy to replicate. For instance, knowing that two people are the same, even if they're spelled differently. This is not as easy. You know, like Jeremy Jawish with ISH or ICH is most likely the same person. I think we're only 50 people Jawish in the world. And doing this in several languages, several locations is really not easy, but this is just one piece that you need to be able to replicate. As if an expert looking at two names, this is suspicious, this is the name person. But if you look at Alvin Tan in Singapore, Alvin Tan, they're like, I think 0.5% of the population's name is Tan. Sorry, Alvin Tan. So it's not because they're both Alvin Tan that they're the same. So it's like a lot of things that need to be trained as an expert. And you need to do this across all the data and all the time of detection.
That's great. So I brought you a little bit aside from your pitch, but happy to know a little bit more about the company now, where you were talking about the start, which was not easy, obviously. Where are you now in your journey?
So today we are 350 people across the world. We have around 150, a little bit more data scientists working full-time on insurance. We have an office in Singapore, one in Hong Kong, one in Tokyo, Paris, Boston. These are the main big ones. And of course, a lot of small sales offices in different countries. In terms of revenue, we are today crossing doing more than 40 million US in revenue. And we raised total, need to do the math because we announced a Series D 2 weeks ago of 220 million US. So I think we raised more than $300 million total. And the big part of the investment is to investing very heavily in our R&D, because now that when you work with an insurance company, there's a lot of things you can do other than fraud detection. So we start working on automating decisions across the whole chain, automating coverages. When you have a claim, you can get online, describe what happened, and then we'll have the insurance company automatically tell you, is it covered? What's the next step? What you should do without any human intervention. And today we managed to automate claims for, I think we automate around like 3,000 or 4,000 claims a day. And this is across different geographies. We do it in Singapore, in Japan, in France, in the US. And so the big focus for us is not going after new geographies. It's really investing in countries we are already in. and also investing a lot in being able to create new products for our customers. Because today, when someone has a claim, is it like an auto claim or a healthcare claim? The first real stress that the consumer has is, how can I state it to my insurance? Would it be covered? Even before the stress of my car is broken or I have an injury, and and that's why our mission is really to help remove the stress from consumers and think of their insurance more like help rather than would they cover, would I understand, am I stating it right? In order to do that, you really need to create algorithm that can make consumers feel comfortable with their claim statement, comfortable with the decision, and especially being able to explain why and how, and help them in the journey of taking care of their claims, injury, accident, whatever.
So it's a sort of both side product. You are making the journey more comfortable for the user, so that he can get his money back if he's got an accident. In the same time, you are providing a sort of comfort as well to the insurance company, because you can detect fraud if it's not a proper claim. So I imagine that then you can automate more the process and make it clear, because everyone is in trust of that process. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And do you intend, we still have, I think, 1 or 2 minutes, do you intend to go further than insurance companies? Does your product on fraud and automation can apply to other verticals?
So I think it could. However, we're really focused on insurance. This is where we think we're really good at. Being able to have a lot of data scientists really focused on the insurance space makes a real difference for us. And also what we realized is that, especially with the pandemic, where all the insurance professionals had to work from home with kids around, with like a lot of manual process they used to have at the office, that was working because they were in the office, that there's a lot to do in insurance.
Great. To conclude that little fireside chat, which I was very happy to have with you, if it's not confidential, Jeremy, we heard huge amounts of raising. What was the valuation of the company at the last round?
Yeah, so the only indication we give is that it was more than $1 billion valuation. However, we don't disclose an exact number, but yeah, it's an important threshold. Yeah.
Absolutely, that explains why you've been able to raise so many money and so much money without being completely diluted. And by the way, you are officially a unicorn, and so we are very proud to have you on board for the audience and for the ecosystem of Hong Kong, because I think, at least for the companies that I saw myself, you're the first one here. So congrats, big round of applause from Hong Kong ecosystem, and hopefully we will see you soon there, because you are working a lot with companies here in Hong Kong. So hopefully if we can travel soon, we will see you soon, Jeremy. Thank you again for being with us. I know that you are very busy to grow the business, so we'll let you go and talk to you soon then.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Right, guys, we are approaching the end, but last but not least, we have one last very exciting and amazing company, and that is Mio Air Analytics. And I'm so happy to welcome on stage Sanketa Ram, because, and that's more of a personal statement, I think Sanketa Ram and Mio has been one of the first company I met when we started Angel Hub in Hong Kong back in 2017. So it's quite, you know, of a interesting circle, because you are the last company I will talk to during that conference, who has been so amazing, and also the first one I met in Hong Kong. So happy to have you there, Sanketa Ram. I will let you, of course, the floor, because you are the one important here, and we will listen to you presenting Mio Air. And after that, we will conclude together with some questions. So you can unmute yourself and share your screen and start when you're ready.
Thank you, Nicola. It's a pleasure to have you back on this discussion. It has been a long day, so I'll try to keep it as a cherry on the cake, and it won't be long, don't worry. So I would have one question. How do you make sure that your colleagues, your customers are safe and can enjoy spending a good time in your premises? Have you ever felt sick, cold, or having difficulty to focus in your office or in some boutiques? Those are symptoms of bigger issues that relate to poor air quality. But wait, it's simple to fix those with MEO in a cost-effective way and a sustainable way. Sorry, the screen is not moving. Demand for action on air quality in office boutique is at its highest levels.
By the way, Sakataram, I just, indeed, we don't see the slides. Can you try and share it again?
Yeah, so share screen. Can you see it now?
Now it's coming back. Yeah, that's great. You can keep on. Thank you.
Okay, so it doesn't break the pitch anyway. Demand for action on air quality in office, in boutiques is at its highest levels. And not looking at fading away with COVID bring even more awareness on it. We are now in a place where bad conditions prevent business success. To just name three of them, stale air increases the risk of COVID transmitting. Poor air reduces productivity by up to 30%. And not the least, we are moving away from carbon neutrality, which is main focus today, when we crank up the energy consumption for HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So if we only stick with the current air certification that lies on a single survey once a year in specific locations, there's not much we can do to improve daily life. We need to know how the ventilation is behaving in every places of the building at any time. Otherwise, how can you feel safe? So you need to know what's happening everywhere, anytime, and you need to inform or send messages to your building management system. And that's what MEO is doing. So MEO is the next generation data system that collects data, analyzes data, and advises on ventilation or filters maintenance for a safe and healthy place that is productive and in a sustainable way. And most of our advice is focused on ventilation. There is no need for huge retrofit. There is no need to guess what's happening. You know exactly from the data, and we tell you in a localized way what to do and when to do it. So how do our customers benefit from our advice? This is one of the cases. A customer, so he's in Sydney, so he's down there on the earth in Sydney. So they have their office, and we saw that they had every afternoon, they have high levels of CO2 from 2 p.m. until 5 p.m. So when we told them that there's something strange and alarming there, they told us, oh, you're right. Actually, our general manager is taking a short walk outside around 3 p.m. because of headaches for half an hour and coming back. That means the people stuck in the office are non-productive, having headaches, in pain, and just waiting for things that disappear by themselves, like magic. And we found the magic. The magic is too much CO2, increase the ventilation. That was as easy as that. Instead of staying and not being productive, increasing ventilation was the solution, the most sustainable solution, not having any other machine in place. So to make it even more realistic, we quantified, based on different studies, we quantified the savings, like no, not the loss, actually the loss per month. So loss per month was more than 13 US for that office, because you can link the productivity, the loss of productivity to the level of CO2. So we have the level of CO2, we have the number of people in the office, and we can link that and get the loss in real money. Not saying it's good to have good air quality, and now we say it's good because this is what you're going to save by having this. Another study was one of our first customers in 2018, who was a senior executive, was complaining about ventilation, and he was saying, this is going to kill me, so I'm going to cover the ventilation. We brought in MEO technology, and we figured out that there were high chemicals due to somebody, which is 2 desks away, obsessed with cleaning the desk, that was wiping his desk with high chemicals many times a day. And that was spreading everywhere, and it was staying much more at that person, that senior executive was complaining, because he blocked the vent. So the advice was not buying purifiers, not having new retrofit, just unlock the vent and change the chemicals. It's as easy as that. So the market is growing fast. We have a correlation of air quality equipment with WELL certification. And WELL certification is saying that air quality is by 71% the top priority in WELL building, a building that is certified WELL. And the number of certification is growing fourfold. So we see here that the market is growing fast, and we are kind of piggybacking on WELL certification. So WELL market is growing, and we are following that growth because we are contributing to having a WELL certified building. Our customers are, we have luxury brands, so we work for Cartier in different places in Asia. We work for Carrie in different places in Asia, so deployed and under deployment. We started recently to work with LVMH in China. So this is the luxury, but our core business is not luxury. Our core business is education, is schools, that's offices. So our core business is where we spend 80% of our time. So being half home and half in the office, or half home, half school. So school office is our core business. We equip Veolia, for example, their headquarters. We work with Veolia in Hong Kong, in South Korea. So we are offices, schools, and boutique. This was only possible thanks to a great team, not myself, but my co-founders. And so first line is the founding team, myself, Saketram, Pierre, the CTO, he's based in France. Maria, she's in charge of all the communication. She's in Colombia, so Hong Kong, France, and Colombia, and she's moving to Washington soon. And then great, fantastic advisors. Michael, he's helping me on the strategy and on the business development. He's a ex-partner of Baker and McKenzie. David Bavret, he's well known as a business angel. He's well known in the investment area. Ariel Starkman, she's a guru of real estate. And Benoît Thibaudot, he's a professor currently in HKU. Helping us, so we partner with HKU and helping us on different aspects of the science part of MEO. So we are not a monitor company, we are a software company having monitors. So we have hardware, we have software, and we look at providing scientific information, and we look at having the best advice, the best localized advice thanks to our AI. So hardware on one side, they are agnostic to our software. So you can take the hardware, not take the software, or you can take the software, not the hardware, or you can take hardware and software in a one simple solution. And by the way, hardware-wise, so we are mainly software, but we are building a new hardware that is coming live in 6 weeks, and that will be specific for fighting COVID for schools in France. Because if the school has to close in France, the economy will be down. And there's a lack of those monitors, and this is a very simple, easy monitor to hang on the wall. It's battery powered, it's cellular, so no Wi-Fi, no setting. Boom, you have it, and you know what is happening in your school. So we were 700 million people last century. We are more than 7 billion people. We know that we pay for air. So the earlier we pay for it, the cheaper it will be. And we can see that with COVID, if we wait, the cost is very high. So better equip everybody quickly and get to a new normal as soon as possible.
Thank you, Sakatram. That's the conclusion of your pitch is also reminding me a very interesting article I read. Indeed, I think humanity has been taking hair for granted since we exist. But some people are now talking about, making you pay for some hair consumption if we want to keep it clean, because obviously nobody is looking after the quality of hair. And what we saw on the water problem, I think, is coming to us on the hair side as well. So I would bet that you are, in ahead of the curve, and we do rely on you and your solutions to get us some clean and proper hair for living and working. My question, because we still have 1 minute together, but I had a questions for you. I think you touched on that subject. How easy and scalable is the solution to be implemented in the customers and for you to be able to deal with all the data that you collect?
Okay, so if we talk about the software solution, it's very easy for a scalability. So we redesigned the workflow, the onboarding of customers. And talking about processing power, it's on AWS. So it's a matter of adding the CPUs. We use AWS AI on which we built. So it's just a matter of adding the CPU. So a few clicks to be scalable on the software side. So this is where the big juice is there, because the software is where we squeeze the data coming from big data to smart data, because big data is not usable, smart data is actionable data. So I think the big business is there, because we are not on the monitors, even though we do some monitors, we let others do other monitors, but we can connect to those monitors and squeeze the data to give them actionable data advice.
Okay. And would you say, and that would be my last question, but it's an interesting one for me, would you say that the fact that you do handle several customers in different regions for different reasons helps you to gather data that you can use to be smarter in a way in finding the solution in each of your customers, or everyone is independent?
No, you're correct. So we work with HKU today with Benoît Thibaudeau, and we will work even more from next summer. He's moving to another position, and we will be working even more with him, because we can see that the patterns, this is signal processing. So the patterns we've seen for one parameter on one location can have similarities with other patterns. So that's why we have the learning. So we can use we can learn from each customer for the new customers and for existing customers.
This is fantastic. Thank you, Sakatram, for being with us and sharing all those insights and the story of the company. We do pray for you to help us on the hair problems, so we are in good hands. Please come with us to the main stage now, and that's applied to all the audience here. We have the closing event or the closing address on the main stage. So I would like to all of you come with me and join the main stage on Pine. Thank you again, Sakatram. I let you go there and enjoy the closing session.
Sure.
Please network with other entrepreneurs on Pine, and see you very soon.
Thank you, Nicolas.
And for the audience, bye-bye now. Thank you very much for being with us and following all those amazing companies. I think we brought to you more than 100 companies We are very proud of that and very excited to see how many opportunities are lying there in the Hong Kong ecosystem. So talk to you soon all, and please let us all go to the main stage on Pine. Bye-bye, Sakatram. Bye-bye, everyone.